Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday, start of a new week right here and for everybody. So we are continuing with the Casey Anthony trial. We already got started a couple weeks, and we are in day 9 right now. I think it was actually just last week. And we are marathoning our way through this trial. We are putting it on 1.5 so we can watch things a little bit faster and listen to things a little bit faster. All the sidebars are skipped. All the breaks are skipped, and we just go right through everything. So we're getting a real good look at this case, the prosecution, the defense. And I think people are starting to see this trial a little bit differently than what they were following with the media when this happened. And that's always a good thing to see how the jury eventually ended up with the verdict that they did. So far, what have we seen? 9 days of trial. What have we seen so far? Essentially, we've seen that the prosecution has been putting on witness after witness after witness to show that Casey Anthony is a pathological liar. We've all have that established well in our minds that she is a liar. However, the defense agrees with that. And the defense just says that this is a dysfunctional family. She was taught to lie. That's how this family operates. They just lie. They lie and lie and lie. So I don't know why the prosecution is calling witness after witness after witness to show that she lies. We know that, but that's what we had to endure last week. A lot of witnesses about all the lies that she said, and also the jail calls we got through yesterday, not yesterday, but last week. We're showing again, continuing to pretend that she's concerned with the search effort for Kaylee, and pretending that it's all legitimate, and really, as we know, it's not. So again, what's the point of that? Point of that is just to show that she's a liar. So again, all these witnesses, all this hours and hours of testimony really have been just to show that she's a liar. The prosecution feels that that's going to help them. Now, I agree that it would help them to a limited extent. But again, all what you're showing right now to the jury is that this is a person who just lies, and in fact, she lied before Kaylee went missing. So what's the jury supposed to do with that when that's established also firm in their minds? Is this a person who's lying to try to cover something up, or they're actually just a pathological liar? So that's something that we're all seeing, and we may be questioning the prosecution's approach in this case. Now, another interesting part, or a very important part, is the fact that Casey was also partying. Now, that's, I think, a significant point, because if this is someone who really knows the truth about everything, then how can she go out, be partying and having a good time when her daughter was just killed, either by accident or maliciously? So that is, I think, a significant portion of the prosecution's case, but most of the focus has been on the fact that she lies. And there's also been George on the stand a number of times showing that he's got some issues also saying the truth. And something's going on with that gas can. Everyone keeps saying that gas can is very interesting, and that there's this duct tape, very unique duct tape, that all of a sudden was put on that gas can for some reason. We have not had a good explanation for that as of yet. So really, that's essentially everything that's been happening. That's the analysis. That's the recap, because that's all we've seen so far. Yes, we did see about the smell. There's a lot of discussion about the odor coming from the car, who smelled it, when they smelled it, how bad was it when they smelled, do they know what the odor is? Is it human remains? Is it not human remains? They don't find any human remains in the car. So what was going on with that? Is it just garbage, or Kaylee was actually in that trunk? So that also, we heard from the Johnson's wrecker, who that guy was. I forgot the guy's name at this point. But he also, Birch, right? Simon Birch. He testified that he knows smells, and that was an odor of a human remains. So that's something else that we heard last week. So that's really where we are right now, and we're continuing with day 9. I'm hoping that maybe this week we'll get done with the prosecution's case. We'll move on to the defense's case, and maybe next week we'll already get to closing arguments and the verdict. So that's where we are right now. Thank you all for joining, and let's get right to it. Here we go. Thanks to Dave.net.
My name is Christine Narkowitz, ChristineNarkiewicz.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Please tell the members of the jury your occupation, ma'am.
I'm a crime scene investigator with the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with the Orange County Sheriff?
A little over 3 years.
What sort of background or education do you have that qualifies you for that position with the sheriff?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Science with a minor in chemistry from the University of Central Florida. I'm currently obtaining my Master of Science degree in Criminal Justice from the University of Central Florida, and I'll graduate in August. I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 3 years, and our training program is 4 months long, where we receive extensive training in all the areas of crime scene. I have obtained over 320 hours of additional specialized training in the area of crime scene.
As of July of 2008, how long had you been employed with the sheriff at that point?
I was employed March of 2008, so
Just a few months.
yes.
Were you asked to assist in the collection of some evidence items by Detective Yuri Melich?
Yes, I was.
Okay. If I may approach the witness with these items, Your Honor.
You may.
Let me show you first what has been marked as HQ for identification. You have the wrong package, but tell me if you can take a look at that and tell me if that item is something that you've had contact with in the past.
No.
Not really.
No.
Nice. Let me show you some. On July 21st of 2008, were you asked to go to the Orange County Correctional Facility for the purpose of taking samples from an individual by the name of Casey Marie Anthony?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What time did you arrive at that facility to achieve that goal?
May I refer to my report?
Will that help refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, can the witness have permission to refer to the report
Yes, the witness may refer to her report. You may proceed.
for the exact time?
I arrived at the correctional facility at 21:44 hours.
What was it that you were asked to do there?
I was requested to obtain hair and buccal swab standards from Ms. Anthony.
How was that achieved?
Buccal swabs are achieved. We are provided with sterile cotton swabs. There are 2 swabs per container. And what I did, I requested Ms. Anthony to open her mouth, and I rub aggressively these 2 swabs on the interior of both sides of her cheek for the collection of cheek cells.
Okay. Now, you are demonstrating an item to the jury. That's not the actual item that you used. You're just using that as a demonstrative aid at this point.
Correct.
Okay. When you get there to the facility, you had indicated that those are sterile items that are sealed.
Yes, they are.
You also take some precaution not to transfer any of your skin cells? Or
That is correct. In obtaining buccal swab standards, I wore gloves and a mask.
All right. Now, if I may approach again.
You may.
I have what has been marked as IU and IV for identification. Let's start with IU. Tell me if you recognize that package as something that you've had contact with in the past.
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
These are 2 buccal swabs from the left cheek of Casey Anthony.
Is that item currently sealed?
Yes, it is.
If you could somehow break the seal, look inside without taking the item out, if possible, and tell me if the swabs that you collected are in fact contained inside.
Yes, they are.
How do you know that?
I identify my handwriting and seal on the swab box.
Same as it relates to IV for identification. Have you take a look at the exterior packaging and tell me if you recognize it as something that you've had contact with in the past?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This has my handwriting and my initials on the seal.
What is it that is purported to be inside?
Those are 2 buccal swabs from the right cheek of Casey Anthony.
Is that item currently sealed?
Yes, it is.
Again, if you could break that seal without taking the item out of the packaging if possible, and tell me if you recognize the item inside.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This also has my handwriting and my seals.
Once these items are obtained, what do you do with them?
Those items were turned over to lead crime scene investigator Gerardo Boise.
Do you seal those prior to turning them over to another individual?
Yes.
Would you have sealed them that same evening?
I believe those have the same date as I collected them, yes.
All right. Do you need to look at the seal to tell us with certainty?
Yes. Yes, the seal on the exterior envelope is the same, July 21st, 2008.
Aside from the swabs of the
Cheek. Did you collect any other evidence item from Casey Marie Anthony?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What would that have been?
I was requested to also obtain hair standards from Ms. Anthony.
Okay. How was that achieved?
Hair standards, according to the FBI protocol, they would like loose hair standards as well as pulled head hair standards. So I requested Ms. Anthony first turn her head over and using her fingers retrieve all of the loose head hair. As her head hair fell out, it fell onto a piece of brown paper, and I folded that up, placed that into an envelope, and then I personally pulled Ms. Anthony's hair out for the pulled head hair standard.
All right. Now, the brown piece of paper that the loose hair was collected on, where does that come from?
We are supplied in our van a roll of brown paper, and I retrieved it out of my van that evening.
All right. What steps or precautions are taken to ensure that the brown paper that you are utilizing to collect this evidence is not contaminated in any way?
This brown paper is just a large roll that's placed in my van. It's only taken out when needed to be utilized.
Okay. Now, you said that you had Ms. Anthony turn her head over just to collect whatever loose hair could be obtained at that point.
Correct.
If I may approach the witness with IT for identification.
You may.
Have you take a look at that packaging and tell me if it's something you recognize as or haven't had contact with in the past?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
it has my handwriting on it and my initials on the seal with the date.
Do you also indicate on the exterior of the package what item is contained inside?
Yes, I do.
And what is this item?
These are the loose head hair standards from Ms. Casey Anthony.
You had mentioned the seal with the date. Was that item sealed by you on the date that we've been speaking of, July 21st?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do with this item once you've collected it and placed it into the sealed package?
That was also turned over to lead investigator Gerardo Boise.
You mentioned pulled head hair.
Correct.
How is that done? Like it sounds?
It is. As a crime scene investigator, we're responsible for pulling head hair from multiple areas of the head.
Okay. How do you do that? With some implement?
I initially started with a pair of disposable tweezers, which are for a one-time use only, and those were not working properly, so I physically pulled them with my hands.
Okay. Were you wearing gloves?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Aside from wearing gloves, were there any other steps taken to ensure that you weren't mixing any of your hair or skin cells with this sample that you're collecting from Ms. Anthony?
If I recall, I still had my mask on.
Okay. If I may approach the witness with IS for identification.
You may.
How do you take a look at that item and tell me if you recognize it as something you've had contact with in the past?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
Again, this is my handwriting, and my initials are on the seal with the date.
Do you put some indication on the exterior of the package what is contained inside?
Yes, ma'am.
And what indication have you placed on there?
These are the pulled head hairs from Ms. Casey Anthony.
You indicated that it is currently sealed. Can you tell when you sealed?
Yes, the date of July 21st of 2008 is present on the seal.
What happened after you obtained these samples and sealed the package? What happened?
Those were also turned over to lead investigator Gerardo Boise.
If I may approach the witness with JC, JD, JE, and JF.
You may.
Identification.
Let me have you take a look at JC for identification. Tell me if you recognize that as something that you've had contact with in the past.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
This is my handwriting and my initials and date on the seal.
You put some indication on the exterior of the package as to what is contained inside.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is it?
4 toothbrushes belonging to Kaylee Anthony.
Were those items that you obtained from Detective Your Knowledge?
That is correct.
Did you place the item into the package and seal it?
Yes.
Does the seal indicate the date that was done?
Yes. July 28th, 2008 is on the seal.
Let me show you JD for identification. Tell me if you recognize that as something that you've had contact with in the past.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This also has my handwriting and my initials and date on the seal.
Did you put some indication on the exterior of the package as to what item is contained inside?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what is it?
1 brush belonging to Kaylee Anthony.
Is this also an item that you obtained from Detective Your Knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Does your seal appear on the exterior?
Yes.
Did you initially date that seal as well?
Yes, I did.
Right, and what date did you seal this?
July 28th, 2008.
Let me show you JE for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is 1 comb belonging to Kaylee Anthony.
Comb?
Yes, 1 comb.
How do you recognize that?
This has my handwriting, my initials, and the date on my seal.
Is that an item that you obtained from Detective Your Knowledge?
Yes, it is.
What date is reflected on your seal on this package?
July 28th, 2008.
And finally, JF for identification. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
This has my handwriting, my initials, and the date on the seal.
Do you put some indication on the front of the package as to what is contained inside?
Yes, I did.
And what is it?
One thermometer belonging to Kaylee Anthony.
Is this an item that you retrieved or received from Detective Yuri Knowledge?
Yes, it is.
Did you place that item in that packaging and seal it?
Yes, I did.
Does the seal reflect the date that you accomplished that?
Yes, July 28th, 2008.
Do you recognize the individual in the courtroom from whom you obtained the cheek swabs and hair, pulled and loose hair samples?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
State accepts stipulation.
We will accept the stipulation that the samples that this witness has testified to belong to the defendant, Casey Marie Anthony.
The record will so indicate.
I have no other questions of this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Please court. Mr. Verdict. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Now, you testified that you wore gloves when collecting the DNA sample. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's to protect basically from any epithelial cells that may transfer?
Any type of cross-contamination?
Exactly. And that would include even secondary transfer, would that not? Meaning, if you had touched something that had somebody else's DNA, you could also transfer that DNA to whatever sample you were collecting.
I suppose.
Okay. And you obviously take extraordinary precautions when collecting DNA.
Correct.
And that is because of the extreme sensitivity of DNA and its ability to transfer.
Correct.
And you also wore a mask.
Yes, sir.
And the reason you wear a mask is so you also don't get any further DNA on whatever sample it is that you're collecting.
Correct.
And in fact, you take these precautions. Well, let me actually strike that and say, in fact, while collecting DNA, you don't even speak, do you?
For the most part, we try not to.
And the reason you don't try to speak is because even while speaking, you could contaminate samples.
That's true.
And there have been tremendous advances in DNA, and that's why you take these precautions.
I don't know if it's because of the advancements. We just don't want to cross-contaminate any evidence we collect.
Well, you're aware now that that you don't need tons of blood or anything like that to get DNA on something, right?
Okay.
And you're also aware that low copy number DNA, you're aware of that concept? Familiar with that
Basic
concept?
concepts?
Yes.
I'm not a DNA analyst.
I understand. But in the process of collecting DNA, you're also aware of touch DNA.
Correct.
And that's when you touch an item, and that item would contain some type of DNA.
Potentially.
Potentially, yes. And the packaging that you use, it specifically, you have certain procedures as to the packaging, because that way it could preserve the DNA,
The DNA that's inside them, yes.
preserve the integrity of the sample.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, if properly packaged, we can go back 20 years later and still be able to collect that DNA potentially.
If the sample's still there, yes. If it hasn't been utilized, the whole thing.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
May the witness be excused. Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused. State may call the next witness. I do. My name is Geraldo Bloise, Bloise. You may proceed.
Thank you. How are you employed, sir?
Orange County Sheriff's Office,
In what capacity?
Crime Scene Investigator Level 2,
How long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, 11 years.
Have you been a crime scene investigator with that agency for all 11 years?
No, I have previous experience.
Okay. During your 11 years with the Sheriff's Office, what various duties have you performed for them?
For them, I'm doing a crime scene investigator.
Okay. You indicated that you had experience prior to joining the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Correct.
Okay. Tell us what that is.
I was a police officer in San Juan, Puerto Rico for 6 years. And after that, I was transferred to the Institute of Forensic Science in San Juan, Puerto Rico. And after that, I received trainings in that capacity with the FBI, with the Institute of Forensic Science. And also here in Florida, I have a training with the FBI, with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, with the ATF. And also I have a BA degree in sociology and criminology, and also a master's degree in criminal justice with concentration in business administration.
As a crime scene investigator with the Orange County Sheriff, what are your job responsibilities?
As a crime scene investigator, our responsibility is to process any crime scene via taking notes, photographs, searching, collection, preservation, and submit the evidence to any lab if they needed any kind of lab test. Basically, this is general responsibilities that we have as a crime scene investigator in Sheriff's Office.
All right. So if I understand you correctly, it is the documentation, collection, and preservation of items of evidence.
Correct.
Okay. And from what you've said, you do not perform any analysis typically on evidence items that you've collected.
No.
Were you employed in this capacity with the Orange County Sheriff on July 16th of 2008?
Yes.
On that date, did you receive a Pontiac Sunfire,
Yes.
a 1998 white two-door vehicle, Florida tag G63XV?
That is correct.
How did that come into your possession?
That particular vehicle came to my possession through Detective Beasley.
Charity Beasley?
Correct.
How did it come to you? Did it arrive on some sort of transport vehicle?
Correct. That was transferred by a towing service truck at the forensic garage.
Once it arrived at the forensic garage of the Orange County Sheriff, where does it go?
Goes to the forensic garage bay.
In what condition did it arrive?
The vehicle arrived in good condition. I observed that the vehicle, all the doors of the driver's and passenger side trunk was sealed.
If I may have D for identification, which I believe is already admitted as 47. 47 in evidence. May I publish to the jury during witness's testimony?
You may.
Investigator Bloise, do you recognize what has been previously admitted into evidence as states 47?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
Is the vehicle with tag number G63X Victor.
Right. You had mentioned that this vehicle arrived in the forensic garage or arrived at your facility and was placed in the forensic garage with seals. Can you show us on that photograph what you're referring to? And you can touch the screen to assist you.
Okay.
It's a telestrator.
This area and this area.
If I may have 48 in evidence, permission to publish this item during the testimony as well.
You may publish.
Investigator Bloise, do you recognize 48 in evidence?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Is the vehicle that I received on July 16, 2008 is a Sunfire Pontiac white vehicle.
All right. You mentioned the seals as it relates to the trunk portion of the vehicle. Was the hood
Correct.
likewise sealed? Can you show us that item in the photograph? If I may have 49 in evidence. That would be F, yes. Okay. Permission to publish this item.
You may publish.
Investigator Bloise, do you recognize 49 in evidence?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Is the vehicle white Sunfire Pontiac that I received on July 16, 2008, and the vehicle doors is sealed at the driver's side.
All right. Is that this item?
Correct.
Aside from receiving the vehicle, did you also obtain evidence items from Detective Beasley?
Yes.
Were these evidence items contained within a black plastic garbage bag?
Yes.
Let me approach the clerk.
Right.
Let me show you NN for identification. Tell me if you recognize the packaging of that item.
Yes, I do.
Okay. How do you recognize it?
So recognize because I have my hand letters and have the day and the time that I collected from the evidence Q78.
Was this the bag that contained the evidence items given to you by Detective Beasley?
Correct. It's a black plastic bag with yellow handle. Yes, it is.
Were you also given a blue plastic crate?
Yes.
Did the bag and the crate contain a doll,
Correct.
a child's backpack,
Correct.
a child's toothbrush,
Correct.
black leather bag,
Correct.
various paper items,
Correct.
and plastic clothes hangers?
Correct.
Now, Investigator Bloise, given the length of service with the Orange County Sheriff and the prior experience that you've described with police agency in Puerto Rico, have you had the opportunity to come into contact with individuals who are deceased?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to smell the odor of human decomposition?
Yes.
How often or how regularly would you have been in a position to smell this?
In my experience in Puerto Rico and here, can say about 30, 40, 45 times. And sometimes I have to go to the medical examiner's office in order to get fingerprints from decomposed bodies sometimes, and I have that kind of encounter with that type of conditions.
All right. Have you had experience with bodies at varying levels of decomposition?
Oh, yes, I do.
As a result of your employment with the Orange County Sheriff and your prior experience, have you also had the opportunity to search for evidence in places such as dumpsters
Yes.
or the landfill?
Yes.
Did you break the seal on this Pontiac Sunfire when it arrived at the Orange County Sheriff?
Yes, when I opened the driver's door.
Is that the first seal that you broke, the driver's side door?
Yes, that was the first one.
Okay. And what were your observations upon breaking the seal?
My observations when I opened the driver's side, I immediately smell odor of decomposition coming from inside the car.
Is the interior portion of the car the first part of the vehicle that you began to document and or process?
That was the first one, correct.
All right. What's the first thing you do to document
The first-
condition of
I'm sorry, go ahead.
what is the first thing you do to document the condition of this piece of evidence?
As soon as I received the vehicle, the first things that I document is to photograph the vehicle exterior of the vehicle in the condition that I received the vehicle, and the second is to photograph the interior of the vehicle. And then documented what I observed through my reports.
All right. Well, in connection with your documentation of any particular evidence item, you take notes.
Correct.
You then utilize those notes to write a report so that you can recall the steps that you've taken as it relates to various pieces of evidence, correct?
Correct.
If I may have G for identification. At some point in time, did you attempt to determine whether or not the gas gauge on this vehicle was working properly?
Correct.
How did you determine that?
What I did in this case, I just photographed the vehicle and the instrumental panel, the way that I received it. And after that, I put some gasoline in the vehicle and then turn on the ignition of the vehicle to see the needle of the gasoline gauge level. And that way, I photographed it.
All right. Now, this process occurred later on, several months
Correct.
after you initially received the vehicle, correct?
That was correct.
Okay. Did you make a determination as to whether or not the gas gauge was in proper working order on the vehicle?
Yes, was working properly.
All right. And did you photograph the end result of your attempt to determine whether or not the gauge was in proper working order?
Correct.
All right. Does states G for identification accurately reflect the photograph of the end of that process?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce G for identification into evidence as the state's next numbered exhibit.
What says the defense?
No objections.
It be received in evidence as
And permission to publish briefly, Your Honor.
you may publish.
May I have H for identification, which has been previously admitted as states 50 in evidence? Okay. Investigator Bloise? Bloise?
Yes. Yes.
Do you see states 50 in evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may publish.
Was this photograph taken on July
16.
16th?
Correct. That is the interior of the vehicle, showing the driver's front seat and the driver's seat area.
May I have I for identification, which has been previously admitted as 34? Permission to publish that item? Do you see the item?
Yes.
Okay. What is it that you are documenting?
In the area was sunglasses and black CD case and a brown belt.
May I have J for identification, which has been previously admitted as states 35 in evidence? And permission to publish that item, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Was this photograph also taken on July 16th?
Correct.
And what is it that you're documenting through the use of photography here?
That area is the rear side of the inside the vehicle, showing the baby car seat and pairs of shoes, black pairs of shoes on the seat.
If I may have K for identification. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is it that you are attempting to document through the use of photography?
It is the mid-range photos that we call mid-range, and it's the picture of the baby car seat.
Okay. Does that photograph fairly and accurately reflect the condition of the Sunfire on July 16th of 2008 as you were documenting its condition?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce K for identification into evidence as the state's next numbered exhibit.
No objections.
It be received in evidence as states numbered.
Permission to publish this item briefly?
You may publish.
All right. If I may have states L for identification, which has been previously admitted as 51, I believe. Permission to publish this item since it's already in evidence, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Investigator Bloise, what is it that you are documenting through the use of photography in 51 in evidence?
That would be the seat area on the rear side and showing two pairs of shoes, female, one black, the other one is like a gold brown, and air freshener sheet that was found in that area of the vehicle.
Are you referring to the item that I have attempted to circle?
That is correct.
Based on your experience, well, I don't know if you do laundry. Do you know that to be a dryer sheet?
Yes.
If I may have M for identification. Hold on. Okay. Go ahead. Do you recognize what is shown in M for identification?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the underneath of the vehicle that I put on the lift in the forensic garage.
Okay. Does that photograph fairly and accurately reflect the condition of the bottom or the underside of the vehicle on July 16th, 2008, or shortly thereafter?
It is, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce M for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections.
Be received in evidence as states numbered.
Permission to publish this item to the jury, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Detective Bloise, Investigator Blindsey, excuse me, did you determine whether or not there were any foreign substances on the underside of the vehicle?
Yes, I did some inspection on the underneath of the vehicle.
And what were your findings upon inspection?
What I found on the vehicle was a dry leaf near to the transmission area, and the other one was a dry leaf nearest to the front, if I remember, chassis area of the front tire. And that is my observations at that moment underneath the vehicle, dry leaf too.
All right. Were you able to determine whether or not there were any animal parts
No,
on the underside of the vehicle?
no.
You were not able to determine, or there were not any?
There are
visible?
not any kind of animal parts underneath of the vehicle.
May I have N for identification? You see N for identification.
Yes,
Okay. What is it that you're documenting there through the use of photography?
that is a mid-terrain photo, and it's the trunk inside the vehicle.
Does that fairly and accurately reflect the condition of the trunk of the vehicle upon your receipt of it?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce N for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objection, sir.
You received an evidence and states numbered.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Investigator Bloisey, there is an item near the center that appears to have been removed. What is that?
that was one of the part of the spare tire cover well. There was a plastic that hold the spare tire cover well. It's a plastic.
This item
Correct.
here is the plastic. Did you remove it from the hole that appears next to it?
Yes.
When you received the vehicle, was the plastic cover on the hole?
Yes.
May I have O for identification? Do you see O for identification displayed on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Did you place markers into the trunk of the vehicle to assist you in documenting and identifying items contained within the trunk?
Yes.
Right. Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict the condition of the trunk once you've placed those markers inside?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce O for identification into evidence.
No objections, Judge.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may publish.
Investigator Bloisey, the marker A that is seen inside the trunk, what is it that you are demonstrating through the use of this marker?
That was a description of the dry sheet or air freshener sheet, letter A. And the second one will be letter B, which is a residue of dirt that I found inside the trunk.
Is this a different dryer sheet than was in the rear seat of the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay, and you are referring to the item that I've circled in red?
Correct.
Okay. You discussed dirt residue. Are you referring to the item that I've circled in red here?
Correct.
May I have P for identification? Do you recognize P for identification?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It's the back area of the spare tire cover well.
All right. At this point, has it been removed from the vehicle?
Yes.
Now, did your processing of this vehicle take several days?
Correct.
Was there a section of this spare tire cover that was removed prior to this photograph being taken?
Correct.
Does it then fairly and accurately depict the condition of the reverse side of the spare tire cover once the section had been removed?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce P for identification into evidence.
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
The
Until 3, we'll take our mid-afternoon recess.
Yes, sir. The section that was removed is that the area that I've circled?
Correct.
What is the material that comprises this spare tire cover? What's it made out of?
It's like kind of wood, and in the back is carpet, and the front is carpet and wood. Yeah.
Q for Q. What things show Q?
The inside of the trunk and letter C area that was the spare tire cover well, and at the same time, there's a description of the dry leaf that I observed in the trunk area.
All right. Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict the condition of that portion of the trunk after you have removed some items from it?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, at this point in time, I'd seek to introduce Q for identification into evidence.
No objections, Judge.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish this, Your Honor?
You may publish.
All right, investigator, can you explain again what it is that you are showing?
Basically, it's the dry leaf.
Overrule.
Go ahead.
It's basically the dry leaf that I observed in the trunk area.
The what?
A dry leaf. This
Oh.
area here, right there.
Yes, sir. All right. Now, was the spare tire with the vehicle when you received it?
Correct.
Let me clear that. Where would the spare tire be sitting prior to its removal?
In this area.
All right. In an earlier photograph, you were describing the spare tire cover being made out of some wood board and carpet.
Correct.
Would that sit on top of this section of the trunk in the manner that you've indicated with the blue mark?
Correct.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take our mid-afternoon recess. We will recess until 3:05. Please remember all of my previous admonitions, including but not limited to discussing the case among yourselves. Any additional instructions on behalf of the state of Florida or the defense?
No, Your Honor.
We'll be in recess. All right. State recognized persons of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
The defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
You may continue.
Thank you. May I have R for identification, please? Investigator Blaise, do you recognize what is shown in R for identification?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It is the trunk area when I remove the liner from the trunk.
I'm sorry?
Is the inside the trunk area.
Once you've done what to it?
Once I remove the liner from the trunk area.
Okay. Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict that you've described?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce R for identification into evidence.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
And permission to publish.
You may publish.
Investigator, what is it that you are attempting to show or document through photography in this exhibit?
I try to document the condition of the trunk area in the middle area of the floor when I remove the liner from the trunk.
All right. Is the tire removed as well?
Correct.
If I may have S for identification? Do you recognize what's shown in S?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the liner of the trunk when I remove from the vehicle.
Okay. You took the whole liner out of the Pontiac and took it somewhere else.
Yeah, to the forensic lab.
Okay. Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict the condition of that liner once it is removed from the vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce S for identification into evidence as the state's next numbered exhibit.
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish that item, Your Honor?
You may publish.
Investigator Bloise, can you explain to the jury what we're looking at?
We're looking at right now of the trunk area, the liner, and then I place two yellow markers, one with a letter L, the other one is with the letter R, which means the left side, to show you the left side of the liner and the right side of the liner. I'm the spare tire cover. Well,
All right. Are you referring to this area of the liner as the spare tire cover?
correct.
Okay. Is it one continuous piece of either carpet or fabric that covered the trunk at one time?
Yes.
If I may have T for identification. Investigator Bloise, do you recognize what is shown in T?
Yes.
And what is it that you are attempting to depict through the use of photography in this exhibit?
That will be the left side of the trunk area. Should be the left area, showing with pointer 12, which would be the left side of the trunk of the liner of the vehicle.
All right. Is the 12 intended to signify anything in particular?
Yes, the pointer number 12, when I inspected the vehicle, I observed what appears to be a human hair.
Does this photograph accurately depict that section of the liner as you found it and then place the indicator 12?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce T for identification into evidence.
No objections, Your Honor.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
All right. You indicate that the 12 is intended to show a human hair.
Correct.
Is that a single human hair?
Yes.
All right. Did you take a photograph, a close-up photograph of this section of the trunk liner in an attempt to actually capture the hair?
Yes.
If I may have U for identification. You see U for identification?
Yes.
Okay. Is this a close-up photograph of that section?
That is correct. That is the close-up that I tried to get the photograph of the hair.
All right. Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict the close-up of the single human hair that you were attempting to depict?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce U for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Judge.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
All right. And permission to publish this item.
You may publish.
Detective Bloise, Investigator Bloise, 86 in evidence. There's a red item shown in the photograph. What is that?
Correct. That was what appears to be a red fiber that I observed in that area on the left side of the trunk. And in that area, you can see part of the hair that was over that particular fabric in this area right here. You can see the hair right there.
Okay, can you take us along the length of the hair as you observed it there on the trunk liner?
Yes, most likely this is the length of the hair, approximately.
All right, if I may have S, or what's been introduced as 84. May I publish this item to the jury, Your Honor, for this
Right.
portion of the testimony? Investigator, can you show us where that hair was located in relation to the rest of the trunk liner that is shown in 84 in evidence?
Should be in this area.
Okay, the area in blue is where you...
Yeah, approximately in this area right here.
All right, if I may have V for identification. You had testified earlier that you received other evidence items from Charity Beasley.
Correct.
Detective Charity Beasley. If I could direct your attention to what has already been introduced into evidence as, I believe, 52. May I publish that item to the jury, Your Honor? Were these evidence items that were given to you by Detective Beasley?
Correct.
What did you do with those upon receipt?
When I received the items, I inspected and then I secured my evidence locker.
Did you ultimately package those items in some fashion?
Yes, I put especially the whole.
3 in evidence. Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor. Is this an item that you collected from Detective Beasley as well and then photographed?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you do with it after you received it?
I did a picture of the backpack, the interior of the backpack, and then proceed to preserve it.
Aside from the item, the pick marker number 12, did you collect other evidence items from the trunk over the course of several days?
Yes, I collected some more hair from the trunk and the residue, the air freshener sheet, and then I preserve it.
All right. If I may have, this is going to be an item with the clerk, IB for identification. All right. Approaching you with IB for identification. Can you take a look at the exterior packaging and tell me if you recognize it as something you've had contact with in the past?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize that item?
Have my initial on it, have the tag number of the evidence, which is H52025, the time that I collected 1447 hours, the date that I collected 7/17/08, and then the description of the evidence, which is the hair, and the location that I collected, which was the front edge of the trunk vehicle, tag G63XV, and have my name on it, on my hand wrapper.
Is this a different hair than the one that we saw in the trunk connected with the pointer 12?
That is correct, it's different.
And where was this one collected from?
This one was collected from the front edge of the trunk of the vehicle. When I opened the trunk, I observed the hair on the edge of the trunk, and I proceeded immediately to photograph it and collect it as evidence.
Did you collect this by hand or by the use of some other process?
In this kind, the hair, what I did is I photographed it, I collected using a twister with magnifier. I have an example here. If you allow me to show the viewers, no problem with that. Yes.
We'll get to that
Okay.
at the appropriate point. This, once it is sealed by you,
Correct.
what happens to it?
And then what I did is I seal it, preserve it, and submit it to evidence. Submit to evidence. To evidence, yes, to the lab.
If I may have IC for identification. Showing you IC for identification, tell me if you recognize the packaging as something you've had contact with in the past.
Yes, I recognize the package.
What indication is there on the package that you recognize?
It had my name on it, and then the day that I collected, 7/17/2008 at 1440 hours, and I collected from inside the trunk of the vehicle, G63X Victor, is an air freshener sheet or dry sheet, collected from the trunk area.
Had we seen a photograph of this earlier?
Yes,
Is this associated with the placard with B?
correct.
If I may have HT for identification. Counsel, this is Article 4. Article 4, Counsel. If I may approach the witness.
Have you taken a look at this item? Tell me if you recognize it as something you've had contact with in the past.
Yes, I recognize the package.
What do you recognize it?
Have the name on the package, and then the day that I collected, 7/17/2008 at 16 hours, and the location collected was inside the trunk, the vehicle, G63X Victor, X-ray Victor, and from the floor, and was a petri dish containing dirt particles with hair. That would be item number 4, tag number H52025.
Once you collect this, do you seal it and place it into this envelope?
Correct.
You had mentioned that this was collected at a certain time,
Yeah, 16 hours.
1600?
1600 at 4.
Okay.
All right, if I may have HX and HV, page 8 of the report.
May I have continuing permission? Let me show you HV for identification first. Tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I recognize the package.
What do you recognize it to be?
Have my name on it, and then the description of the location that I collected was inside the trunk, interior fender, well interior side, left side area, and it's a petri dish containing dirt particles. And that was a tag number H52025, and it's item number 6.
Do you indicate on the exterior the date and time of collection?
Yes, 7/18/2008, about 0016 hour, which is a midnight, 12:16 a.m.
Once that item is collected, is it placed into this package and sealed?
Correct.
Let me show you what's been marked as HX for identification. Tell me that's something you recognize as having had contact with it in the past.
Yes, I recognize the package, and it's dated 7/18/08, and time was 12:05, the time that I collected, and was located inside the trunk, interior fender, well area, the right side, and it's a petri dish containing dirt particles with hair.
Once that item is collected, is it placed into this package and sealed?
Correct.
If I may have HU, HW, and IO for identification. Let me show you what's been marked as HU for identification. Tell me if you recognize this article.
Yes, I recognize the package. The package, excuse me, and was dated 7/22, 2008. The time was 18 hours, which is 6 p.m. And the location collected was on the spare tire cover of the vehicle Florida tag G63X Victor, and it's a petri dish with hair, and it's a tag number H52025, and it's an item number 7.
Once this item is collected, is it placed into this package and sealed?
Correct.
Let me show you what's been marked as HW for identification. Do you recognize that as something you've had contact with in the past?
Yes, I recognize the package. It's a tag number H2025, item number 8, and was located on the spare tire cover well of the vehicle. Tag G63X Victor is a petri dish with hair, and it's item number 8.
Once this item is collected, is it placed into this package and sealed?
Correct.
We can come back to that item if I could just have HY.
How do you take a look at this item? Tell me if you recognize it as something you've had contact with in the past, and if so, what is it?
Yeah, I recognize the package, and it's tag number H52025, item number 9, and was collected in July 23rd, 2008 at 16:28 hours, which is 4:28. And the location of this evidence was on the bottom of the edge of the radiator vehicle, Florida tag G63X Victor, and it's a dry vegetation.
Once you collected that item, is it placed into this package and sealed?
Correct.
If I could have IA for identification.
If I can approach witness with IA for identification. Tell me if you recognize this item as something you've had contact with in the past, and if so, what is it?
Yes, I recognize the package. Is tag number H52025. Item number 12 was collected July 23rd, 2008, about 23:48 hours, which is 11:48. And the location of this piece of evidence was located on the seat underneath of the black shoes. Is an air freshener sheet, which is a dry sheet, and have my name on it. And it's item number 12.
Is this the dryer sheet we saw in the photograph in the back seat of the vehicle?
Correct.
Once it is collected, is it placed into this packaging and sealed?
Correct.
All right. If I could have HZ, ID, IE, IF, IG, and IH in sequence.
Let me show the witness HZ for identification.
You may.
How do you take a look at that? Tell me if it's an item that you recognize as having had contact with in the past, and if so, what is it?
Yes, I recognize the package. It's a tag number H52025. Item number 14 was collected at July 25th of 2008, about 14:03 hours, which is at 2:03 p.m. And the location of this piece of evidence was on the right side of the trunk liner vehicle Florida tag G63X Victor. Is a petri dish with hair, and it's item number 14.
Once that item is collected, is it placed into this package and sealed?
Correct.
Let me show you what's marked as ID for identification. Tell me if you recognize the packaging, and if you do, what is it?
Yes, I recognize the package. It's tag number H52025, item 16, and was collected on July 25th, 2008, 14:08 hours, and was located on the middle of the trunk, the liner, and the vehicle tag number G63X Victor is a petri dish with hair, and it's item 16.
Once that item is collected, is it placed into this packaging and sealed?
Correct.
Let me show you what's marked as IE for identification. Tell me if you recognize that as something that you've had contact with in the past, and if so, what is it?
Yes, I recognize the package. It's a tag number H52025 is item 17 and was collected in July the 25th, 2008 at 14:10 hours, which is 2:10 p.m. and was located on the left side of the trunk of the line of the vehicle tag G63 X-ray Victor, and it's a petri dish with hair, and that will be item number 17.
Once that item is collected, is it placed into this package and sealed?
Correct.
Let me show you what's marked as IF for identification. Tell me if you recognize that item as something you've had contact with in the past, and if so, what is it?
Yes, I recognize the package. Is tag number H52025 is item 18 and was collected in July the 25th, 2008 at 14:15 hours, which is 2:15 p.m. And the location of the item was on the left side of the trunk of the liner vehicle Florida tag G63 X-ray Victor petri dish with hair, and is item 18.
Once that item is collected, is it placed into this packaging and sealed?
Yes, correct.
Let me show you what's marked as IG for identification. Tell me if you recognize this as something you've had contact with in the past, and if so, what is it?
Yes, I recognize the package. It's a tag number H52025, item number 19, and was collected 14:18 hours, which is 2:18 p.m. Location of this particular evidence was on the left side of the trunk of the liner vehicle Florida tag G63 X-ray Victor, and it's a petri dish with hair.
Once that item is selected, is it placed into this packaging and sealed?
Correct.
Let me show you what's marked as IH for identification. Tell me if you recognize what's contained therein, and if so, what is it?
I recognize the package, and it's a tag number H52025. It's item 20 and was collected July 25th, 2008 at 14:20 hours, which is 2:20. And it's the location of this piece of evidence was in the left directional wire vehicle, the Florida tag G63 X-ray Victor, and it's a petri dish with hair, and that was collected from a directional wire of the vehicle, which is inside.
That wire to
The directional lights, yeah,
turn signal.
exactly.
Once this is placed into this packaging, once that is selected, is it placed into the package and sealed?
Yes.
II for identification.
You may.
Have you taken a look at this item? Tell me if you recognize it as something you've had contact with in the past, and if so, what is it?
Yes, I recognize the package is tag number H52025. Item 21 was collected in July the 25th, 2008, 14:22 hours, which is at 2:22 p.m. Location of this item on the left side of the trunk, the liner area, vehicle Florida tag G63 X-ray Victor, and it's a petri dish with hair. And this is item 21.
Is this the item, the single hair that we saw in the photograph with the directional pointer 12?
Correct.
Once that item is collected, placed into the petri dish, is it placed into this packaging and sealed?
Correct.
You place your initials then on the seal to ensure that it is not tampered with in any way.
Correct.
Is the same true for all of the evidence items that we've been discussing?
Correct.
If I may have IK, IL, IM, IN, and IO, if we can locate that one.
Stand down as it relates to this exhibit.
Yes, ma'am. First, stay down. And make sure he faces the court reporter so she can hear.
There are 4 evidence items associated with this box: IK, IL, IM, and IN. Can you first take a look at the entire package and tell me if you recognize it as something that you've had contact with in the past?
Yes, I recognize the package.
Right, and what do you recognize this to be?
The date that I collected, and there's some labels in this area, the date that I collected at the time. And
What is it?
this is the identification of the items that I collected. Is a label with the sheriff's office label. They say that it's a tag number H52025, and was collected on July 17, 2008. And that was collected from the interior of the trunk, which is a Florida tag, vehicle Florida tag G63 X-ray Victor. And the description on the inside this box is the right side of the trunk, the liner, the left side of the trunk, the liner, and the spare tire cover of the liner, and then have my name on it.
All right, so contained in this box is that trunk liner that we saw in the photograph once it's removed from the vehicle.
That is correct.
All right. Did you have to cut it in some fashion?
Yes, especially the spare tire cover to collect some evidence, but the left side and the right side, there's 2 pieces, the right and the left and the center. I don't cut it, I just remove the parts from the trunk, which is 1 piece on the left side, 1 piece in the center, and the other piece of the right side of the line trunk. So it is 3 pieces. I put it inside the box with the spare tire cover.
Maybe let's resume the seat.
May resume the seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Moment to open the box.
You may.
Maybe let's stand down again.
Witness, please stand down.
Thank you.
IK identification is Article 22, a piece of the spare tire cover. Do you see that inside the box?
Yes,
Can you retrieve it?
sure.
Actually, that is IN, which is Article 26. Is that the spare tire cover?
Correct.
Okay.
Can we set that aside?
Sure.
Article 22, which is IK for identification.
Is that Article 22?
Yes, that is correct. Article 22.
And what is contained in Article 22?
It's contain a piece of the spare tire cover that was collected from the spare tire cover well.
That is IK for identification. And that's her. Are there other items inside the box?
Yes. The left side of the liner, the black plastic cover from the edge of the trunk, and the other side is the right side of the liner of the trunk. There's a right and left.
All right, the left side of the trunk is IM for identification. The right side is IL.
Left.
And the right is IL.
This is the right side.
If the witness could resume his seat.
Witness may resume the seat.
All right, if I may have IJ for identification.
You may.
Let me show you IJ for identification. Tell me if you recognize that as something you've had contact with in the past.
Yes, I recognize the item. The package is tag H52025, item 27, and was collected on July 28, 2008 at 13 hours, which is 1 p.m. And location that I collected this piece of evidence was the spare tire cover and was 2 swabs that I collected from the spare tire cover.
Once those swabs are collected from the spare tire cover, do you put them in this packaging and seal it?
Yes.
All right. Any luck in locating IO for identification?
Gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a 5-minute stretch break to 5 minutes past the hour of 4. You may be seated. Okay, everybody ready to proceed?
I'd like to make a counsel.
Okay.
Second.
You may. All right, let's return to the jury. Okay, stay recognized, presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, you may continue.
All right. If I may approach the witness with items IO for identification and HS for identification.
You may.
Have you take a look at this packaging and tell me if you recognize it as something you've had contact with in the past?
Yes, I recognize the package. It's a tag number H51977. Item number 2 was collected on July 17, 2008, about 00:30 hours, which is 12:30 a.m., and was collected from the trunk of the vehicle G63 X-Ray Victor. And the description of the evidence that I collected is piece of a stained spare tire cover.
Once that piece of the spare tire cover was collected, was it placed into this box and sealed by you?
Correct.
Is this a piece of this tire cover that you've seen as IN for identification?
That is correct.
All right, I'm going to show you HS for identification. Take a look at this box and tell me if you recognize it as something that you've had contact with in the past.
Yes, I recognize the package, and it's tag number H52025, and its item number 31 was collected in July 25th, 2008, 17 hours, which is 5 p.m., and was collected from the vehicle tag number G63 X-Ray Victor, and the description of the piece of evidence is a piece of a spare tire cover collected from the vehicle.
All right, once that piece of the spare tire cover was collected, was it placed into this box and sealed by you?
Correct.
All right, is this item in HS for identification from the item IN for identification?
Correct.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce IB for identification into evidence, which is identified as a hair, article number 1,
What says the defense?
page 4 of the report.
You may. We received an evidence that states numbered.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce IC for identification, which is article 2, identified by the witness as a sheet of air freshener.
What says the defense?
No objection.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce HT for identification into evidence, which has been identified by the witness as dirt residue with hair, article 4.
No objection.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
At this point, I would seek to introduce HX for identification into evidence, article 5, Petri dish containing dirt residue.
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
At this point, I would seek to introduce HV for identification into evidence, identified by the witness as a Petri dish containing dirt residue, article 6.
No objections.
We received the states numbered.
I would seek to introduce IA for identification into evidence, identified by the witness as an air freshener sheet, article 12.
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce HZ for identification into evidence, article 14, identified by the witness as a piece of hair.
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce ID for identification, article 16, identified by the witness as a hair.
What says the defense?
No objections.
Pardon?
No objection.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
At this point, I would seek to introduce IE for identification into evidence, article 17, identified by the witness as a hair.
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
At this point, I would seek to introduce IF for identification into evidence, article 18, identified by the witness as a hair.
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Move to introduce IG for identification into evidence, article 19, identified by the witness as a hair.
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Move to introduce IH for identification into evidence, article 20, identified by the witness as a hair.
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
At this point, I would move to introduce II for identification into evidence, article 21, identified by the witness as a hair.
No objections.
We received an evidence as states numbered.
Move to introduce HU for identification, article 7, identified by the witness as a Petri dish containing hair.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Move to admit HW for identification, article number 8, identified by the witness as a hair.
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Move to admit HY for identification, article 9, identified by the witness as vegetation.
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Your Honor, at this point, I have no further questions of the witness on these issues.
Okay. Mr. Baez, you may proceed.
Certainly. May it please court, Mr. Rain. Good afternoon, Mr. Boise.
Good afternoon, Counsel.
I want to start back with the Pontiac Sunfire when it first arrived. The first thing that you did is do an external visual, did you not?
Yes, the first things that I did was inspection of the exterior of the vehicle. Yes, correct.
And then subsequent to that, what you would do is do an internal inspection.
Correct.
In plain English, look inside the car.
Correct.
Okay. And that would include the passenger side,
Correct.
the driver's side,
Correct.
the back seat,
Correct.
and the trunk.
Correct.
Now, I heard you testify earlier that you, upon opening the door of the car, you smelled decomposition.
That is correct.
And you specifically used the word decomposition because you don't know if it's human or non-human, correct?
Correct. What I used was a decomposition.
And that just basically means something is decomposing.
Yes.
Okay. And that could be animals.
Yes.
That could be meats.
Yes.
And that can also be human.
Yes.
Now, you also testified about being able to smell various bodies at various stages of decomposition.
Correct.
And that would include basic stages of decomposition, would it not?
Yes.
And these are in various environments.
Correct.
Various environments, I'm sorry.
Various.
Now, one of the common things that you see when you see a decomposing body are maggots.
Yes, depending on the stage
right,
of the body at that time. When it's full, completely decomposed, yes.
And depending on the stage of decomposition, you would see anywhere from thousands of maggots to even hundreds of thousands of maggots, would you not?
Yes.
Not to say that you would sit there and count them, but you could photograph them and you'd be able to see that, correct?
Yes, it's possible.
And this would also include puparia, that basically when the maggots hatch, they're shells.
Yes, but in that particular question or statement that you are doing right now, that will not be my expertise. I know that human decomposition is in different stage, but talking about that specific topic, it is not my expertise. I don't feel confidence talking about that specific topic.
I understand. And I only want to ask you about things that you've seen in your experience visually. I'm not going to ask you to identify any entomology or any entomological evidence. Okay?
Thank you, Counsel.
No problem. All right. Now, sir, you also testified that you've gone many times to medical examiners' offices to take fingerprints of decomposing bodies and things like that.
Yes.
However, would you not agree that when you go there, what you mainly smell is formaldehyde, the chemical?
Yes.
You don't really know you're smelling, you just smell it, do you not?
Yes, smell, yeah.
And that's what medical examiners use to preserve tissue.
Yes, but in different areas. Because when I go to, in this case, take a fingerprints of any decomposed body, it's a different area of the medical examiner. So most likely, there's no any kind of chemicals in that area, just the body inside the freezer.
But when you go into any medical examiner's office or any medical examiner's area, that smell is everywhere, is it not?
It's correct.
And you also smell fecal matter as opposed when a body is decomposing, do you not?
Yes.
And those are different sources of smell, and it's hard to pinpoint exactly what comes from what.
Well, it depends. Once again, if I'm doing fingerprints on decomposed body, I know that smell from a decomposed body. It is because that smell is unique. For instance, when I have my first case with a decomposed body in Puerto Rico, that smell, when you smell it, you will never forget that smell. So that is, I want to differentiate between the chemicals that you're talking about using at the medical examiner's office, and then, with the dead body in a stage of full decomposition state is completely different. So it's unique, and in my personal professional opinion, you will never forget that smell once you have that experience in your life.
And also, sir, there are different smells with different stages of decomposition. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, the only different is the other when start to do the decomposed smell, but weak, I can say that. But when he's a full decomposition, it's very strong smell.
Mr. Boise, if you can answer my question, sir, please.
I'm sorry, yeah.
My question is, at different stages of decomposition, you have different smells, do you not? For example, let me expand upon that. For example, once a body's orifices are exposed, that smell is different than that of a newly deceased body that just began to decompose. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree with that, yes.
Now, you also testified about the gas gauge in the car.
Correct.
However, you didn't take the car out for a spin, did you?
No.
So you don't know if after driving it a certain period of time, that gas gauge just sinks down.
No.
And all you can testify is that you put gas in the gas tank and it rose up a little bit.
Correct.
Now, the air freshener sheets that you got, you also talked about, actually, let me ask you this. Were you given any information about that car prior to receiving it?
The only information that I obtained from the detective is that the vehicle was related with a missing child.
Okay. So you were not informed that Cindy Anthony had put those air fresheners in there?
No.
You were not informed that she sprayed the entire car with Febreze?
No.
And the dry leaves that you found underneath the chassis, and underneath the car, they're of no forensic value, were they not?
Depends. If we have a standard to compare with, that would be a forensic value for that piece of evidence.
But as far as you know, in the work you've done, those dry leaves, have no forensic value to this case. Not necessarily, Judge.
Sustained.
Were those dry leaves sent out anywhere for analysis?
My best recollection, I was submitted to a lab.
And did you receive any results that may have assisted in this investigation?
Not to my best recollection, no.
Now, as part of your examination, you then began to focus on the trunk, did you not?
Not necessarily, just
After the
exterior. After, yes.
Yes, sorry.
All right, no problem.
Now, part of your inspection is you did a thorough search of the trunk of the car.
Correct.
And part of that thorough search is going through there with tweezers and pulling out hairs.
After I removed the liner, yes.
And in addition to that, you also did vacuumings.
Correct.
And the vacuuming of the car, when I say that, I don't mean you're vacuuming to clean the car, right?
Correct.
It's a handheld device that has a filter that catches anything that would catch any evidence that you might have.
That is correct.
And that's the purpose of it, because it would be even more thorough than something than inspector looking at it through the naked eye
It is correct, yes.
and pick up the most minute particles that might be in that trunk.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, you use what's called an alternate light source, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And what this does is this gives different reflections, so you might identify stains in the trunk of the car.
Yes.
Doesn't necessarily mean that those stains are of forensic value, but it would be exactly where you may want to concentrate on.
Correct.
For example, if you have a bed sheet and you're looking for a speck of blood, the alternate light source would be able to help you find that. That's not observable to the naked eye.
Correct.
So when you did that, you found a portion of the car that had a stain, did you not?
Yes.
And it's not uncommon to find stains in trunks of cars, are they?
It is possible that we found some stains, yes.
It's fairly common that everybody's got trunks, they throw things in there, and sometimes they stain the trunk, right?
It is possible.
Okay. Fairly common though, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now that you've been able to identify a specific stain, the next thing you do is you utilize a product called Blue Star.
Yes, I use a chemical that we call Blue Star.
Now, Blue Star is similar to luminol, but it's not luminol, right?
Correct.
And in fact, Blue Star is one of the leading forensic tools to help you identify blood.
Correct.
And this is important, obviously, in a case like this, because if you have blood in the trunk of a car, that would certainly be important.
Correct.
And what Blue Star does on top of things is that luminol does not, is it actually exposes the stain for a longer period of time.
Correct.
And it's even better than luminol, because at certain times, there's certain items that it would identify that luminol does not.
Correct.
And it also limits the false positives, meaning it's a banana stain instead of a blood stain.
That is correct.
Now, when you sprayed the stain area with Blue Star, tell the jury what the results were.
Negative results.
Now, subsequent to this, you did what is called a presumptive test for that stain, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And this is taking it a step further, that you have basically a forensic tool that will give you, I'm trying to break this down a little bit more plain English, is it will give you a preliminary result of whether that's blood or not.
That is correct.
And tell the jury what the presumptive test told you.
When I performed the presumptive test on those specific areas, I observed what appears to be a blood, negative results.
And finally, while we're dealing with that stain, you can take things a step further and swab them for DNA.
That is correct.
And you actually did that in this case. Even though the Blue Star was negative, and even though the presumptive test was negative, you took it a step further and were even more thorough and swabbed it for DNA.
Part of the protocol is to collect swab samples from the area, yes.
And are you aware of what those results are?
No, I do not.
Okay. You wouldn't have received the results back from the lab as to what the DNA results were of
If
that
you're
stain?
talking about the swab samples?
Yes.
Sustained.
We'll come back to that. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about the hairs in the trunk. You initially found, upon your first inspection, how many hairs, sir? And please feel free to refer to your report and any notes that you may have.
Hairs by hand, in total?
Correct.
12.
Okay.
And
Let me stop you there for a second. We're gonna take this one step at a time. When did you first collect the first set of hairs?
that was collected in July 17, 2008. That would be the tag number H52025 that was found in the front edge of the vehicle. That was the first one.
Okay. Now, these hairs are of multiple sizes, are they not? Lengths, I should say.
That one in particular was long. The other one that I talked about in Q12 was pointer 12. I can say a little longer too, but the other ones I can't say the size.
They were different sizes and colors, were they not?
I can't testify about that because I don't know.
From what you observed, sir.
Well, What I observed on the first hair, yes, I can say is a longer in Q12, which is, pointer number 12, which was Q12 when I submitted to the lab. Yes, I can say that because I observed that was a long hair both. But the other ones is very hard to tell because it was collected by the vacuum. I don't know if those hairs was inside the dirt. I can say that.
And how many hairs did you select individually, not from the vacuum?
I said before 12 by hands.
How many? 4?
12.
12 by hand. Okay.
Yes.
And some of them were dark brown.
I don't remember right now the color.
Some of them, do you remember if some were blonde?
I don't remember.
Sustained.
You also found animal hair in the trunk of the car, did you not?
No, I can't say that. I don't know if there's animals or not. No.
We'll get back to that in a few, but let me ask you this. Now, you're experienced in trace recovery, are you not?
I'm sorry, what was the question again?
You're experienced in trace recovery, are you not, sir?
I have some experience, trace, yes, evidence.
And what that means for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury is recovery of evidence that is trace evidence, the minute amounts of evidence. Very
Yeah.
small pieces, which would include hairs,
Could be, yes.
textile fibers, and a whole array of different things.
Yes.
Now, as part of your job, of course, you don't want to contaminate anything that you're inspecting, right?
Correct.
And you would then wear a white jumpsuit,
Correct.
and
Tyvek.
that's what you did in this case.
Correct. Tyvek and hairnets and yes, and gloves.
I'm getting to that. You also wear a hairnet so none of your hair gets in the trunk of that car,
Correct.
and gloves so none of your DNA would get in that car as well.
Correct.
And oftentimes you'll even wear a mask.
Yes.
I noticed you got a little shrubbery there. All right, so this is all to protect further contamination of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And you take all of these precautions because hair is one of the easiest things that shed on a human being.
Yes.
In fact, we shed hundreds of hairs every day,
Yes. I say so. Yes.
and that's what assists you in your job.
Correct.
And to find hairs in the trunk of the car is fairly common.
I don't say that it's very common.
Okay, let's explore that. I take my sweater off, I throw that in the trunk of the car. It's possible a hair will transfer from that to the car.
Well, in that kind of examples that you gave it to me, Counselor, yes, it's possible.
If I have clothing or a backpack and I have hair on the backpack, I put it in the trunk of the car. That will transfer hair.
It's possible, yes.
And this car is how old?
I'm sorry again.
The car that you inspected, sir, how old is it?
I believe it's 98.
Right.
Yes.
So it was over 10 years old when you inspected it.
Yes.
And over 10 years, there's going to be quite a bit of trace evidence that might be in that car.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to asking the inspector.
Sustained.
Have you ever inspected older cars?
Object to the relevance.
I think it is.
Overrule as to that question. Question calls for yes or no answer.
Sometimes.
You sometimes
Depends what you use the definition of all cars means.
cars that are 10 years or older.
Yes.
And those are usually much more dirty than a car that's maybe a year old.
Depends the owner.
But generally speaking, wouldn't you agree?
I agree, but depend on the owner.
All right. Now, did you send each and every single hair to be tested for mitochondrial DNA?
Yes. Yeah, my best precaution, yes.
So it's your testimony that every single one of these hairs was tested for mitochondrial DNA.
I send it to the lab, but I can't say that every single one was tested by mitochondrial DNA. I can't say that. I just submitted to the evidence to the lab, but the decision of what kind of a specific test will be run in that specific item, that is not my decision. It's the decision of the lab.
And for the benefit of the jury, the mitochondrial DNA is a type of DNA that's generally used when identifying hair.
Your Honor, I'm going to object outside of the stated expertise of the witness.
Sustained unless there's a foundation laid.
You're aware you actually send pieces of evidence to labs all the time, do you not, sir?
Yes.
And you're aware, and I'm not asking you to be a DNA, if you're a DNA expert, but you're aware of which pieces of evidence are generally sent to which departments of the lab, are you not?
Correct.
Like you would send a bullet to ballistics.
Correct.
Like you would send a fingerprint or a latent print to an analyst that would look at fingerprints.
Correct.
And you would send hair towards mitochondrial DNA as opposed to nuclear DNA.
Once again, when I submit here, my explanation in the sentence is for DNA. Whether or not about the mitochondrial DNA is not my decision. The only things that I put in my submission is DNA. That specific term, mitochondrial DNA, it is not my decision to make that determination to run that particular piece of evidence and that particular DNA for mitochondrial DNA. I'll be the lab, not by me.
All right. Investigator Boise, let's go back to the hairs. You got 12 by hand.
Yes.
Correct? And then you got how many by the vacuum?
May I
Absolutely,
check
sir.
notes? 11 vacuums.
So now you have a total of 20, oh my goodness, 23.
Yeah, approximately, yes.
All right. And subsequent, and that's after inspecting the car how many times?
The vehicle I inspected about 12 times. Well, 12 times, yes, about 12 times I inspected the vehicle.
So that vehicle, particularly the trunk and its liner, were searched top to bottom.
I can say that I searched the trunk very, I did the best I can, but I think that I inspected very well the trunk of the vehicle, yes.
You did a very thorough job, sir.
Yes.
And in fact, this car is probably the most thorough you've been on any car.
I'm telling you right now, based on my experience, I have previous vehicles that I have to inspected that I have to spend days. This is not the only car that I inspected.
I'm not saying it's the first time you've ever searched a car
Okay.
that often, but it's right up there with the most amount of times you've ever searched a car.
The time, yes,
Okay.
I agree with that.
And subsequent to all of this, you were also present when the defense inspected the car.
Yes, on one occasion, yes.
And we contracted Dr. Henry Lee, did we not?
Sustained. Just a second, the court reporter. Until I tell you to proceed, when the court reporter goes over there, she has to sit down, reconnect her machine, and put her headphones on. She cannot take down while she's moving. Are you ready, Madam Court Reporter? Ms. Burdick?
I'm just going to move to strike the question from the record.
Okay. I'm not going to strike it from the record, but I will advise the jury to disregard the last question. Okay, you may continue, Mr. Baez.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Bloisy, the defense went and inspected the car.
Yes,
And during the defense inspection, that consisted of the trunk liner.
correct.
And while inspecting the trunk liner, additional hairs were found.
That is correct.
And you collected these hairs
Correct.
and you submitted them as evidence.
Correct.
And there was also on the trunk liner certain animal hairs that were pointed out as well.
I don't have any recollections about the animal hairs on the trunk.
Did you not take notes, sir?
Yes, I did.
Do you have those notes with you?
No, I destroyed the notes. This is my notes.
You're referring to your report,
My report, this is my notes.
but you destroyed the notes from which you wrote that report.
Correct. And based on the legal bulletin that we have at the sheriff's office.
Sir, just answer the question if you can.
Yes.
Now, you wrote this report and I know you've written multiple reports, but the report relating to the car and the vehicle inspection was written January 1st of 2009.
Correct.
And this was approximately 6 months after you had inspected the vehicle.
That was let me explain that, to clarify that.
Answer the question and then you can explain.
Yes.
Okay.
May I explain?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Counsel. That specific day is the date that my supervisor reviewed my report, and then that is the day that he signed it for it, after he reviewed my report. But all my reports that we have is 43 pages, and is made by activity log investigation is by date. So what he did is always, as a procedure, the supervisor reviewed the report and signed the day that he reviewed the report.
So see if I understand your answer correctly. So what you're saying is you wrote the report, it just wasn't reviewed until 6 months later.
Yes, he reviewed it that date that is signed by my supervisor, which is 1st January 2009. I'm sorry. I was on January the 1st, 2009.
Now, you testified on direct about some garbage that you received as evidence, did you not?
Garbage. I don't recall the
Garbage,
trash.
garbage that was turned over to you?
Oh, you're talking about in my report?
Yes.
Yes, trash. Yes.
Trash garbage, sorry.
Trash, yes.
Okay, so you had some trash that was given to you, correct?
Correct.
And this was moist garbage, was it not?
Trash, yes, moist.
Moist trash, okay. You prefer the term trash?
Yes, because I put that in my report, trash, and I would like to use trash in my report.
All right.
I try to be accurate in my testimony here, because I use trash, and I would like to use trash.
That's okay, we'll talk trash.
Okay.
Now, in this trash, there were multiple packages of food.
Yes.
I'm going to object. This is outside the limited scope of direct at this point.
Overruled.
On page 23 and 24 of your report, there are 37 items of garbage, or sorry, trash, that was recovered and listed as evidence, was it not?
Correct.
Okay. And rather than read them all into the record, I'd like to point out a couple of items for you, if I may.
Go ahead.
There was a bottle with chewing tobacco spit in it.
What number is? Please, Counsel, if you help me.
Sure. It's not in here, is it, sir? Can you look at it from 1 to 37 and see if you can identify a bottle with chewing tobacco spit in it?
The only things in the page 23 that I found, which is number 5, is an empty circular metal box, Copenhagen tobacco, with number SLN8178. That is related with tobacco. I don't see anything spit over there. Let me see. In page 24, item 13, Counselor, empty crystal light bottle, 60 ounce, proof of purchases number 31600024701.
And
With brown liquid.
That's the brown liquid.
Yes, the brown liquid.
Did that appear to be chewing tobacco spit?
I can't say that. It's very hard to tell that.
Okay. There were also other packages of cheese.
Yes.
In fact, 3 boxes of Velveeta cheese.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is outside the scope of direct. I have not talked to this witness at all. But I did not. Only with William McBride.
With this witness?
Not yet.
Let me think for a second. You're correct. Sustained.
I will move on, Judge. I thought we went into that area, but if that's what the court's
No, I was
recommendation.
the other witness that identified the photograph that received the trash out of the thing. So
Sure.
state is correct.
Your Honor, I'll reserve my other questions for this witness as we go into those other areas.
Okay.
Thank you, Investigator Blazey. Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Counselor.
Any redirect as to those areas?
Investigator Blazey, I wanted to clarify when you referred to the negative results as a consequence of using Blue Star on either the interior or the trunk of that vehicle. What are the negative results for?
For blood.
Negative for blood. Okay. When you are inspecting a vehicle or preserving evidence, you take notes, handwritten notes on a notepad, piece of paper. How do you accomplish the recording of what you are doing and when you are doing it?
Yeah, handwriting, a piece of paper, and in the activity log, yes.
Okay. After you complete your processing of whether it be a vehicle or any other item of evidence, you then take those notes and create a report from your notes.
That is correct.
Okay. And then at that point, once your report is created, is when you destroy the notes pursuant to Orange County Sheriff's Office policy.
Correct.
What's the objection?
Yes. One, it's leading. Two, the answer relies on hearsay.
As the hearsay overrule as to leading sustained, rephrase your question.
Once you have written a report from your notes, what happens to the notes?
With the notes, as soon as I finish my report, I destroy the notes based on Legal Bulletin 97-09 made by the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Based on this legal decision, and then I destroy the notes.
You had indicated during cross-examination that there are universal precautions taken to prevent cross-contamination of evidence. When Mr. Baez referred to a defense inspection of the vehicle, did those individuals inspecting take those precautions?
By the defense?
Yes.
To say yes.
Did they wear hairnets?
Not specifically a hairnets, just gloves, but no hairnets.
Just gloves?
Correct.
Based upon the experience that you have told us about, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the odor that you smelled in the car was of a particular type of decomposition?
Correct.
Do you have an opinion?
The opinion, yes, a human decomposition.
Objection.
What's the objection?
Proper predicate. This witness isn't qualified to give an opinion. He's not an expert in the field of human decomposition.
Objection overruled. You may answer the question.
Based upon the experience that you've described, do you have an opinion as to whether or not the smell that you smelled in the vehicle was of a particular type of decomposition?
Correct. Based on my 23 years experience and sometimes 30 or 40 times dealing with fully decomposed body, yes, I can determine. Professionally speaking, my opinion is that it was the smell of human decomposition.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I want to follow up with.
Recrossing to those areas and those areas alone.
Yes, sir. The notes that are since destroyed could never be inspected by the defense, could they?
No.
And you can't testify that there are things in your notes that are not in your report, can you?
Once again, Counselor and members of the jury, everything that is reflected in this report is accurate to my handwriting.
My question was, sir, because you don't have the notes, you can't testify that everything in that report was what's written in your notes.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. You can answer it one more time.
Again, everything that I did with my handwriting notes is reflected in this report.
That's not the question I asked you, sir. I said you can't testify because you don't have your notes that everything that you had in your notes made it to your report.
Objection asked and answered.
Now, I just want to be clear. During cross-examination, we were clear that you used the word decomposition, correct?
Correct.
And you also testified that the reason you chose that word was because you couldn't determine which type of decomposition it was. Do you remember testifying to that?
Correct. But I used that terminology in a simple way, decomposition. That was my intention when I put that in my report.
Correct. And when I asked you that that's because there are different types of decomposition, you answered, that's correct.
Correct.
And that's why you did not specify human decomposition, correct?
It's possible, correct.
However, when Ms. Rain-Burdick comes up and does redirect, it's now human decomposition.
Yes, because she asked me about based on my experience, then I can say on my experience, can say that.
And when you testified earlier about decomposition, you weren't talking about your experience.
Because they don't ask me that question.
But you weren't talking about your experience, is my question.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Were you talking about someone else's experience, sir?
Objection argumentative asked and answered.
Sustained.
Were you referring to someone else's opinion?
Your Honor, objection. Relevance.
Overruled as to relevance.
Or were you referring to someone else's opinion?
Not my opinion.
Your opinion. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Constable.
May the witness be excused, subject to recall.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the time is now approximately 8 minutes past the hour 5.
All right, we're going to be moving on. So he had the smell of decomposition or human decomposition, and they have the practice of destroying their notes. So you can't say for sure that everything that he wrote in the notes got to the report. I think that was a decent point brought out. But yeah, okay, so we got through all the crime scene text. We'll see if we got more coming up. Moving on to day 10. Actually, we're going to take a quick break, very brief break. We'll be right back.
You may be seated. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys, both sides ready to proceed. Let's bring the jury in. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you heed my previous admonitions not to discuss this case among yourself along with the numerous other laundry list of things you were not supposed to do? Okay, does the state recognize the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
And does the defense? State may call their next witness.
State would call Karen Korsberg Lowe.
My name is Karen Korsberg. Korsberg is Korsberg, Lowe, Lowe.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Ms. Lowe.
Good morning.
Could you please tell us where you work?
I'm a trace evidence examiner at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity by the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
I've worked for the FBI for over 15 years, 13 in my current position.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background in the job you presently have?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from the University of Scranton in Scranton, Pennsylvania, a Master of Science degree in criminal justice from Northeastern University in Boston, Massachusetts, and I've taken several postgraduate forensic science classes at the George Washington University in Washington, D.C.
Those various courses that you, or degrees that you've obtained and courses that you had, did those involve the use of microscopic examination of items?
To some extent in school, yes, and I also had on-the-job training.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about what training you've obtained through the FBI that qualified you in the position you presently have.
Prior to becoming an examiner, I spent just over a year in training. This was Under the direction of other qualified examiners, I looked at thousands of hairs and fibers. I read pertinent journals, articles, and books. I took tests. I took oral boards and reports. And when I successfully completed all the components of my training, I was then qualified as an examiner.
And how long, excuse me, how long ago was it that you became qualified as an examiner?
About 13 years.
And in those 13 years, have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in the area of first examination of trace evidence?
Yes, I have.
And approximately how many times have you been so qualified?
This is my 44th testimony.
And how many different jurisdictions, if you know, have you been qualified as an expert to give opinions in that area?
I don't know the number, but it's been all over the country in both federal, state, and local level.
And specifically in the area of the microscopic examination of hairs, how many times have you been qualified? Do you have that as a separate figure?
I don't really track it that way, but the majority of the testimonies that I've had have at least touched on hair examinations.
And again, in a number of different jurisdictions around the United States, is that correct?
That's correct.
This time, Your Honor, would submit the witness as an expert in the area of the microscopic examination of trace evidence, specifically microscopic examination of hair.
You can have a brief review on her qualifications.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Now, this is the first time you've ever testified on hair banding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Lowe, the topics that you are going to cover today in your testimony, the amount of training that you received was a 6-month course? It's a training that I'm inquiring on, Judge.
Overruled at this point.
You may answer the question, ma'am.
The hair portion of the intensive training that I described was 6 months, yes.
And the courses that you have covered, that you have taken on this topic that you're about to testify today, there are a total of 3? Or was it just that one course?
The training that I'm talking about was the year on the job training.
And only a portion of that 6-month on-the-job training covered this topic.
That's correct.
And the rest of your knowledge that you've gained on this topic is by reading articles?
Reading articles and experience in casework.
And when you say experience in casework, you're referring to examination that you have actually examined.
That's correct.
And when you examine something, you render an opinion.
That's correct.
So what you're talking about as to your experience and on-the-job training is you giving an opinion.
Sustained.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
I've submitted her as an expert. I don't know if the court ruled on whether I can proceed with
Any objections?
Previous motions and objections.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Ms. Lowe will be accepted as an expert witness in the area of microscopic examination of trace evidence, particularly hair examination. You may continue.
Ms. Lowe, you could just give us talk a little about the history of the science of microscopic examination of hair. In general, how long has that been around as a recognized field of forensic science?
It's been, in literature, it's been done as early as the late 1700s. In this country, specifically the FBI, hair examinations have been done since the 1930s.
Just take the jury, if you will, generally through the process of the forensic examination of hairs as you do it,
Okay.
and just in general.
They're done in essentially 3 steps: collection, identification, and comparison. Collection is how the hairs are removed from the items of evidence that have been submitted in a case. Identification and comparison is done with a comparison microscope. So when the hairs are removed from an item of evidence, they're placed on a glass microscope slide for the examiner to examine with a comparison microscope. And a comparison microscope has 2 high magnification microscopes connected by what's called an optical bridge. The optical bridge allows me to look at 2 samples side by side in the same field of view, kind of like a split screen TV, so that I can directly compare the characteristics in one sample to the other. If I do a comparison and I find that the characteristics present in one sample are all present in the same arrangements and distribution in the other sample, I can conclude that they're consistent with coming from the same source.
Now, is it possible in your field to ever positively identify one hair as matching another, like DNA kind of thing?
No, hairs are not a means of positive identification. I can't say that one hair came from an individual to the exclusion of all others. But if they exhibit the same microscopic characteristics, I can say that they're consistent with coming from that same source.
And by corollary, if they show different characteristics, can you exclude?
I can exclude to different levels. If the individuals are within the same race and the characteristics are different, I can say that they're not consistent with coming from the same source. The exclusion is a little bit stronger if the differences are more significant. In other words, a racial origin difference that hair couldn't come from this individual.
Now, are there things that microscopically you can determine about hairs, as in how they were removed from the scalp, things that have happened to them since they were, things like that? Are there things that the science accepts that you can determine by looking microscopically at a hair?
I can determine the racial characteristics that are present. The root appearance will tell me how the hair was removed from the body, if it naturally fell out or if it was pulled out, if there's evidence of disease, damage, or artificial treatment, and of course, most importantly, if it's consistent with coming from the same source as a known sample.
And are those examinations that are generally done, not in your laboratory, but in many laboratories around the country, in the world, that do these kinds of examinations?
Yes.
Now, are there in the literature certain signs that point to decomposition as being related to some artifact in hair?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us kind of what is the history of the science on that issue?
The first papers that I'm aware of that were published were in 1988
One of the authors was Petracco. This was in the Journal of Forensic Science. And this was an evaluation of the morphology and evidentiary significance of human hair roots. In this paper, they looked at hairs in all of the growth phases and specifically talked about hairs that showed characteristics of apparent decomposition. And they defined a postmortem root band as an opaque band that appeared to be made of parallel elongated air spaces. And it seemed to be at the transition between the portion of the hair that would still be within the scalp and the keratin or the protein in this area of the hair would still be soft, and the portion of the hair that would be above the scalp and the keratin in this area would be hardened. So the postmortem root band seemed to be at that transition period between the hard and the soft keratin. There's a paper in 1998 that was an evaluation of human hair roots for DNA examination. The author was Lynch. This was also in the Journal of Forensic Sciences. In this paper, they were mostly looking at determining whether or not nuclear DNA could be conducted on hair roots of different appearances. But in part of this paper, the application of an enzyme seemed to mimic one of the characteristics that you can see in decomposition, where the hair comes to a point at the root end. In 2000, there's a paper by Tafaro, also in the Journal of Forensic Sciences, and this is a case study of 2 cases where the appearance of apparent decomposition in hairs helped them to recreate crime scenes. One of the cases, someone had been held at one location and then the body was found at another location, and hairs that had appearance of decomposition were found in the original location, so it helped them to figure out the timeline or what had happened. And finally, there's another paper by Lynch in 2001, and this was a 2-part paper. The first one, they looked at samples from 22 cases where they took postmortem hair samples. Each case, they looked between 10 and 15 hairs, and they looked to see when they started to see any characteristics of decomposition. They saw a postmortem root band as early as 2 days. In other cases, it was seen at 4 days, and the latest it was seen was 15 days. The postmortem root band actually was one of the less common characteristics of decomposition that they saw in the hairs in those cases. Another portion of this paper dealt with anagen hairs, or hairs that had been forcibly removed from living individuals, and these hairs were placed on tape in the woods. In a winter period, they were left for 42 days, and in a summer period, they were left for 14 days, and no changes in the appearance of the root was noted.
So let's go back through a few of these. The original paper from 1988 that you described, did that involve hairs that were taken from known decomposing bodies and then examined? Is that how that?
Yes.
Okay. The last paper you talked about, part of the paper was an attempt to place hairs in environmental conditions. Was that to see if hairs taken from live people could mimic those hair bandings? That was the purpose?
That's correct.
And did they find that it did not?
Right. None of the hairs in that particular study showed any changes.
In any of these, all these studies that you've discussed with us, are these all published in peer-reviewed, respected journals in forensic science?
Yes, they're all published in the Journal of Forensic Science.
And in any of those journals, did the researchers find, let me back up on that. Does the research reveal what causes the hair band? In other words, what the biological or chemical process is that causes the hair band?
No, we're not sure exactly what causes it, just what the microscopic appearance of the characteristics are.
But from the peer-reviewed journals that you've discussed, is there any indication that this particular artifact is created by something other than the contact between the hair and a decomposing body?
That appearance hasn't been replicated in the journal articles that I mentioned.
Now, if I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Right.
And ask if this is a poster that was prepared by your laboratory for purposes of sort of educational purposes.
It was.
Would it be helpful for you to use this in describing to the jury the different root characteristics we're talking about?
It would.
I'm not going to understand, Your Honor. I would like to show the jury the conscious process.
Any objections?
No objections.
Okay.
Witness,
Yes, you may.
I would have the witness step down here. Would you like to try to use one of those lavalier mics so that she'll be?
I think it would be very helpful.
Do you have one of those somewhere? Switch your mic up. And you might have to press something that stands with her into a reverse. Let me get the other one set up. Okay, everybody here? Just speaking, make sure that
Can everyone hear me?
Okay. Ms. Lowe, if you would just kind of take us through your poster and what it demonstrates about hair roots. So let's get that out.
The top portion of the poster shows hairs in 2 of the 3 growth stages. There are a total of 3 growth stages: anagen, catagen, and telogen. Anagen is the active growth stage, which is depicted here. There's pigment production all the way through, and you can see that the root portion of the hair is distorted. This hair was forcibly removed, so it was still actively growing. The cuticle layer, which is the outer portion of the hair, it's a layer of scales which overlap kind of like fish scales. Sure. Within the follicle, there's also a cuticle layer as part of the internal root sheath, and that the scales of the 2 cuticles are in opposite directions, which lock the hair in place.
So for a second, you just use the word, I don't think any of us know, internal root sheath. Is there any way you can demonstrate on that what you mean by that?
It's within your scalp. That's what keeps the hair in your scalp. So the outer portion of the hair, the cuticle, interacts with the cuticle layer of the internal root sheath to keep a hair in place. So if you pull out a hair and it hurts, that's why. So if a hair has been forcibly removed, the portion that's still in the scalp, I talked about earlier, the keratin still being soft, and this is why it gets distorted, because it hasn't hardened completely all the way through like in a naturally shed hair. The hair on this side, which shows the club root, this is a telogen hair. So this hair has completed the growth cycle and it's been naturally shed, either through grooming or another hair starting to grow. The pigment production has shut down. You can see the black specks in here. Those are air spaces. And it's formed this characteristic club shape where it kind of looks like a Q-tip. So if I see this in a hair, I know that this hair has been naturally shed. Club roots or telogen hairs don't show any characteristics of decomposition. They don't seem to be affected by the decomposition process. So the hairs that we do see...
Is that because presumably they're shed before death?
Not necessarily. They may still be...
Leading.
Overruled.
They may still be in the hair and haven't been shed yet. Again, nobody knows what exactly causes the appearance of the decomposition, but it's thought because the keratin is hardened in these hairs, it's not as vulnerable to the mechanism that creates the appearance. So the only hairs that we tend to see any characteristics of decomposition are hairs that are still in the anagen phase, where the keratin is still soft. And again, it's thought to be that transition phase where the portion above the band or any characteristics is hardened, and the portion that would still be underneath the scalp is soft. And the appearance of the band in the postmortem root banding seems to be at that transition phase.
The transition phase between the part that's still growing and the part that's already hardened and set.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. Another characteristic of apparent decomposition is this tapered, where the end of the hair may be a little bit darkened and it comes to a point. This is the appearance that the paper by Lynch that I referred to with the application of an enzyme, it was something similar to this. Finally,
So this particular appearance, if I understood you correctly, according to the Lynch paper, was somewhat mimicked by the application of an enzyme to a hair taken from a live person.
Correct.
But that was not found to be the case for the postmortem root banding.
That's correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, this appearance hasn't been replicated in any of the studies by anything, by anagen hairs, by hairs from living individuals. And finally, the last characteristic is a brush-like appearance. Sometimes this appearance is also accompanied by a reddish-brown coloration at the very end. And it's thought to be a later stage of decomposition, and perhaps one of these hairs where the hair is actually broken at this band. I don't know that that's exactly what it is, but that's what it appears to be. So any of these characteristics could be called characteristics of apparent decomposition.
And is that based upon the published peer-reviewed literature that you discussed?
Overruled.
Yes, the characteristics like this are discussed in several of the papers that I mentioned.
All right, thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to use to explain this? All right, thank you very much. You may proceed. Now, the determination of these artifacts we talked about, is it a sort of a mathematically precise process?
It's a visual assessment of the characteristics that are present. There's, at least in our laboratory, there's no measurement that takes place, but if you see those characteristics present in the hair, you can conclude that it's consistent with some sort of decomposition.
Does the literature that you've described indicate that it's a mathematical process as opposed to just an evaluative process?
Some of the articles mention in the hairs that they examined where the band was found, one of them is approximately 0.5 millimeter from the end of the root bulb, but it's not a standard. Like, it doesn't have to be but so far to be called a postmortem root band or one of the other characteristics of decomposition.
Now, the photographs we've been looking at, obviously those are two-dimensional photographs. When you're actually doing an examination of a hair to determine any of these different things you look at, are you looking at it in 2 dimension or are you looking at 3?
3, I'm able to increase the magnification and increase the focus to be able to see more clearly the characteristics that are present.
So while the photographs generally demonstrate, they aren't necessarily what you see when you look through a microscope.
That's correct.
What actual training do you do in training you to recognize postmortem root banding? I mean, you told us about the articles, but do you do any actually looking at them?
There are hairs in our reference collection that exhibit characteristics of either the postmortem root banding or the later stages of decomposition, and those would be covered in the training period. And additionally, the number of cases that each examiner works, some portion of them involve people who have been killed, and some of those known hair samples will also include characteristics of decomposition.
Would you be able to give us any kind of guesstimate as to how many times in 13 years of casework you've had occasion to see hairs with postmortem changes?
That's not really something I keep track of. In 13 years, I've worked over 2,000 cases. Obviously, not all of those involved homicides, and not all the homicide cases resulted in known samples with decomposition, but there have been a fair number of cases where I've seen it in casework.
More than 100, less than 100, or you just really couldn't even guess?
I wouldn't even want to guess.
Okay. Now, in most of the cases you had in the past where you looked at hairs and saw the decomposition, were those hairs where it was already known to be from a person that had deceased?
Yes, actually, this is the only case that I found a hair outside of a known sample or items associated to an individual who's deceased. Most of the time in casework, the hairs that I find that have characteristics of apparent decomposition are items from the individual who was deceased.
So while it may not be essential to your report, you do note them and recognize it.
That's correct.
Now, I said generally postmortem changes. How frequently have you seen postmortem banding that we're going to discuss here in a moment?
It would be, you could see a combination of the characteristics that I showed on the poster within a single known sample, depending on when the known was taken.
All right. Again, have you frequently seen postmortem banding in your 13-year career?
In the cases where characteristics of decomposition were noted in a known sample, yes.
All right. Now, were you provided evidence to examine in the investigation of the death or disappearance of Kaylee Marie Anthony?
I was.
All right. Let me show you a number of items. Let me show you, first of all, State's Exhibit in Evidence 87 and ask if you recognize that item.
They are recognized by laboratory markings and initials.
And is that something that you examined in this case?
It is.
This time we show you State's Exhibit 89 and ask you the same question.
Yes, I recognize it by laboratory markings and initials, and it's something that I examined.
And State's Exhibit 90
Yes, again, recognize it by laboratory markings and initials.
and State's Exhibit 91.
Actually, this item, I may have just gotten a pillbox from. I didn't look at that specific item.
Okay.
Sorry, I may have gotten a pillbox, a separate set of evidence from that. I
This is
didn't.
the one that says Canadian dirt park. Okay, how about State's Exhibit 93?
Yes, I recognize it by laboratory markings and initials.
State's Exhibit 94,
Again, I recognize it by laboratory markings and initials.
95,
Yes, I recognize it by laboratory markings and initials.
and 96.
Yes, I recognize that as by laboratory markings and initials.
You can say
All right,
we'll see
okay,
by that.
okay.
97,
Yes, I recognize it.
98,
Yes, I recognize that as well.
99,
Yes, I recognize that.
100,
I recognize this.
and 101.
Yes, I recognize that.
Actually, I don't, 102, I'm not sure you were showing. That was said vegetation.
No.
Okay. All right. Now, were you also submitted certain items that indicated to me somewhere? Certain items that were represented as being from known individuals?
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit for identification IS. That was one of the items, the known hairs that were submitted to you for purposes of your examination.
Yes, it was.
Right? And do you recognize it to be by the markings that you previously described?
Yes.
Okay. This time, I'm moving down to State's Exhibit IS for identification, which is what you can identify as the full head hair.
What says defense?
No objections.
Be received in evidence that states numbered.
I'll also show you State's Exhibit for identification IT. Have you seen that as well?
Yes, I recognize it by laboratory markings and initials.
And is that one of the known samples that was submitted?
Yes.
This time, you're moving down to State's Exhibit IT.
What says the defense?
No objections.
Be received in evidence that states numbered.
We also show you State's Exhibit IW for identification.
Yes, I recognize it by laboratory markings and initials.
And was that another known sample represented as being from Cindy Anthony? That was sent to you?
Yes.
Right, and State's Exhibit IG for identification, which is you recognize a known sample represented as being from George Anthony.
I recognize it by laboratory markings and initials.
Mhm.
Were you also submitted a hairbrush as a purported known sample of Haley Anthony?
Yes, I received both the hairbrush and comb.
And which one did you actually find hairs for purposes of examination?
The brush.
Let me show you State's Exhibit JD for identification. And ask if you recognize that as the brush that was submitted as the purported known sample for Haley Anthony.
Yes, I recognize it by laboratory markings and initials.
This time you ought to move down to State's Exhibit JD for identification.
What says the defense?
No objections.
Be received in evidence that states numbered.
All right. Ms. Lowe, upon your examination of the items that we've described that were submitted to you, did you find human hairs?
In some of the items, yes.
Do you have how many total number of human hairs did you find in the exhibits? That is the unknown exhibits that were submitted to you.
I'd have to refer to my notes to know
Please
the.
go right ahead.
I'm just speeding it up a little bit over here because we kind of all know what she's going at. She's going to be saying that the hair that was recovered was from Kaylee and it was in a decomposition state. That's the point of this witness. It's just taking them an hour to get to that, maybe 2 hours. So cross-examination is going to be focused on that. This is the first time she did this type of analysis and gave this type of opinion. So, it's not as reliable as something that's already been tried and tested. But that's what we can expect. So they're just laying all the foundation and getting there. So that's why we're speeding it up a little bit. And by the way, I want to give a nice shout out to the nurses that are taking care of Renee's mom in pre-op. Thanks for watching, being there for her, and all the great work that you do as a nurse.
There were at least 10, but some of the items may have had more than one hair, and I don't have a count for that.
Okay, at least 10 or more hairs.
Right.
All right. And in any of, pardon me, in any of the hairs that were examined from the exhibits that we just went through, the unknown exhibits, did you find any hairs that showed evidence of apparent decomposition?
Excuse me, it should have been at least 11. Sorry.
At least 11. That's okay.
One of the items had a hair that exhibited characteristics of decomposition.
All right. And which of your designated numbers was it? Your Q numbers?
Q12.
Okay. Clear. Is this the item that you're about to specify out?
It is.
The record states Exhibit 99 in evidence. What did you find upon examining the hair in State's Exhibit 99?
The hair in State's Exhibit 99, which is my Q12, was a Caucasian head hair that had characteristics of apparent decomposition. It had a darkened band, or what would be consistent with a postmortem root band.
And is that the artifact that was shown on the poster we looked at?
It is.
Did you examine that in the manner that you described using stereo microscope?
I used both a stereo microscope to mount the hair on a glass microscope slide and a comparison microscope to conduct the analysis.
And again, did you look at it in 3 dimension through the microscope?
I did.
Now, can you further describe that hair for us in terms of length, color, and other characteristics?
It was light to medium brown, no tissue was present, and it was 9 inches long.
9 inches long. Did any of the other hairs, did any of the other hairs that you examined have the postmortem root banding or other postmortem changes?
No.
Were any of the other hairs you found in any of those samples comparable microscopically to that 9-inch hair with the decomposition, such that you would conclude they could have come from the same person?
I actually didn't compare the hairs to each other. What I was looking for were any hairs that exhibited characteristics of apparent decomposition, and then that hair I compared to a hair recovered from the hairbrush, which is identified as belonging to Kaylee.
All right. Did you compare the hair with decomposition both to the purported sample from Kaylee Anthony from the hairbrush and also to the known samples from Casey Anthony?
I did.
And do you have an opinion as to whether that hair could have come from either one of those two individuals?
The hair in Q12 was microscopically dissimilar to the head hair sample identified as coming from Casey Anthony. The head hair in Q12 exhibited similarities to a hair found in a hairbrush, which was identified as belonging to Kaylee Anthony. The hairbrush contained only one hair, so this was not a suitable known sample, but the characteristics that were present in the hair from the hairbrush were similar to the characteristics present in the hair in Q12. So I can conclude that they're similar, but due to the limited nature of what I could use as a known sample, a more meaningful conclusion could not be reached.
Right. Did you also compare the 9-inch hair to the hair of Cindy Anthony?
Actually, I didn't receive those. I only received a hair sample from Casey Anthony.
But you said it was a 9-inch brown hair.
That's correct.
Based upon that examination, do you have an opinion as to whether the hair found in State's Exhibit 101? 99 shows apparent decomposition?
It has a darkened band at the root portion of the hair, similar to one of the photos in the poster, and this is consistent with apparent decomposition.
And based upon the peer-reviewed published literature, is that artifact found under any circumstance other than a connection between the hair and a decomposing body?
It has not been shown to be found under other circumstances.
Now, did you take a portion of that hair and submit it for further analysis by another section in your laboratory?
I preserved the portion that showed the darkened bands on a glass microscope slide and removed the remainder of the hair to be sent to mitochondrial DNA for additional analysis.
Did you retain, the portion of the hair that had the actual root band that you described?
Yes, that portion was remounted on another glass microscope slide to be preserved.
And the remainder of the hair was sent to another portion of the laboratory?
That's correct.
To show you State's Exhibit JU. I think recognize outside the envelope necessarily, but would you open it and take a look at the packaging inside?
Yes, I recognize laboratory markings and initials.
Is that the portion of the hair that you separated and sent for mitochondrial DNA? That's the packaging for that portion of the hair?
Yes, there are 2 tubes within a clear plastic pillbox, and these were sent to mitochondrial DNA.
This time you want to move down to State's Exhibit JU.
What says the defense?
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Let me ask you to explain a little bit of your terminology. You refer to apparent decomposition. Kind of explain to the jury why you use the word apparent and what that means.
Because we can't say that the only reason that we might see this characteristic is that it came from a dead body. We say apparent decomposition because it hasn't been shown to be replicated under other circumstances, but that doesn't mean it couldn't be. So we refer to it as apparent decomposition to be a little bit more conservative.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
May it please the court. Mr. Ashton. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Ms. Lowe.
Good morning.
You discussed the history of microscopic hair analysis during your direct testimony. This is actually, I guess you can trace it back as far as the 1930s.
In the FBI laboratory, yes.
In the FBI laboratory.
That's correct.
And part of the history, of course, FBI laboratories learned a lot along the way.
That's correct.
People's hair remains the same, correct?
Well,
People still have hair.
People still have hair, but hairs can change over time.
But what you learn about the science has changed drastically over the years.
We've obviously the instruments have gotten better, and the way we document things is different. But hair examinations come down to comparative biology, comparing characteristics in one thing to characteristics in another, and really that hasn't changed.
What has changed is the FBI's position on microscopic hair analysis as it relates to identifying individuals, has it not?
Hair exams have never been a means of positive identification.
There have been numerous trials where the FBI analysts have testified that this hair comes from this individual, has there not?
Relevance, specificity.
Sustained.
Judge, I think this is proper direct examination in this area. Now, you have cited numerous articles that you've read.
That's correct.
I think, was it 4?
Specifically regarding postmortem rebanding, yes.
And you've also read the National Academy of Sciences report that came out in February of 2009, have you not?
I have.
And that report was a commission that was organized by Congress, was it not?
I believe so.
And the National Academy of Sciences is, of course, a very respected body of scientists, is it not?
I don't know the specifics of the members. Not all of them are scientists. I know that.
Correct. What that commission was it organized leading members of the forensic science community as well as... May I finish the question, Judge?
Approach the bench. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take our mid-morning recess at this time. We're going to take a 15-minute recess. I'm going to ask you not to discuss this case among yourselves, nor with anyone else. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Baez, is the thing you're talking about is strengthening forensic science in the United States a path forward?
Yes. Yes, Judge. This is...
Okay, let's wait. Where's Mr. Ashton? Well, the first thing you need to establish is whether or not she recognized this as an authoritative source before you start questioning her about it. But this may or may not be a learned treatise.
Judge, I would also ask the court, well, I would point out to the court that Justice Scalia in the Melendez decision cited the NAS report. And
For what basis did he cite it?
for his, if I can pull up, I will pull up the case and give you the exact portion of that quote.
Before we do that, I apologize, I'm out of the room. Did counsel indicate what portion of the report he wants to question her about?
Yes, I would.
No, he hasn't indicated that yet.
Page 160 to 161, the summary assessment. That has to do with.
Yeah, look over your shoulder.
Or no, check it. Page 160 to 161. No scientifically accepted statistics exist for the frequency which particular characteristics of hair are distributed in the population.
Mr. Baez, if you're going to read at a rapid rate, you will not have a record, sir. So there will be nothing for no one to review.
Certainly. On page 161, it states, in some recent cases, courts have explicitly stated that microscopic hair analysis is a technique generally accepted in the scientific community. But courts have also recognized that testimony linking microscopic hair analysis with particular defendants is highly unreliable. In cases where there seems to be a morphological match based on microscopic examination, it must be confirmed by using mitochondrial DNA analysis. Microscopic studies alone are of limited probative value. The committee found no scientific support for the use of hair comparisons for individualization in absence of nuclear DNA.
Okay,
Microscopy and mito-DNA analysis can be used in tandem, but may add to one another's value for classifying a common source. But no studies have been performed specifically to quantify the reliability of their joint use.
Well, you need to get her to recognize it, but unless you were somewhere different from where I was, she did not say that it was identical, and that's what they're talking about when folks tried to say that this hair came solely from this individual and this individual alone. She said that in her direct examination. But let's take it through the numbers. Let's see if she first recognizes that, but that's exactly what she testified to.
And could I request that this be proffered? Because specifically the first half of that paragraph discussing what court cases have said is clearly not scientific testimony, and that would clearly be improper. So I would ask that it be proffered so that we can determine, one, whether it's authoritative, and two, whether pursuant to 90.706 was on the relevant subject matter.
Well, we're not going to talk about what court cases said. A journal deals strictly with scientific principles. So let's take it through the numbers. Let's first find out whether or not, in fact, she recognizes that. But this is no different than what she testified to on direct examination.
I understand. I'd like to question her on those topics.
And no one has said that you could not, but you don't pull something out and start reading it without, and from what you were saying, you didn't even have the document with you to even show it to her.
I was not going to read from the document.
Oh.
Judge. I was going to question her about her knowledge dealing with the report, its findings, and the science and lack of science in her methodology and the area and field in which she practices.
Well, let's take it by the numbers. So let's get her back in here, and you need to see whether or not she first recognizes that to be an authoritative source.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's have the witness return to the stand. Okay, let's go ahead and proffer this. What I have in my hand is exhibit number 10, which is a defense exhibit, which was introduced at one of the Fry hearings. So I'm going to hand it to her, so when you start questioning her about it, she will have some reference. You may proceed with your proffer.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, you have a copy of the National Academy of Science report in front of you, do you not?
I do.
And you're familiar with this report?
I have seen parts of it, specifically the trace parts.
The parts that relate to your area of expertise or your field.
That's correct.
And the National Academy of Science is a recognized body of scientists, is it not?
It is.
And this report was commissioned by Congress, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes.
And this was to identify the needs in the forensic scientist and the scientific community?
That's correct.
And to also give guidance to the forensic science community on how to move forward?
That's correct.
Okay. And you would consider this an authoritative article, would you not?
Again, not all the members were scientists. Some were in other disciplines, but it's as far as offering guidance on what they thought could be improved. Yes.
So that's yes?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of some of the criticisms that were issued in this report as it relates to microscopic hair analysis?
Okay.
And what exactly are those?
A majority of them were, it really was the limitation of the discipline as opposed to a criticism of the discipline. It indicated that identification couldn't be done without DNA analysis, which I would agree with because hair exams are not unique to an individual. So accompanying DNA examinations need to be conducted, and that's what the FBI laboratory does.
And the reason this was done is because there has been, over a course of many years, numerous testimony, including by your lab, identifying individuals by the use of microscopic hair analysis.
I'm not aware of testimonies where someone has identified someone as such.
I can have just a moment, Judge.
Does that article say that your lab did that?
I don't believe so, no.
Are you familiar with a forensic analyst by the name of Michael Malone?
I'm familiar with the name, yes.
Does he still work for the FBI?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Not in the laboratory. I'm not sure if he's still an agent. I don't believe so, though.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Gates case?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the name?
The Gates case.
From Washington, D.C.? Yes.
And this case was, a man was convicted based on Mr. Malone's testimony that the hairs found at a scene of a 1981 rape and murder were microscopically indistinguishable from Gates hairs. Do you recall that?
I believe that was his testimony, yes.
And this conviction was later overturned by the Innocence Project when they conducted mitochondrial DNA. Isn't that correct?
I'm not specifically familiar, but I believe it was. But microscopically indistinguishable to me is the same thing as exhibits the same microscopic characteristics. So I don't know that use of that word was improper.
You don't. So just so we're clear, it's not that you think his testimony was improper as much as. Well, let me rephrase that question. His testimony was correct according to you.
If the words that he used were that the question hairs were microscopically indistinguishable from the known hair sample, I don't believe that's improper. I haven't seen the transcript of his testimony to know if he went beyond that. And if someone did say that this hair came from this person, period, that would be improper.
But it turned out to be wrong, nonetheless.
Objection to asking the witness to draw a conclusion.
Okay, let me stop both of you. I am not permitting any testimony about what happened in any other case. You can attack her methodology. You can attack what she did in this case, but we're not going to try or litigate some other case in this courtroom.
I understand, Judge.
Okay, so don't even go there.
Have we proffered sufficiently as it relates to the report?
She's indicated that she recognizes that portion to be authoritative. Yes.
Just so we're clear, are you indicating it's authoritative as a scientific treatise, not necessarily as a policy treatise, but as a scientific treatise?
Correct.
Okay, very good. But the portion that you've been read, you agree with. I'm sorry, the portion that you described about the limits of the ability of hair examination, you agree with that?
I do.
And that's consistent with what you've already said.
That's correct.
I have no questions for Prof.
I just have one other portion that I'd like to
Go ahead.
ask. Are you familiar with an FBI study conducted by Hawk and Badoli?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the court what that study consisted of? It's on page 161.
160, the studies on page 161 of black. Is that this document?
Can I finish the proffer, Judge? I'm referring to something else.
Later, Mr. Ashton.
Oh,
Can you tell the court what that study consisted of?
The study looked at the correlation of the microscopic assessment of hairs and the mitochondrial DNA results with those same hairs.
Basically, it compared whether the accuracy rate of being able to do microscopic comparisons and whether they were confirmed by mitoDNA. Is that correct?
I don't know if I would agree with the term accuracy rates because hairs are not unique to an individual. We can't say that a hair came from one person to the exclusion of all others, and therefore it means there could be someone else whose hairs exhibit those same microscopic characteristics. We do mito to get as much information from the hairs that we're examining as possible. So it's possible that the hair that we send to mitochondrial DNA, their results don't agree with ours or there's differ from ours, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the microscopic association was incorrect.
And out of the 80 microscopic hair comparisons, 9 were found to be from different sources when re-examined through mitochondrial DNA.
That's correct.
I have no further questions for the proffer, Judge.
Mr. Ashton? Go ahead.
Your Honor, the proffered portions of this cross-examination appear to be to not impeach the witness's testimony, but to agree with it. The 90.706 indicates that the cross-examination must be on a relevant subject matter. How is it relevant to get the witness to state that other people agree with her? That's bolstering. So I do object to it for that purpose. I also object to the study being discussed, since this witness hasn't indicated an identification in this case. So the results of the Badoni study are not relevant to impeach an identification she didn't make.
Anything else? If he wants to bolster her testimony, I let him do it. And the point you brought out about the Verdoli study, you can bring that out on redirect.
Allowing defense counsel to go into the case-related materials can be.
I'm not going to ask him about it.
Correct.
Ask for
If I
a
could
question.
finish, that would be appreciated.
Well-
Referenced in the journal, the committee, the research council report, correct?
I know it's Saturday morning, but I think I've made myself abundantly clear about what should not be done. And I firmly believe Mr. Baez heard me.
We'll not be discussing any prior cases or results of those cases or anything of the kind, Judge.
Now, you mentioned something about the Menendez case. Was there anything particular you wanted to use that for?
No, sir. I was just using it to explain and its authoritativeness. That's the NAS report.
Okay. All right, let's return to jury. Okay, state recognized presence of jury.
Yes, sir.
Defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, Mr. Baez, you may continue.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Lowe, we were discussing the history of microscopic hair analysis, as you brought out during your direct examination. And then we began to discuss the National Academy of Sciences report. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as I explained, this report was commissioned by our government, Congress.
Has already established this.
Overrule out.
Yes, I believe it was commissioned by Congress.
And what it did was it put together a body of forensic scientists as well as individuals from the court system to try and look for a better way to improve how forensic science is entered into the courtroom.
And that's part of it, correct?
Okay. And of course, you consider this report authoritative.
For the purposes of offering suggestions on improvements that could be made, and yes.
And they were highly critical of the.
Objection. It's beyond the proffer.
I got to hear the question.
They were highly critical on the area of microscopic hair analysis, were they not?
Objection. Beyond the proffer.
Overrule.
There were parts of the report that dealt with really the limitation of the science. The report said that hair examinations could not be a means of identification without DNA examination. But hair examinations are never a means of identification unless there's nuclear DNA along with it. So the criticism is really pointing out a limitation of the science, which we agree. So when I testify or when I write a report and I have association, I'll either say or have in my report that hairs are not a means of positive identification, and that an accompanying DNA examination must be conducted more than likely mitochondrial DNA. So I don't disagree with what's in the report. It's a limitation.
And just to clarify something you just told the jury, when you say DNA, you're referring to the report refers to nuclear DNA, not mitochondrial, correct?
As far as being able to be individual, saying that this hair came from this individual, that would require nuclear DNA as opposed to mitochondrial DNA.
And without getting into a DNA lecture, nuclear DNA is more specific, more discriminatory to an individual than mitochondrial, correct?
Mitochondrial DNA is inherited maternally, so all of your maternal relatives will have the same mitochondrial DNA. Nuclear DNA is unique to an individual, with the exception of twins.
So to give a real life example, Casey and Kaylee and Cindy Anthony would all have the same mitochondrial DNA.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the area of this witness's expertise.
Sustained.
Judge, if the witness has knowledge of that, I think She has established through her credentials that she has certain knowledge. In addition to that, this individual does determine which.
I've sustained objection.
Are you aware of? Well, I'll strike that. Now, as we were explaining this to the jury, that is the reason why you cannot testify and will not testify that one hair comes from one individual.
That's correct.
And this was a problem that the NAS report addressed in 2009.
Again, they saw it as a criticism, but it's really just a limitation of the science.
But it was a problem that they recognized that they wanted to offer guidance as to how to proceed in the future in the courtroom.
That's correct. They suggested doing accompanying DNA examinations.
Now, this is the very first time you have testified as an expert witness for hair banding. Isn't that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you are not an expert in hair, are you?
And the microscopic characteristics and appearance of hairs in comparison.
But not on the growth of hair, any medical characteristics in hair, anything like that.
Those are areas that were touched on in training, but I wouldn't consider myself an expert in the physiology of it, just really the microscopic characteristics.
And as it relates to hair banding, your knowledge, of course, is what you testified to today, as to your qualifications.
My training experience.
The 6-month training course, that a portion of it went to this topic.
That's correct.
And some on-the-job training where you have given your opinion.
That's correct.
And the 4 articles that you have referenced.
That's correct.
Now, you don't know what causes mitochondrial. You don't know what causes postmortem banding.
No, I don't know what the mechanism is.
You don't know how long it takes to develop.
The studies have shown that it's, in the papers that I mentioned earlier today, it was seen as early as 8 hours after death.
But you don't know how long it takes to develop.
Again, no. The study showed it as early as 8 hours.
And not everyone who is deceased has postmortem root banding.
That's correct.
So it just shows up sometimes it doesn't.
Right.
If it comes from a deceased person at all.
As I talked about earlier, the cases that I've worked that were homicide cases, so the known sample was from a deceased individual. You don't always see characteristics of decomposition in those known hairs.
My question was, you don't know if it comes up at all.
I'm not sure I understand your question.
You don't know if it comes up how often on individuals?
In casework and deceased individuals?
In any deceased person?
No.
You don't know the frequency?
No, I don't.
Okay. And the testimony that you've given here today, it's based on a handful of studies, is it not?
A handful of studies as well as training and experience.
And that training and experience, as we've explained, is you giving your opinion when you have a homicide case on certain hairs.
It's seeing those characteristics present in cases over 13 years.
And the way these articles that you have and these studies are conducted is they'll do a study on a specific number of variables. Let me explain. For example, they will give you certain scenarios and be able to tell you what the results were for those scenarios, correct?
In some of the papers, yes.
So unless that specific area is studied extensively, you really can't testify as to the accuracy or the level of certainty on this specific topic, postmortem banding.
What I've testified is that their characteristics that are present are characteristics of apparent decomposition, and I've testified that I cannot say that coming from a dead body is the only possibility. It just those characteristics, the postmortem root band specifically, have not been replicated in other conditions.
And when you say they haven't been replicated in other conditions, these are only on the limited number of studies that have been done on this topic.
The limited number of studies, and in my casework, I've not seen those characteristics in hairs outside of a known sample or hairs associated with someone who's deceased.
And you have never rendered an opinion on only one hair dealing with postmortem root banding, have you not?
Again, the other cases where I have seen postmortem root banding, those hairs have been associated with someone who's deceased. So this is the first case where that is not the case.
In fact, you requested of the case agent to try and find more hairs in this case to make the case stronger, did you not?
I was informed that there may be vacuumings from the trunk, so additional evidence that was collected from the vehicle beyond the initial items that I received, and I requested those to be submitted to see if there were additional hairs with characteristics of apparent decomposition.
In fact, you stated that if we find more than one hair with decomp, it makes the case stronger that it's from a body rather than from some other random possibility of why one hair would look that way.
That's correct. Just like in any trace evidence, the number of associations increases, the significance increases.
And that's because you had doubts.
No.
You asking for more hairs to try and make your position stronger, correct?
No, just to see if there were additional hairs in that location.
But you specifically stated that that would make the case stronger, that it's from a body rather than some other random possibility as to why the hair would look that way, right?
That's correct. But that doesn't mean that I had doubts that the characteristics that I saw were consistent with apparent decomposition.
And so it's not that you have any doubts, it's just that you would like to make the case stronger.
I wanted to know if there were additional hairs with those characteristics.
And your request for this information was just for no reason whatsoever?
Sustained.
Now, you did actually get more hairs, did you not?
I did.
And do you have your file with you? Okay. When was the next time you got some hairs? Actually, if we can, here's what I'd like to do, Ms. Lowe. We'll start with your first report on August 1st, 2008, and then we'll move forward from there. Is that okay?
Yes.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Okay, I have my reports.
Okay. Now, there were multiple hairs that you were given for the first report, were there not?
There were 12 items that were submitted that were identified as coming from a vehicle.
And that included multiple hairs?
Some of the items, yes.
Okay. And these hairs were of different characteristics?
Some were.
Okay. So there's no allegations or anything as far as you're aware with this report, with this case, there were multiple people in the trunk of that car?
The only hair that I compared to any known samples was the hair that showed characteristics of hair decomposition.
Okay. And when you did the analysis, none of the other, how many hairs did you examine on August 1st, for the August 1st report?
Again, I don't have a total number. 11 of the 12 items at least had some hairs.
Okay. So throughout all of those hairs, you found no other confirmation on that one hair.
There were no other hairs that exhibited characteristics of hair decomposition.
And then you did another report on August 6th, correct?
That's correct.
And you examined those items of evidence.
I did.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those results were?
The items that were submitted for my August 6th report were pieces of trunk liner and other items that were identified as coming from the vehicle where the initial 12 items were found, and none of the hairs present on these items exhibited characteristics of apparent decomposition.
Subsequent to that report, you did another report on August 13th. Would that be the next one?
Yes.
On August 13th, you were given multiple items of clothing that belonged to Miss Anthony.
That's how they were identified, yes.
Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you found, what your conclusions were in that report?
Testimony's items are not in evidence.
Sustain.
You did another report on August 6th, did you not? I'm sorry, October 6th.
Yes. 2008, yes.
And you were given multiple items to inspect and multiple hairs to inspect in that report, right?
Additional items and vacuum sweepings identified as coming from a vehicle were submitted.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the results were of that report.
The hairs found on these items, well, none of the hairs found on these items exhibited characteristics of apparent decomposition.
October 15th, completed a report on that date. Correct?
That's correct.
Sorry. And you were given items of evidence to examine for decomposition there, correct?
There was a single item in the submission, yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the results were of that examination?
No hairs with apparent decomposition were found.
October 21st, you conducted another examination.
Yes.
And you examined hair in that report.
I did.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your results were for that report?
No hairs with the characteristics of apparent decomposition were found.
November 6th, you were given more items, were you not?
Yes, I was.
And you found more hairs, correct?
That's correct.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your results were of that examination?
Counsel, please specify the source of these items. Whether they come from the car. If they come from the car, I have no objection. If they're otherwise, then I do.
Sustain, rephrase the question. Sure.
On your November 6th report, you were given items that were found in the trash bag and on debris of paper towels, were you not?
That's how they're identified, yes.
And it's your understanding that these came from the vehicle of Miss Anthony.
That's how they're identified.
And you examined hairs for that in that scenario, correct?
I did.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your results were there?
No hairs with apparent characteristics of apparent decomposition were found.
Can you give, actually, if I can hold on just a second. Okay, I'd like to now take you to your report of June 25th, 2009. And I know there are multiple items that were not found in the car, but I'd only like for you to address the ones that were found in the car, which I believe you address on page 7 of your report. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of those hairs that you examined and what the results were?
Counsel, indicate what items it's referring to make sure that
Sustain, rephrase the
Sure.
question.
Only those relating to the vehicle.
same request. I would like to be able to.
Sure, Q 319 through
Federal Counsel.
Q, sure,
Okay, right.
yes, you may. 337.
No problem.
You-
You have an offer stipulation if it would move things along if I could approach.
We're just about done anyway, Judge.
Okay, okay.
Continue.
No problem.
Q 319 all the way through Q 329. You examined all of those pieces of evidence, did you not, that came from the car?
I did. I would actually go to 337.
Correct, sorry. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you found in that exam?
On those items, no hairs with characteristics of apparent decomposition were found.
Were there any other items that you inspected from the car that we have not discussed?
In this report, there were actually 4 other items, Q242 through 244 and 248 through 248.4. Those are also identified as coming from the vehicle.
Okay, and you inspected those hairs?
If there were hairs found, yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to what your findings were?
There were no hairs with apparent decomposition found on those items.
So just so we're certain, after you had sent in the request on August 1st, 2008 to make the case stronger, the law enforcement assisted you by giving you multiple pieces of evidence to inspect multiple hairs, correct?
There were numerous items that were submitted after that first submission, correct?
Can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea of how many hairs, additional hairs, that they were able to give to you after you made that request for more hairs?
I don't keep a number. A large number of the items that were submitted did have hairs present.
And you couldn't make the case stronger because there were no other hairs with apparent decomposition, were there?
Argumentative.
Sustained.
Did oh. Were there any other hairs that were at any time given to you after that showed apparent signs of decomposition?
Other than any associated with the remains, no.
And I'm referring to the car,
Oh.
correct? So we're clear.
Or number of items, some occasions.
But nothing showed any other than the Q12, showed any signs of human decomposition.
That's correct.
And that one hair is still something that you cannot say came from a dead person.
I can't say absolutely that that's the reason the characteristics are present, correct?
If I can have just one moment, Judge, I want to see if I have any other questions. Now, there are no standards in identifying what is and what is not postmortem root banding, correct?
It's a visual assessment, that's correct.
It's someone's opinion,
Correct.
and in this case, it's just your opinion.
This conclusion was confirmed by another examiner in my unit.
But you're stating here today your opinion.
That's correct.
And there are no error rates or anything like that as it relates to the identification of this banding.
That's correct.
Now, the time that you inspected this hair, it was on August 1st of 2008, or just a couple days before?
I'll check my notes for the date. July 31st. And I did a comparison to the known sample identified as coming from Casey Anthony on August 1st, 2008.
And when you do these inspections, the postmortem root banding is supposed to be at the root, correct?
In the root portion of the hair.
And the hair that we're talking about today, the darkened area is slightly above the root, is it not?
It is, and it's consistent with the photographs that were shown on the poster.
Okay. But you didn't show this jury a photograph of that hair, did you, today?
Of the what hair?
Of the hair that we're all talking about.
Q12, no.
Okay. And the reason for that is because the banding is a little bit higher than the root, is it not?
Your Honor, decision may approach. Relevance ID.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Baez, you may continue, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lowe, did you participate in any meetings to try and develop ways to reinforce that postmortem root banding comes from a dead body?
No meeting specifically regarding that topic, no.
Any what exactly do you mean no meeting specifically? Is there something close to that you wouldn't classify as a meeting?
Well, this topic may have been addressed in papers given at meetings that I've been to, but not a meeting to discuss ways to strengthen the meeting. And really at the end of the day, I think the most that we'll be able to say is that it's consistent with apparent decomposition. I don't know that the science will get to the point of being able to say this means it's from a dead body.
Now, we've been discussing a bit about this hair, and that you said it's the darkened area is at the root portion of the hair, correct?
That's correct.
And this hair has the root portion attached to it.
It does.
Now, part of your job after examining a hair would be to make a determination as to where the hair should go next for what other examinations.
If a hair's been associated, yes.
And at the time you examined this hair, you didn't know who it belonged to.
I made a determination that it was similar to a hair and a hairbrush that was identified as belonging to Kaylee Anthony.
You didn't know who it belonged to.
To the exclusion of all others, no.
And you didn't know the circumstances surrounding this brush or its background.
That's correct. It was identified as belonging to Kaylee.
And were you told anything about whether this hair was used by Casey and Kaylee, or just Casey and Kaylee?
She can simply answer the question, was she told yes or no, but no details?
Again, it was identified as belonging to Kaylee.
Okay. Were you told about any issues as to whether Cindy Anthony had given a brush that...
Sustained. Sustained.
The child was still missing at the time, was she not? And an identification of this hair would have been, and to who it belonged to, would have been critical to the case.
The examinations were limited to hairs exhibiting characteristics of apparent decomposition due to the common environment, so just finding a hair would not have been meaningful given the common environment.
And when you say that, you're talking about the fact that since it's a common environment, there's multiple reasons of how that hair could have ended up there.
How other hairs may have, yes.
And when you can actually do nuclear DNA testing if you have the root of a hair, can you not?
If there's tissue present, yes.
Okay. So you have this missing child, and you have this hair that you say has banding at the root and includes a root. It's not sent to nuclear DNA to confirm that it was Kaylee's, correct?
Sustained.
You never made a determination or sent this hair for nuclear DNA testing, did you not?
That's correct. There was no tissue present at the root.
Okay. But you're, of course, not a DNA analyst, aren't you?
I'm not a DNA analyst now.
And the person to make that determination and to actually test this root for DNA would have been a DNA analyst, not you, correct?
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
You're not the one that makes that call.
It actually is part of my job to determine if an associated hair might go to either nuclear DNA or mitochondrial DNA. I may ask for a conference with a DNA examiner if there's a hair with a very small amount of tissue, if I'm unsure whether or not they would be able to get a DNA sequence from that amount of material.
And the DNA analyst is the right person to actually attempt to extract DNA from that root, would it not be?
To extract the DNA, correct.
Okay. And to attempt to find out the identity of who that hair belongs to.
If DNA could have been obtained from that hair, yes.
So the best that we have at this point is that the hair either belonged to Kaylee, Casey, Cindy, or even Cindy's mother. Any other maternal relative.
Correct.
Now, you mentioned about the hair having limited value because of the common environment, correct?
No.
Okay. You mentioned a determination was not made because of the common environment.
For other hairs within the vehicle.
Now, finding hairs in the trunk of a vehicle is not uncommon.
That's correct.
In fact, people shed hairs quite often, do they not?
Average person loses 100 head hairs per day.
And they lose them everywhere.
Probably the majority are lost during grooming, but you do shed hairs and transfer hairs, yes.
And you have hair on your clothing, correct?
You may.
And if you, as it relates to evidence, shed a hair from one individual to another, that would be called transfer, correct?
That's correct.
And if one individual's hair ends up on someone else, and then they shed that hair somewhere or leave that hair somewhere, that's called secondary transfer, is it not?
That's correct.
And that is often found in many cases that you work on.
I never really know if the hairs have gotten a particular place due to primary or secondary transfer, only that they're present.
But it's certainly something you consider when analyzing casework.
Yes.
And the reason you would want more hairs is to eliminate the possibility that that hair got there from either primary or secondary transfer, correct?
If there were a large number of hairs in a location, it would suggest primary, but I still couldn't say that it was a result of a primary transfer.
So I guess to put that in plain English, because we only have one hair, primary or secondary transfer cannot be eliminated. In fact, it's the most likely scenario here.
Objection, compound question.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Because you only have one hair, there's a strong likelihood that that hair got there by either primary or secondary transfer.
I couldn't say how the hair got there.
But
Either primary or secondary, I don't know.
then I'll use one of your favorite words, consistent with.
It's consistent with transfer and contact of some sort, but I don't know from whom.
Thank you.
Redirect.
The comments in the National Academy of Science report that Mr. Bias talked to, are those consistent with longstanding FBI policy?
Yes. As far as the determination that we can't say hair is from one person to the exclusion of others, a statement has been in reports as far back that I've seen as far back as the 70s, where if an association is made, there's an accompanying statement saying this hair exams are not a means of positive identification. And as soon as mitochondrial DNA was available to us, we began to use that in cases where associations were found.
So the commentary in the report that counsel was talking about is something that you all have been doing for years.
That's correct.
And in fact, your report, which came out about a year before the NAS report, contains that caveat.
That's correct.
The particular hair in this case, the one with the apparent decomposition near the root end, did you say that was an anagen hair?
It's not a telogen hair. It's difficult. An anagen hair typically refers to one that's been forcibly removed, and this may have not been forcibly removed, but it's not a telogen hair.
Just so the jury remembers the term, telogen means one that naturally was shed.
That's correct.
So this hair was not naturally shed.
That's correct.
So the hundreds of hairs that Mr. Bias was talking about that we all shed, this is not one of those.
Right. This hair didn't exhibit that club shape or kind of Q-tip looking root.
And this is why you said it was still in that growth stage, which is why part of the keratin is softer. That's what you're talking about. Okay. Now, to sum this whole thing up, you looked at a lot of hairs in this case, and you found one with apparent decomposition. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Now, mitochondrial DNA, you discussed briefly with counsel, is a method by which DNA in a part of the hair is examined, and basically everybody in the maternal line would have the same mitochondrial DNA. I think you said that, correct?
That's correct.
So basically, the child's mother, the child's maternal uncles and aunts would have the same DNA, mitochondrial.
Anyone who's maternally related, yes.
The grandmother, and on up the line.
Correct.
The combination of microscopic examination and mitochondrial, though, are helpful in eliminating other maternal relatives by microscopic examination.
That's correct.
Sustained.
In this case, did you eliminate the defendant, victim's mother, as a possible source of the hair with the decomp root?
That hair was microscopically dissimilar to the known head hair sample identified as coming from Casey Anthony, so it was not consistent with originating from Casey Anthony.
But it could be from any maternal relative who had 9-inch long, light brown to brown hair.
If there was another relative whose hairs had the same microscopic characteristics, then I might not be able to distinguish them.
Well, I mean, if there's a maternal relative who has blonde hair, then that person be excluded just by seeing them.
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Was that hair treated in any way?
The Q12 hair was not.
It was untreated.
Correct.
The defendant's hair, was it treated?
The known sample hairs were, yes.
The hair that you got from the hairbrush, which, as I indicated, purportedly the hair of Kaylee Anthony, was that a naturally shed hair?
I'd have to look at my notes.
If you need to, go ahead.
At least she didn't delete her notes or destroy her notes.
It's actually not listed in my notes, so I don't know.
You don't know. But did that hair have the root banding that you found in the Q12 hair?
It did not.
So if that is, in fact, Kaylee Anthony's actual hair, her natural hair would not have that band.
As represented by the hair in the hairbrush, correct.
Again, assuming that is her hair, it's purported to be. So whatever happened to the hair, assuming it is Kaylee's, was not something that was natural to her hair, assuming that's her hair. That was a really bad question. I'm sorry. That was really awful. Let me start over again. The hair banding you found in the Q12 hair, assuming that it is Kaylee's hair, and assuming that the hair in the hairbrush is also Kaylee's hair, whatever happened to the Q12 hair was not natural to Kaylee's hair.
Kaylee's hair is being represented by the hair from the hairbrush, correct.
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Recross as to those issues.
And those just is alone.
A pooled hair is more likely to contain tissue, does it not?
Potentially.
And that would assist you in actually doing nuclear DNA, correct?
If tissue is present, nuclear DNA could be attempted.
And it's your testimony that this was pooled hair, so therefore there is a greater likelihood that it would have had the tissue.
Assumes fact, not evidence. That contrary.
Sustained.
Now, you don't know how long that hair had been in that location.
That's correct.
And you don't know if the history of Miss Anthony's hair treatments, do you?
No, I just know from the hairs that I got in the known hair sample.
And that's all you can base it on. You can't base it on Cindy Anthony's hair, previous hair, or whether that was treated, or Casey Anthony's, or any other maternal person.
Correct. Only the known sample that I received.
And even at the end of the day, you still can't say that that hair came from a dead body.
That's correct. It has characteristics that are consistent with that, but I can't say absolutely.
Thank you.
May the witness be excused. Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused. Y'all need to y'all need to discuss that afterwards.
We can discuss it.
Y'all can discuss it. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
So as I said, it took about 2 hours for her to say that the hair that they discovered from the trunk was Kaylee's, and in her opinion, it was in a decomposition state because it had this bonding. And on cross-examination, the bonding is first time she's testifying to that effect. There are some journals that say it's not reliable. So creating some reasonable doubt there.
Okay, state may call the next witness.
Mike Vincent, Vincent.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Please tell us your occupation.
I'm with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I am an assistant supervisor of the crime scene unit.
How long have you worked for Orange County?
I worked for Orange County for 9 years.
Do you have experience working with other law enforcement agencies prior to Orange County?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I am a retired Philadelphia police officer. I did 21 years.
Just going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
with the Philadelphia Police Department. I did 5 years in patrol, 5 years in narcotics, and my last 11 years was with the Philadelphia Police Crime Scene Unit.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your background and training as it relates to crime scene investigation?
I have a high school education in electronics. Right after high school, I entered the Air Force, and I served in the Air Force for 8 years in law enforcement. After the Air Force, I went to the Philadelphia Police Department, and while in the crime scene unit with the Philadelphia Police Department and with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, I have attended over 30 crime scene-related schools, some lasting 3 days, some lasting 2 weeks.
You indicated that your service at the Orange County Sheriff's Office is in some form of management
Yes, ma'am.
as a supervisor.
Assistant supervisor, yes, ma'am.
Would one of the individuals that you supervise be Gerardo Bloise?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I would.
In July of 2008, what was your position with the Orange County Sheriff's Office,
I was assistant supervisor of Squad 20.
including at that point as well, Mr. Bloise?
Correct. He was in Squad 20 with me.
Did you assist him in processing certain aspects associated with a white Pontiac Sunfire?
Yes, I did.
Did that assistance include taking samples of some sort from the vehicle?
Yes, it did.
Right. Can you just give us a general overview of the different types of samples that you collected from the vehicle?
I initially collected stain samples to check to see if there was any blood inside the trunk liner of the vehicle. I did 3 separate tests, one on each side and one in the middle, which came out negative. And I also collected air samples from the vehicle.
Did you also collect pieces of carpeting from the trunk?
Yes, I did. On the spare tire cover, I collected a couple samples of the stain that was in the carpet itself and placed it in tin cans.
Now, you had mentioned taking air samples from the trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
Did the collection of air samples from the trunk begin on July 21st of 2008?
Yes, it did.
Were you assisted in that endeavor by individuals with the University of Central Florida?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury how air samples, how the process of collecting air samples began?
The first time we attempted to collect air samples, Dr. Michael Sigmund from the University of Florida, the National Center for Forensic Science, was assisting. He had a large syringe, and what he tried to do was insert it through the trunk seal rather than open up the trunk because he was going to suck the air into the large syringe. We were unable to do that, so we cracked open the trunk as little as possible to get the syringe in there and then close the trunk, and he was able to suck out the air that was in there. He then transferred the air from the syringe into a plastic bag, a Teflon bag, I believe they call it, and he transferred the air into 2 bags. And he also...
They're talking about transferring air. I'd like to know the science behind this, transferring air and testing air in a trunk of a car when it was opened already multiple times. I mean, that's really interesting.
hung a filter inside the trunk of the vehicle. After we were successful in getting the air out of there, we opened up the trunk and he hung a filter in there, and we closed the trunk again to see if the air would absorb into the filter.
You observed this process?
Yes, he performed the process and I was there observing.
As a result of this endeavor, did you collect an item that was ultimately shipped to the Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Tennessee?
Yes.
If I may have JN for identification. Let me show you what's marked as JN for identification. Take a look at that packaging and tell me if you recognize it as something that you've been contacted with in the past.
Yes, it is.
How do you recognize the item?
This is the label that I placed on the front of this envelope. This is our tape, our evidence tape that we seal the envelope. This is my initials on the tape itself.
After the process that you described, did you take the Kevlar bag and place it into this envelope and seal it?
Yes, I did.
Did you also, at that point or the next day, take a sample from the stained area of the spare tire cover?
Yes.
If I may have IR for identification. Let me have you take a look at the item IR for identification. Tell me if you recognize it and how so.
Yes, I recognize this. Again, this is my label that I placed on this in this tin can of the item and identifying the item that's inside the can. And this is our evidence tape with my initials. After it's sealed, I initialed it.
Do you place a date on the seal as it relates to the collection as well?
Yes.
What date?
7/22.
That item in IR for identification in the can that I had just showed you, did you transfer that item to the Oak Ridge National Laboratories once you sealed it?
Yes, it was shipped there. Yes.
On July 23rd of 2008, did you conduct another effort to collect air samples from the vehicle?
I observed the collection, correct. There was another attempt at collecting air samples, yes.
All right. How did this attempt differ from the first? What
Um,
was the process used on that attempt on July 23rd, 2008?
What we did was, well, it was again done by Dr. Michael Sigmund. What we did was opened up the trunk. We hung in two different types of filters, a carbon filter and another type of filter, and we closed the trunk and let that in there for approximately, I believe it was 40 minutes. And then he opened up the trunk and collected the samples.
If I may have J.O. for identification.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you take a look at the packaging of JO for identification? Tell me if you recognize the exterior, and if so, how.
Yes, I recognize this. Again, this is my label that I put on the front of the envelope, identifying what's inside the envelope. And this is my evidence tape with my initials on it again.
Does the seal where you place your initials indicate the date that the item was collected?
No, it does not.
Does the front somehow have some indication on the label as to the date and time of collection?
The date, yes, ma'am.
And what was the date on that item?
7/23/08.
Once that item is collected and sealed by you, is this another item that was ultimately transferred to the Oak Ridge National Laboratory?
Yes, ma'am. I believe that's the one that went to Oak Ridge in Tennessee.
On August 29th of 2008, did you conduct another examination of the trunk to collect samples from it?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Prior to the collection actually occurring, did you receive equipment from another individual with instructions on how to do the collection?
Yes, I did, from Dr. Voss from the Oak Ridge Laboratories in Tennessee.
Right. What was sent to you for collection purposes?
What he had sent to me was a portable air pump, 9 test tubes, and instructions on how to collect air samples and where to collect the air samples from.
Did you, in fact, utilize the materials sent to you by Dr. Voss in the collection of additional samples on Friday, August 29th?
Yes, ma'am, I
Or on
did.
August 29th and August 30th of 2008?
August 29th, I did air samples from the vehicle, and August 30th, I did air samples from the trash that was collected from the vehicle.
Explain to the jury how that process took place.
On the piece of equipment that he sent me, it was a square box approximately this size, maybe 9 by 12, and it was about 4 inches thick. It had 2 latches on the front, which the lid opened up. Inside was some switches and batteries. Coming out of the side of the box were 2 tubes, rubber tubes, and on the end of the tubes were a nut with threads on it, the female side of a nut. The test tubes that he gave me were approximately 2 3/4 inches long, about 1/4 inch thick. Each one of them had the male side of the nuts on each end. And what I was to do was to set up the equipment and then attach the test tube to the 2 hoses coming out, and then turn the pump on for a certain amount of time, and from each area that I did.
Now, you mentioned this process occurring in different areas of the vehicle.
Not only the vehicle, but the garage that the vehicle, or bay that the vehicle was parked in. I took air samples of the garage itself.
If I may have NF, NG, NH, NI, NJ, NK, NL, and M for identification. I'll show you these items as a group. Have you take a look at all of them and indicate whether you've had some contact with the item in the past. And if you can keep them in order, great.
Yes, I recognize these.
How do you recognize them?
These are envelopes that I packaged each individual test tube in for shipping. My label is on the front, identifying what's inside the envelope. The evidence tape on the back is our unit evidence tape. My initials are not on this particular envelope because what I did was placed all these into one single envelope, and I sealed and initialed the other envelope.
Let me start with the top item, which is NF for identification. If you could just identify the area where this was collected and the collection time.
This is from the passenger area of the vehicle, the interior side of the vehicle. It was collected at approximately 15:02 hours on the 29th of August.
How long did the collection process take?
I collected this item for approximately 69 minutes.
NG for identification. Same questions. Can you tell us from where the sample was taken, when, and how long the collection time was?
Again, this is from the passenger area of the vehicle, and it was 69 minutes. This is, like I said earlier, there's 2 tubes that come out of the box, and I attached a trap to each tube.
NH for identification. Where was that collection?
This was from the trash found inside the vehicle, inside the trash bag. This was collected for approximately 72 minutes, and it was collected on August 30th, the next day, at approximately 13:28 hours,
And the length of collection time?
72 minutes.
NI for identification.
This one was collected from inside the trunk area. What I did was place the equipment inside the trunk, shut the trunk lid, and allowed the machine to run for approximately 69 minutes. And this occurred on the 29th of August at approximately 16:29 hours.
And J for identification.
Again, this is from the trash that was collected from the vehicle. It was collected on, again, the 30th of August, and it started at approximately 13:28 hours, and it lasted for 72 minutes.
And K for identification.
This was a test that was conducted on the air inside our garage where the vehicle was located. I allowed the machine to run for 77 minutes, and this was conducted on August 30th, and it was started at approximately 9:03 in the morning.
And L for identification.
This is what we call a standard or blank test. What we do is the traps that were shipped to me were not. This one was not used. It was kept in its container, and it was shipped back to Oak Ridge in that condition. And we do that so during shipment, if there's any contaminations picked up, then this one would be the one that would pick it up because it's a clean specimen.
And M for identification.
Again, this was from our garage. The air that's in our garage. It was tested on August 30th at approximately 9:03, and it was tested for approximately 77 minutes.
After those items were collected and sealed in these envelopes, what happened to them?
They were shipped back to the Oak Ridge Laboratory, Dr. Voss.
On September 27th, did you collect items from the spare tire, or an item from the spare tire wheel well and ultimately shipped to the Oak Ridge National Laboratory?
Yes.
Okay, JM for identification.
Okay, with that, tell me if you recognize it as something you had contact with in the past.
I recognize this, yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
There was a substance on the surface of the inside of the spare tire well. It was scraped and put in a plastic container, and it was shipped off to Dr. Voss. I believe it was, I'm almost positive this one went to Dr. Voss.
After the collection, you recognize the initials on the seal?
Yes.
And whose initials are those?
Gerardo Blaze.
Did you collect other pieces of the spare tire cover on October 30th of 2008?
Yes.
Did you also collect a section of the spare tire cover that was not stained?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that?
Again, that's what we call for a controlled sample. It was an area of the spare tire cover that did not have a stain on it, so that could be analyzed.
If I may have IP and IQ for identification.
Let me show you what's been marked as IP for identification. Have you take a look at this item and tell me if you recognize it as something you've had contact with in the past?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Again, this is my label identifying what's inside the can. This was placed in here on October 30th at approximately 16:30 hours. It was sealed with evidence tape, and my initials are on the top of the tape.
After that item is collected, is it shipped to the Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Tennessee?
Yes.
Let me show you IQ for identification. Tell me if that's something that you recognize as having had contact with in the past.
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Again, this is my label on the front, identifying what's inside the can, and this is not tape. I do not have evidence tape on my initials on this one.
What is that one identified as?
This is identified as a 2.5 by 2 piece of stained spare tire cover.
The other item was identified as
A 6-inch by 6-inch piece of stained spare tire cover.
which was the item that was the control sample?
The second one, the small one.
The smaller piece?
Yes.
Did you also assist Mr. Bloisey in other aspects of the crime scene investigation?
Yes.
Would that have included taking standards of hair and DNA from George Anthony, Cindy Anthony, and Lee Anthony?
Yes, ma'am.
Were these standards taken from George and Cindy Anthony on October 7th of 2008?
I believe that was the date, yes.
The standards from Lee Anthony, were those taken on October 8th of 2008?
Yes, ma'am. The next day I took it from Lee.
If I may have items IW, IX, IY, IZ, JA, and JB for identification?
these samples collected in identical fashion?
Pardon me?
I'm sorry. Are these samples collected in identical fashion from each individual?
Yes.
Okay. How is it that the DNA samples are collected from each of these individuals?
What we done was we took them into a room where we collect samples, and I collected the buccal swabs and then collected the hair swabs or the hair samples from. They either assisted me in retrieving the hairs themselves, or I collected the hair.
How was the buccal swab collection done? How do you do that?
What's done is we take 2 Q-tips and we swab the inside of the mouth to get the skin cells that's located inside your mouth. We swab each side, and then we place them in boxes and seal them and ship them.
And the hair samples that are collected, are those pulled or otherwise shed?
No, they're pulled hairs.
All right. And how were those collected? You indicated that sometimes the individual will assist you.
Yes, if I collect them, I'll use tweezers. Sometimes I'll give the individual that is I'm taking the sample from, I'll let them use the tweezers, or they'll just pull the hair out with their fingers.
What happens to the item after they're collected?
It's placed in a clear plastic Petri dish, a round dish, and then it's sealed.
All right. If I may approach the witness with JB, IY, and IX for identification.
You may.
Take a look at each of those items and tell me if you recognize them as something that you've had contact with in the past. And then we'll do them individually.
Yes, I do recognize these.
What do you recognize IX to be?
These are 2 buccal swabs taken from Cindy Anthony.
Once they are collected from Mrs. Anthony in the manner described, do they go into that packaging?
Yes, they're in a box. The box actually gets sealed, then they're placed in this envelope, and this envelope is sealed with my initials.
IY? What do you recognize that to be?
This is 2 buccal swabs collected from George Anthony.
Once those items are collected in the manner described, do they go into a sealed box, into a sealed package?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
JB for identification?
These are 2 buccal swabs collected from Lee Anthony.
Same series of questions. Once they're collected from him, do they go into a sealed box and a sealed package, initialed by you?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
I'm going to show you IZ, JA, and IW for identification.
Do you recognize each of those items as something you've had contact with in the past?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What do you recognize IZ to be?
This is 1 Petri dish containing hairs from George Anthony.
Once those items were collected, were they placed into the Petri dish sealed, placed into the container, sealed and initialed by you?
Yes, they were.
JA for identification.
This is 1 Petri dish containing hairs from Lee Anthony.
Once those were collected, were they placed into the Petri dish sealed, placed into the envelope, sealed and initialed by you?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
And IW for identification.
This is 1 Petri dish containing hairs from Cindy Anthony.
Once collected, is the Petri dish sealed, placed into the envelope, sealed again and initialed by you?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
On August 1st of 2008, did you respond to the Anthony home at 4937 Hope Spring Drive and collect items described as gas cans?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
All right. If I may have AJ for identification. Sir, do you see AJ for identification displayed on the monitor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what do you recognize it to be?
This is 1 of 2 gas cans that I collected from the house.
How is it that you can recall the collection date and time?
Located in the picture is a identification card, and the card has my name, the case number, the time, and the date.
Is that photograph a fair and accurate depiction of that item on August 1st of 2008 at 11:30 hours?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce AJ for identification into evidence.
It will be received as evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish 107 to the jury, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Investigator Vincent, is there anything that you did to change or alter the appearance of the gas can from the time that you collected it at the Anthony residence until the time of the photograph?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. What happened to this item after you photographed it?
What I did was I swabbed the gas can for any DNA, and I also conducted a latent examination on the gas can to see if I could get any fingerprints off the gas can.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
Was the item returned to the Anthony family on Hope Spring Drive?
Yes, it was.
When?
I'd have to look at my report.
Your Honor, may the witness refresh his recollection with his report as to the time he returned the item.
Yes, you may.
If I may refer you to page 5 of your report above the date of, above the August 12th date. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Does that refresh recollection?
Yes, it does.
And when was that item returned?
August 13th at 11:03 hours.
To whom?
Cindy Anthony.
Your Honor, at this time, I would seek to introduce IW, IX, IY, IZ, JA, and JB for identification into evidence identified by the witness as hair and buccal swab standards.
What says the defense? You may. Okay. You received an evidence that states numbered.
May I have a moment?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Those are all the questions I have of this witness at this point.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vincent.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, when you did the process the car on July 17th, 2008, and you checked for blood, you testified about that, correct?
Correct.
And while you were doing that, that was caught on television, was it not?
The Bay Area was on television, and the vehicle was on television, but the collection of the blood or attempting to see if there was blood inside the car was not on television.
What happened was you were processing the car that evening,
Correct.
and you had the garage door open,
Correct.
and you and Mr. Boise were processing the car with Blue Star,
That was one of the processes we did. Correct.
and there was a television crew filming you while you were doing this,
Correct.
and you could see their lights from their cameras because it was at night, could you not?
I don't believe they had lights on at that time.
Did you call the media so they could film you?
I did not call the media.
Do you know who did?
Sustained.
Are you aware if it was the intent to have the media film you while you processed the car?
It was whose intent?
Whether it was
He's asking him as to someone's intent other than his own.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
this was immediately broadcasted throughout the country, was it not?
Sustained.
The samples that you were talking about with the air this is the very first time you've ever taken air samples, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
In fact, you have no training whatsoever in the collection or preservation of air samples.
This is the first time I ever heard it being done. That's correct.
And you had never heard of this ever being done in any cases prior to this one.
That's correct.
And this for you was somewhat of an experiment.
It was new. I wouldn't call it an experiment.
Okay. Mr. Sigmund, that came and took the samples that you witnessed, this was the first time he had collected air samples, correct? If you're aware.
It's going to be based on anything other than hearsay.
Sustained.
There were multiple attempts to try and collect samples, right?
Yes.
Just couldn't seem to do it correctly.
No, that wasn't the case at all.
You weren't sure if you were doing it correctly.
No, that wasn't the case at all.
Okay. It was the first time you were doing it, but you were certain you were doing it correctly.
Which time are we talking about?
Multiple times. You have the 17th and the 23rd, correct? You did it on
The 17th of
July?
and the 23rd of?
July.
They were not attempted by me at all. They were done by Dr. Michael Sigmund.
And is it your understanding that they were being done correctly, or they had to come back and try something new?
I'm going to object any response be based on hearsay.
Sustained.
You were part of this process, were you not?
I observed the process, correct.
And there were multiple methods employed in trying to collect air sample, were there not?
There were different types of filters used to collect the air sample, yes.
First, there was the syringe.
Correct.
Then there was the little carbon filters.
Correct.
And then after that, in August, you got sent a pump from Mr. Voss.
And that is the sample that I collected, correct.
Now, the difficulty that you had is in collecting air samples is that air is a free-flowing thing, is it not?
Air is free-flowing, but I don't understand what you mean by difficult.
Well, let me rephrase it. Let me put it this way. The air in the garage of your forensic bay was not the same on July 16th as it was August 29th, was it?
It wasn't the same air. Whether it was the same quality of air, I couldn't tell you that.
And that's because you open the garage door, air comes in and air goes out.
Correct.
And that's the same thing with this car, correct?
Correct. The air would leave and the air would stay. Yes.
You don't have any information as to the air.
But he opened it up really quickly. He opened up so fast, and he quickly put the syringe in and got some air out of there and quickly slammed it shut. It was so fast. No air could have possibly escaped.
In this car on June 16th, correct?
Correct.
And you don't have any information as to the air in the garage of the Anthony family.
Correct.
And you certainly didn't do any samples of the garage in the Anthony family home.
That's correct.
And furthermore, at the tow yard where this car was for 3 weeks, you didn't do any samples of the air over there, did you?
No.
Nor near the dumpster where this car was for 3 days.
Correct.
Now, the samples that you took on August 29th, they were not air samples that, well, actually, let me rephrase that. Mr. Sigmund took the samples on the 23rd, correct? July.
Yes.
And then on August 29th, you attempted to get what are called control samples.
I don't understand that question. No, I don't think that's correct. No.
You attempted to get samples of various different environments, not just the car.
Correct.
So you could compare the sample from the forensic bay garage versus the car.
I can't compare it. No.
That was the purpose of you collecting air samples from the forensic bay of the garage, was it not?
I don't.
Let me rephrase this.
Thank you.
See if I can help you. I apologize for the question. The forensic bay air from your garage is not an item of evidence in this case.
The forensics bay air that I collected.
Yeah.
Is evidence.
Okay. There's no dispute in fact or anything having to do with the air from your garage at the forensics bay.
There's no dispute. I don't understand what you mean.
Let me see if I can rephrase it to see if I help you. The reason you took sample from the air of the forensic bay and from the car and then also from the garbage is that you could compare, so others could compare the difference in the air from one location to the other, right?
I wouldn't say difference. I think what the tests were conducted for to see what was in the air at that particular location, like what was in the air in the garage, what was in the air in the trunk, and what was in the air in the trash.
Right. So that way you can have a better indication as to whether the air from the garage made it into the trunk and vice versa.
Correct. Okay.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Okay.
Okay. Now, but the problem is you took this on August 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't take it on you didn't take it on June 16th.
Correct.
You didn't take it on July 15th when you first got the car.
Correct.
It was done a month and a half later.
Correct.
For air that is free flowing.
Correct.
So the samples that you collected are not representative of what the air was like in that car on July 15th or June 16th of 2008.
What I think was being collected for was the odor coming from the area and the items that were tested.
My question to you, sir, is it's not a representative sample of what you were trying to accomplish. Is that correct?
I don't understand the question.
Asking for a scientific conclusion that's outside the scope of his stated expertise at this point.
Well, objection sustained. The witness has indicated that he does not understand the question, which means the question is.
All right. You also sampled the garbage, correct?
Yes, an air sample was taken of the garbage.
Okay.
I'm sorry, trash.
The trash.
Correct.
Okay. We got into that yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what you did was you didn't take a sample of the trash on July 15th, right?
Correct.
You did it on August 29th.
Yes, sir.
But there was a significant difference in the trash from the 15th of July, the 16th of July to the 29th of August, correct?
There was a what?
There was a significant difference.
There could have been.
In fact,
I wouldn't be able to tell because I didn't test it on the 16th, so I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the 16th and the 28th when I tested.
but there was something done to the trash when you got it on the 16th, right?
I didn't get it on the 16th.
Okay, the 17th of July. Let me start from the top. You got the trash in the forensics department on July 16th, 2008.
Okay.
And that trash was then taken to a dry room, was it not?
I don't know if it was immediately taken to the dry room or not.
Okay. I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit C, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Now, without showing this to the jury, unfortunately, this is not admitted into evidence, sir. The photograph on the left shows how the garbage was when you received it, correct?
I can't answer that. I wasn't there when it was received.
Does that look like the garbage when you first saw it?
It does look like the trash, yes.
And the photograph on the right is after it was placed in the dry room, is it not?
I can't answer that question. That's not a dry room. To me, it looks like it's being laid out to be inspected.
Do you see a significant difference between the trash on the left and the trash on the right?
Of course.
And what's the purpose of putting trash in the dry room?
I didn't put it in the dry room. You'll have to ask Gerardo Blasey, who put it in the dry room, what his reason was.
But you're a supervisor, right?
Correct.
And you have experience in crime scene investigation, do you not?
Yes.
What would be the purpose of putting trash in the dry room?
Either storage or drying.
Okay. Either to store it or to dry it?
Correct.
Okay. And when you took the samples of air for the trash, it had already been in the dry room.
Yes.
Okay. So, and it would not have had the moisture or the same odor that it had back on July 16th.
I can't answer that.
Your common knowledge. Would it tell you, sir?
It's possible.
Let me finish the question. Your common knowledge.
He's asking him to speculate.
Let him finish asking the question. Sir, do not answer the question until I tell you to answer.
Your common knowledge of being a human being that has trash and has dealt with trash all your life. I'm sure you've thrown it out a few times, right?
Correct.
Wait, don't answer the question, sir, until I instruct you to answer the question.
The odor would be significantly different if you had a wet bag of trash versus trash that was individually taken out and put in the dry room.
Objection to that one. You may answer, sir.
If the trash was wet and they placed it in a dry room to dry, yes, the smell would be different from the time it was wet and then the time when it was dry, if it was wet.
Okay. And when you took the air sample of the garbage on August 29th, the trash was dry.
That's possible.
Can you look at your report and see what the trash was stored in at that time?
The trash was stored in a brown box,
Brown box like one of these.
brown cardboard box with tape all the way around it, correct?
And it wasn't moist and wet and damp, was it?
No, it was not.
Now, you testified that and I'm showing the witness defense exhibit E. You testified, sir, that you collected this trash can. I'm sorry, this gas can.
Yes, sir, I did.
It's Saturday. I apologize, sir.
Does counsel lay a predicate that that's the same photograph as the introduced photograph?
I'm being more than happy to do that, sir.
Okay.
This is the same photograph that you took that's been admitted into evidence, is it not, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you got this gas can, it's metal,
Yes, sir.
and it appears to also have some, I guess, some gas dripping on the side a little bit.
It was completely dry.
Can I show it to you and
Sure.
maybe get a closer look?
Yes.
Pointing right below the duct tape that appears to be a shiny area. Does that appear to you in any way to be some either wet or slightly drying gas?
It was not a wet can. That might be a stain from it being there prior and drying, but it was not. There was no gas in that can that I remember.
And you process. And it didn't have any fingerprints, did it?
No, it did not.
So it's possible somebody wiped this down for fingerprints?
Sustain.
Do you know or do you have any indication as to whether this can was wiped down to clear someone's fingerprints before turning it over?
Objection. He's asking him to speculate.
Sustain.
There are some indications that you can see, sir, when processing an item for fingerprints as to whether it's been wiped down. Isn't that correct, sir?
On occasions, yes.
Were you able to identify as to whether anybody had attempted to wipe down this particular piece of evidence before turning it over to you?
It did not appear to me to be wiped down,
But it certainly did not contain anyone's fingerprints.
and that's possible. That's correct.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
The gas can that you just testified about was handed to you by someone, correct?
It was actually pointed out, and I retrieved it.
Okay. Did you collect it yourself using gloves?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And when you took possession of it, do you carry it by its handle?
That's the way you normally carry the gas can.
The vehicle in question, the Sunfire, where was it stored between July 16th and the end of August when you took those samples that you testified about?
It was secured at our office in our garage.
Same location the entire time?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the odor in the vehicle the same between July 15th and when you took those samples at the end of August?
Yes, ma'am. There still was a strong odor on the vehicle.
Okay. Had it diminished in any way? To your recollection?
Not that I recall.
How'd you measure it?
The items that we're referring to as trash, those items were handled by Gerardo Bloise,
Yes, ma'am, they were.
photographed by him, not you?
Correct.
How'd
Do you have knowledge as to whether or not the garbage was stored separately from the car the entire time?
Yes, it was.
Any additional questions on the area that was just covered?
Oh, gosh.
Okay, may the witness be excused. Thank you.
Okay, we're taking a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. Okay, we're moving on now to, let's see what we got. We're in the middle of day 10. Let's see what we have here. Looks like day 10 was only half a day. So moving on to day 11 now. All right, let's get going. Day 11. Thank you, David Lord, on that.
Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present at level counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorney. Both sides ready to proceed?
One small matter, Judge, to bring up. I presume that Dr. Voss may be taking the stand today, and I wanted to address some concerns that we had. First, of course, we would renew all our previous motions and objections under Fry that we had previously.
We're going to this.
Return the jury.
Let's return the jury.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you heed my previous admonition? All right. State may proceed. Dr. Voss.
They will call Dr. Arpad Voss.
Arpad Vass, ARPAD VASS.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Dr. Voss. Hello. Dr. Voss, you are a senior research scientist at Oak Ridge National Laboratory. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you live in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Is that correct?
correct.
How long have you worked at the Oak Ridge National Laboratory?
Almost 20 years.
And what is your area of expertise in which you work at the Oak Ridge National Laboratory?
And that's a complicated question.
Okay.
As a research scientist, we have to have general expertise in a variety of scientific disciplines. My areas of expertise include anthropology, biology, chemistry, microbiology, clinical pathology, and endocytobiology.
Tell us, if you will, your educational background that kind of led you up to working for Oak Ridge National Laboratory.
I have a bachelor's from Virginia Polytechnic Institute and State University in Blacksburg, Virginia. I have a medical technology degree from Fairfax Hospital, a master's in forensic science from Virginia Commonwealth University, and a PhD from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville in anthropology.
And your master's degree, you said, was in forensic science?
Yeah, administration of justice, I think, is with forensic science is the add-on.
Okay. Tell us, if you will, how did you end up getting your PhD at University of Tennessee?
While I was in Virginia, I was working as a medical technologist, and I was taking master's classes, going through my master's at the Medical College of Virginia and Virginia Commonwealth University. And I became very interested in forensic science at that point in time. I was offered a position at the University of Tennessee in Knoxville, and my wife and I moved down there. And I wanted to continue my education in forensics and get a PhD. And so at that point in time, I learned about Dr. William Bass. He had established in 1972 a anthropological research facility where he essentially studied the decompositional process in an outdoor setting. I became very interested in that and went and chatted with Dr. Bass and developed a PhD dissertation based on that conversation.
All right. Now, the anthropological research facility, that is the proper name for what in the media is referred to as the body farm. Is that correct?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. Not particularly, not one that the facility may like, but that's kind of what we call it.
Yes.
But we'll call it the correct name as far as we're concerned. Now, when was it that you began these discussions with Dr. Bass about pursuing a PhD in forensic anthropology?
Probably about a year after I arrived in Knoxville, give or take, maybe less.
What year was that?
I think 1988, 1999, 1988, 1989 timeframe.
Okay, very good. Now, when you were discussing pursuing your PhD, was it to study a specific aspect of forensic anthropology, or was it just a general study kind of thing?
No, it was a specific aspect of it. After chatting with Dr. Bass, I like challenges. And one of the challenges that he has always faced is determining how long someone has been dead, the post-mortem interval. Biochemically, prior to some of the work we have done, that has never been really studied in depth at all. And so my dissertation and thesis work was looking at the biochemical parameters associated with human decomposition to determine whether or not that could be used as a means of doing the post-mortem interval, or determining how long someone's been dead.
All right. Up to that point in the late 80s, was there a substantial sort of subfield within forensic anthropology of biochemistry, or was that fairly new?
It was fairly new.
Okay. So when you began your work, let's describe a little bit, if we can, for those that may not know, the anthropological research facility. It's a rather unique facility, or at least it certainly was back in 1988, 89. What's unique about the anthropological research facility? Explain that to us.
At that point in time, it was essentially the only facility in the world where you could study whole body decompositional events. It's an outdoor facility. It's roughly a little less than 1.5 acres in size at this point in time. Again, it began in 1972. It was established. At this point in time, there have been roughly about 1,100 test subjects that have gone through that facility.
And by test subjects, we mean people who've donated their body to science, and it's then used for this research.
That is correct, yes.
And these are actual human bodies that are left outside under different... It's preliminary questions, Judge. Are these actual human bodies?
Yes.
Are they left outside?
Yes,
Are they left outside under various conditions?
that is correct.
Some in cars?
There is a vehicle out there, and studies have been performed with individuals in the trunk of that car or interior in the car. Yes.
Some buried?
Correct.
Some on surface?
Correct.
Now, your studies in beginning in the early 80s, you were looking at something you called post-mortem interval. Is that correct?
Yes.
You said it was time since death.
Correct.
Now, what approach were you taking to solving that problem with your initial research?
The initial research was looking at the chemical breakdown of soft tissue. Soft tissue in the human body is made up of 4 components: proteins, lipids, carbohydrates, and nucleic acids. As the body decomposes and liquefies, that liquid pours out upon the matrix upon which the body resides. Could be soil, could be clothing, could be bedding, could be carpeting, wherever the body resides. We analyzed that fluid to determine what components in that fluid were reliable and reproducibly produced, which could indicate how long that individual had been dead.
Now, are there different stages of decomposition that you could describe to the jury?
Yes, I will try not to be too morbid. They're typically recognized 4 stages of decomposition. There's a fresh stage, a bloat stage, active decay, and then a dry stage. In the dry stage, remaining non-nutritive tissues, typically mummified, or it could be just skeletonized material.
So the first stage, the fresh stage, just kind of tell us what's going on with the body during the fresh stage of decomposition.
Okay. There are 2 processes involved in early human decomposition. One is called autolysis, from the Greek auto, self, lysis, digestion. So it's a self-digestion process. If someone dies suddenly, well, let me backtrack. There's about 100 trillion cells in the human body. If someone dies suddenly and traumatically, it doesn't matter if it's traumatic, but the cells of the body don't yet realize that the organism is dead or about to keel over and die, you see. So the cells continue to do what they normally do, and that's cellular metabolism. Now, and this begins, cellular metabolism continues on, but...
The narrative and this witness is not a biologist.
Go ahead, sir.
Does that mean I can... So the organism has died because of the traumatic death of the individual, but the cells of the body don't yet realize that the organism is dead, and they continue to do what they normally do, cell metabolism. One of the byproducts of cellular metabolism is carbon dioxide. Normally, the carbon dioxide is released or removed from the cells by the circulation and then the respiration, you exhale carbon dioxide. Because there's no more circulation, because there's no more respiration, the carbon dioxide really has no place to go. So it builds up inside the cells of the body because the cells metabolize it. Carbon dioxide is acidic. Eukaryotic cells, the cells in mammalian bodies, don't like...
To the narrative, and this witness is not a chemist.
Your Honor, could we...
Overruled. You may continue, Doctor.
Thank you. I forgot what it was.
You were talking about the being acidic.
Yes, carbon dioxide is acidic. It's building up inside the cells. Organelles, cells are made up of very complex structures, and these are called organelles. And this is the nucleus and things like Golgi apparatus and ribosomes and all these things.
Yes, sir. If you want this taken down, and I'm quite sure that both sides want to record, you're going to need to slow down.
I'm very sorry. Okay. Shall I begin again? Okay. The complexity of cells depends on what's inside them, the anatomy of them. So inside cells of the body, there's a nucleus. There are other structures. One of those structures inside a cell, or an organelle inside a cell, is something called a lysosome. These are surrounded by membranes and contain enzymes. When the cell is normally functioning, the enzymes are used to digest food and get rid of cell waste products, things like that. Enzymes are proteins, and the definition of them is that they speed up chemical reactions. In the case of digestive enzymes, they're used to break things down. Now, a lysosome inside a cell is surrounded by a single membrane, unlike some of the other structures inside the cell. Because the cell is now becoming acidic, because the carbon dioxide is increasing, the first structures to be affected are single membraned organelles like a lysosome. So as that membrane ruptures, it releases enzymes, and these enzymes begin the process of digesting the cell from the inside out. This is autolysis, self-digestion. This is visually apparent by blisters forming on the surface of the skin and the organs, because now the cells are essentially liquefied inside because of the...
Overruled.
You can go ahead, sir.
Because the interior of the cell is now liquefied, it's nutrient rich. And as these blisters rupture, you begin to see things like skin slippage, where the surface of the skin becomes loosened and sloughs off the body. This is one of the first visual signs that something is really amiss with the body. Now, these nutrient-rich fluids give the body, as the blisters rupture, give the body a moisture-laden appearance, because the blisters rupture, the liquid is now on the surface of the body, and the body looks wet. This allows the second major process of early decomposition to begin, and that is called putrefaction. Putrefaction is where microbiological organisms, whether it's bacteria, viruses, fungi, whatever, now feed on those nutrient-rich fluids that are released from the autolytic process. And these organisms can come from inside the body, from on the skin, or from the environment. And those 2 processes alone begin the process of liquefying the body. And that's essentially what decomposition is. It's taking a very complex structure like what we are, and breaking it down into smaller molecules, eventually causing a liquefaction and dissolution of the soft tissue. Sorry, that was so lengthy.
Lovely breakfast conversation, isn't it? You mentioned something called a bloat stage. You talked about autolysis, putrefaction, and bloat. What is the bloat stage?
The bloat stage is when microorganisms in the intestinal tract of humans
again, they're metabolizing. They're really going to town because they're inundated with all these wonderful nutrients they never had access to before. So now these organisms are really going to town, and one of the byproducts of bacterial metabolism is the generation of gas. Okay, it could be hydrogen, it could be methane, it could be carbon dioxide, it could be ammonia, all these different gas. I'm sorry.
That's all right. So just start back from.
I love my subject.
I could tell. 1 second. Madam Court Reporter, where would you like me to start from?
Metabolism.
And improper pregnancy. You were talking about the gases. That's where I think she lost you.
Yeah, as the bacteria are now utilizing these nutrients that are now available, they produce, they actively make waste products as well, which are gases. And these include ammonia, hydrogen, methane, carbon dioxide, things of that nature. And when someone dies, occasionally the rectal region and the esophagus can become occluded. And so
what is occluded?
Blocked, essentially. Now, when that situation happens, the gases that are produced from the bacterial metabolism have really no place. And so it builds up in the abdominal region, and that causes the appearance of a bloated abdomen, if you will. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to happen only in the abdomen. Wherever bacteria are present and the gases are trapped by whatever mechanism, you will see a distension of the tissues, and that's called bloat. That will eventually find a way out as the body decomposes over time.
And the final stage you described was?
Well, there's active decay after the bloat stage.
Okay, active decay. Tell us about active decay.
Active decay is essentially the major, roughly 40 to 80% of the decompositional process is active decay. Active decay is when all the major aspect of the liquefaction of the soft tissue occurs. So all the organs are liquefied, all the nutritive tissue it becomes dissolved, and that leads to the final stage, which is the dry or skeletonized stage, where non-nutritive tissue, non-nutritive because if it has no nutrient value, the bacteria and insects really won't utilize it, and they'll ignore it. And so that remains. It can become dry and parchment-like, which is mummification of remaining tissue, or you can just left with essentially a pile of skeletal elements of bones.
What is the one environmental, if there is one, what is the most important environmental factor in the time that process takes, whether it's faster or slower?
There are 4 processes that are important in the rate of decomposition. Temperature is the most important. The second is the presence of water, and the water can come from the environment, it can come from inside the body, humidity, things of that nature. The third is pH. pH is essentially a measure of whether something is acidic or basic. There's a pH scale, which runs from essentially 0 to 14, 7 being neutral. Or above 7, it's alkaline or basic. Below 7, it's acidic. Surface or aerobic decomposition, that's decomposition in an oxygen type of environment, like if you're just lying on the surface, typically is very alkaline, high pH. Burials or anaerobic type of decompositional events tend to be very acidic, like a burial situation, or if you're wrapped in something that you can't have a lot of oxygen exchange. And the fourth major component is the presence of oxygen. Again, the aerobic is much more rapid than anaerobic, which is lack of oxygen. So those 4 major parameters affect the rate and completeness of the decompositional process, temperature being the most important.
In that respect, would higher temperature accelerate decomposition?
That is correct.
Lower temperature might make it slower?
That is correct.
All right. During your study that you began with, looking at postmortem interval, what was it about that process that you found to be significant in determining postmortem interval? Let me back up for a minute. What were you looking at in your initial study in determining postmortem interval? In other words, the body itself or something the body was on, what were you looking at?
We were essentially looking at the liquefaction products. As the body liquefies, is there anything in that liquid that could be useful for time since death or postmortem interval determinations?
And how did you, just briefly explain to us, how it is that you did that study?
Well, essentially, we didn't really know what to look for. So we started screening for a variety of compounds. And what we essentially found was that fat and muscle breaks down into something called volatile fatty acids. Now, there's about 20 or so of these volatile fatty acids. Of those, what we found was there's only a few that are reproducible body to body and produce ratios that could be useful in determining how long someone's been dead. These fatty acids include compounds called butyric acid, valeric acid, and propionic acid.
And did this study end in publication of your findings?
That is correct, it did.
And how long did you spend on the study before the publication of findings? And if it was more than once, just kind of take us through that history.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ashton, I didn't.
Did you just publish the findings of the study once, or was there a series of papers?
For the volatile fatty acid publication, there was just one publication on that. Now, included in that was another aspect of what we discovered during that particular study, and that was the analysis of inorganic components. The human body is composed of organic material and inorganic material, like calcium, that's inorganic, you see. And so we also found that a variety of inorganic components could be used to determine how long someone's been dead. Normally, the volatile fatty acids are used for earlier time since death estimates because there's a lot of soft tissue being produced. But as the soft tissue goes away, the inorganics become more important. And these inorganics include things like calcium, magnesium, sodium, potassium, compounds such as that.
Now, the first paper that was published on the volatile fatty acids, when was that published? Approximately.
I think it's 1992, I believe,
All
in
right.
the Journal of Forensic Sciences.
Okay. And pardon me, the later follow-up papers involving the inorganics, when approximately were those papers?
Again, that was one paper.
One paper.
The one paper included the volatile fatty acids and the inorganics. Now, we developed other methods of doing times and Steph. In my 20 years working at the decay facility, the first 10 years roughly was spent on developing a number of different types of methods because every homicides never occur the same way twice. So we had to have a variety of tools in the toolbox available to us to be able to use different methods depending on the circumstances.
All right. Now, pardon me, you were doing the research at the anthropological research facility. Were you employed at Oak Ridge, but using the facility, or were you working at UT?
And during the volatile fatty acid paperwork, I was still employed at the university. For later work, I was then an employee at the Oak Ridge National Lab.
Were you awarded your PhD based upon your work that you described from UT?
Yes, the volatile fatty acid work, that's correct.
And when did you receive your PhD?
1991.
And now, when did you go to work for Oak Ridge?
92.
So just after your
Yes.
PhD. All right. So much of this later work was as you were employee of the Oak Ridge National Laboratory.
Cool.
Could you just tell the jury briefly what is the Oak Ridge National Laboratory?
Okay.
I know that's a big question, but give us a brief overview.
The Department of Energy runs a number of national laboratories across the country. Oak Ridge National Laboratory happens to be one of them. It is the largest research laboratory in the DOE complex. It has roughly 4,000 to 5,000 employees, a large number of guests, international guests and researchers come and to perform research there. There are a number of key areas of research. Typically, these are very large, complicated projects which require multidisciplinary teams to investigate.
Go ahead.
These include things like climate change, looking at new types of biofuels, looking at the effect of neutrons and how neutrons can be used to investigate the proteins or materials. Material science is a huge emphasis at the National Laboratory. Supercomputers, I think we have the second and fourth fastest computer in the world there. We have Homeland Security.
Let me interrupt for a second. I think you've just gone beyond the be brief part. So let me just stop you right there.
I'm sorry?
No, you've gone beyond the be brief part. So let me stop you right there. Does the laboratory have a broad range of scientific disciplines under the umbrella of the laboratory?
That is correct.
And the projects that the laboratory does, are they beyond just energy-related items?
Yes, they are.
Now, your particular work with the laboratory, you talked about multidisciplinary projects. Have you been involved in projects that had nothing to do with forensic anthropology?
Well, again, as a research scientist, we have to pretty much have expertise in a variety of different fields. I may not have a PhD in those fields, but I have to know more than the average person walking on the street. So we have a number of different projects. For instance, we're looking at new types of plants that produce biofuels. Non-food crop plants, for instance. Corn produces ethanol, but who wants to use a food crop to make a fuel, right? So we're looking at different types of plants. So I get involved with that because we don't know that these fuel products are actually produced in the plants and microbes in the plants. So one of my areas of expertise is microbiology. So a lot of these projects are multidisciplinary, lots of people involved, chemists, physicists, biologists, things of that nature.
All right. Did there come a point in time when you felt that you had done all you could do in the area of postmortem mineral determination?
There was.
Go ahead.
Yes, there was. After the third model that we developed, and that was a model based on how tissue breaks down in very early decompositional stages. Protein is made up of building blocks of amino acids, and we were looking at the liberation of specific ratios of amino acids. And essentially, that ended up being the cutting edge method worldwide of doing times and Steph, because we were on an hourly basis of determining how long someone had been dead. After that point, I pretty much said, biochemically, I've reached the limit of my knowledge. I don't really think I could do any more in that field, and so we became interested in other aspects of forensic anthropology.
When was it that you made that decision, approximately?
I guess early 2000, perhaps 2001.
Did another project garner your attention at that point?
Yes.
Go ahead.
As I said before, I like a challenge. And up until that point, I thought that times and Steph was the most difficult question that a forensic anthropologist needed to answer. So that's why I like that area, because it's a difficult challenge. I was wrong.
And responsive to the question?
Well, so why did you move into another area, and what is that area?
The other area of interest that I found interesting was the detection of clandestine graves. That is a very complicated process, especially if the graves are several years old, and it is always very problematic to locate a clandestine grave. And so we began looking at ways of investigating how to improve that type of technology to be able to identify where a body had been buried.
Up to that point, what was the predominant method for finding a clandestine grave?
Well, of course, the use of cadaver dogs, but primarily it was geophysical in nature. Ground penetrating radar, the use of magnetometers, hand probes. Hand probes are simple metal rods you push down to the ground looking for soil density changes. None of them were very effective. It depends on the environment you're working in. So we were looking at trying to determine if there was a more universal way that could be utilized in an overall toolbox of things you could use for different situations.
So how did you go about developing a method of exploring? Let me stop. So what method did you come to explore to find clandestine graves?
Because the most successful method at that time was cadaver locating dogs. We looked at odor evolution from decompositional events. And in order to study that, we utilized the anthropological research facility, Body Farm, and we actually buried a number of individuals. Now, these graves were kind of special because we put in a piping system underneath the bodies, above the bodies, and at the surface of the soil. And these bodies were buried at various depths, down to 3.5 feet, I think was the deepest burial we had, and there were some shallow ones. And we began monitoring which chemicals are being produced during a burial situation. And these chemicals are produced either at the body, that was the pipe underneath the body, or they could have been produced and began migrating upward through the soil column. The soil column is the amount of soil over the body in a burial situation. And those would be then recorded in the piping system above the body. And then we looked at, finally, which of the compounds produced at the body made it all the way up through the soil column and escaped at the surface. Now, the importance of that is because those are the chemicals that a cadaver locating dog would have been able to smell. And also it allowed for the initial development or potential development of instrumentation that could detect those particular compounds.
Going backwards a little bit, we started talking about odors. In your initial 10 years or more of working in forensic anthropology on your first project, did you have occasion to experience the odor of decomposing human remains at various stages?
That is correct.
Approximately how many times?
Well, over the years, and this may not be an exact answer to your question, but over the years, in my 20 years roughly at the anthropology facility, we have followed approximately 50 individuals from start to finish. Start to finish means that they were fresh when they came in and they ended up skeletonization. So we were able to follow those 50 individuals. And we also looked at hundreds of individuals at a single time point, doing various procedures or experiments that we did over the last 20 years.
And in that period of time, have you found the odor of human decomposition to be a unique odor, just from a perspective of your smell?
Yes.
Is the literature on the subject, is there literature that comments on the fact of the uniqueness of the odor of human decomposition?
Are you referring to the work I've done?
Well, your work or other work of other people?
There are publications available that describe what the chemical components are that are liberated during human decomposition. We had 2 publications from the work we've done over the last 10 years, and the other researchers, Dr. Milt Stathopoulos in Greece has done this type of work with whole bodies. A number of researchers have done work with just individual tissues. There are a number of researchers that do work with pigs, and do pig and human comparisons, things like that.
Well, that's a good point. Have you had the experience of also doing work with animal decomposition and the odor of that?
Yes, at the decay facility, primarily what animals other than humans that they have there include pigs. A lot of people in foreign countries don't have access to a decay facility, and they're only allowed to work with animal remains, and the animal choice is usually a pig. So when they do human-pig comparison studies, those are the ones they utilize. I hate to admit it, but normally when we go and look at other animals, they're typically roadkills. We do live in Tennessee. So, we have deer, we have dogs, we have cats, things of that nature that we have sampled over the years in terms of looking at how they produce odors.
Have you found the odor of human decomposition to be distinguishable, just from your nose perspective, from all those other things?
I'm sorry,
Have you found the odor of human decomposition to be distinguishable from the odor of the animal decomposition that you have experienced?
I think, yes, animals tend to...
Speculation.
Animals tend to have a more muskier scent. Domesticated animals like a pig have a much sweeter scent than human remains.
Now, you were describing to us your study using the buried bodies. Over how long a period of time did you collect data from that study?
It began in 2002, and I believe it ended early 2007.
And did you publish an initial paper of your findings in 2004?
Yes.
And was that published? Where was that published?
Journal of Forensic Science.
And is that a peer-reviewed, respected publication in the area of forensic science?
Correct.
Now, did you continue your research after 2004?
2000.
After the 2004 paper, did the research continue?
I'm sorry, yes. The 2004 paper was when the establishment of the graves, the beginning of a assimilation of the chemicals that we identified, and an evaluation of the environmental parameters that affected the evolution of those compounds. And the environmental parameters include temperature, rainfall, barometric pressure, things of that nature. Now, it is interesting, and if I may elaborate just briefly, barometric pressure, for instance. I mean, the ground is a living, breathing entity, if you will. So if a high pressure moves in, it pushes chemicals down into the ground. So you can't detect them at the surface. It doesn't mean that they're not being generated by the body. It just means that the high pressure is pushing them down.
Narrative, improper predicate.
It's pushing them down into the ground. If a low pressure comes in, it seems to suck the chemicals up out of the ground. So it's a very complicated process. Looking at rainfall, for instance. I mean, in that initial first 1 or 2 years, I can't remember exactly how many chemicals we saw, maybe 200-300 chemicals perhaps. These chemicals, some are water soluble, some are not water soluble. When it rains, sometimes they float above the water, sometimes they push down into the ground. So it's a very complicated process of how the environment interacts with the chemicals as they're liberated during the decompositional process. In my second paper, what we did is at that point, we had been looking at bodies for roughly about 4 years in the ground, and they were by that time skeletonized. So
That's the narrative and non-responsive to any questions.
Approach the bench for a minute.
The last full question was, after the 2004 paper, did the research continue?
You may proceed.
Okay, so the last question was, did your research continue after the 2004 paper was published?
yes.
All right. And did it basically continue in the same form as far as the buried remains goes?
Yes and no. Obviously, the study with the buried individuals continued, but at that point, we were starting to also look at individuals that were decomposing on the surface. We also included skeletal elements of bones in that study, and at the very end of that, we included another fifth individual that had been recently buried, looking at a different type of technology.
Okay, I think I missed the last couple words what you just said.
A different type of technology. We were using, instead of triple sorbent traps, we were using steamy fibers.
Okay. Now, the
and SPME fibers, SPME, SPME.
and that's an acronym for
It's an
definitely
actually solid phase micro extraction fiber. I don't know if I want to get into that, but
that's fine. All right, now your work with the above ground bodies. Tell us where did that take place? Was that at the Agricultural Research? It's hard to say. Anthropological Research Facility also?
you're allowed to say body.
I wouldn't dare.
Yeah, so for that study, we looked at about 10 surface individuals. Some were just lying on the surface, some were loosely covered with plastic tarps, and some were actually encased in body bags. So those are the surface individuals we included in that study.
Obviously, since above ground, you did use the tubing system. How did you obtain information or samples from those bodies?
Even in the buried individuals, in the piping system, they were little ports on the ends of each pipe. I'm not sure if I can show a picture of that or not, but nevertheless. And what we did is we collected them with the air containing the odor on something called a triple sorbent trap, or TST. Now, a TST is about 2.5, maybe 3-inch long metal piece of material filled with 3 types of essentially activated carbon. Now, activated carbon, if you have freshwater aquariums, is one of the things that you use to filter out ammonia out of the water, the fish urine, and things like that. Nevertheless, so this little piece of metal has 3 types of this activated carbon in it. And as the air passes through the triple sorbent trap, it essentially purifies the air, removing the odor components and capturing them on the activated carbon. And then you take that back to the laboratory and analyze it. The same procedure was used for the surface individuals, but instead of attaching it to the piping system, we either placed the tube inside a body bag, underneath the tarp, or dangled it close to the individuals on the surface that were not covered.
And how do you get air to go through the tube?
Oh, I'm sorry, you use a little air pump that draws air from the environment through the trap and then out the pump.
And then how do you analyze the compounds that have been captured by the tube?
The tube is then removed from whatever we're sampling at the time. The ends are sealed with little nuts, and you tighten those with a wrench. You bring that back to the laboratory, and you go through a process of thermal desorption. What that essentially means is you heat up that metal tube. And you heat it up, and you have a flow of gas going through it, an inert gas like helium. And that, as the tube heats up, the activated carbon material releases the odor compounds. They're carried out of the tube by the gas, and they go into a gas chromatogram, or gas chromatograph. Now, we also use a process of cryofocusing. What that means is as they leave the little triple sorbent tube and go into the analysis instrument, they go through a teeny little metal loop. And that little metal loop is essentially cryogenically frozen by liquid nitrogen. Now, liquid nitrogen freezes, the temperature is at 77 Kelvin, which is minus 321 Fahrenheit. So it's bloody cold. And what that does is essentially condenses and freezes all the odor molecules into a small little pellet. And then so it's a concentration type of a technique. And as you remove the liquid nitrogen and allow the tubing to heat up and warm up, then all these compounds now become volatile again and go through the instrument and allow for the detection and of the compounds.
Does that permit you to detect even very minute amounts of compounds?
That is the point of cryofocusing, is to concentrate the sample. So the answer is yes.
And these processes, triple sorbent traps and cryofocusing, were these used in the buried remains and the above ground remains both?
That is correct.
For how long a period of time did you study the above ground remains?
2 to 3 years, perhaps.
2 to 3 years?
Give or take. I mean, it was like in 2004, maybe 2006, maybe about 2 years.
In the initial stages of decomposition of both the buried and unburied remains, how frequently would you take samples?
That's a good point. I believe initially we started weekly, switched to bi-weekly. As things became skeletonized, we went to a monthly type of a schedule because things were changing, but in the burial situation, it doesn't change very rapidly. The surface individuals, we probably did more frequently, probably weekly, bi-weekly.
All right. Now, at some point, did you update the findings in your 2004 paper with new information?
That's correct. That information was included in the 2008 paper.
Now, did there come a time in 2008, before I do that, Your Honor, at this time I would submit Dr. Voss as an expert in the area of forensic anthropology, specifically the biochemistry of human decomposition.
We would object and renew all previous motions and objections.
The doctor will be accepted as an expert witness in that field. You may continue.
Thank you. Now, sir, did there come a point in 2008 where you were contacted by law enforcement about possibly utilizing the expertise you talked about and examining some materials from a criminal case?
Yes.
Who first contacted you, if you recall?
I believe it was a Detective Yuri Mellon.
Yuri Mellon. Did you understand him to be from the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Correct.
Did you have don't tell me what he may have said, did you have a discussion with him about what they had and how you might be able to help?
I believe so. I don't remember the exact answer.
All right. At some point, did they begin to send you some items of evidence to examine?
Yes.
All right. May I proceed with the trial? Do you recall, Doctor, what the first item you were sent was?
I believe it was that a metal evidence can.
Let me show you what is marked as as States Exhibit I, identification. Actually, you recognize the house box at all?
No, I well, that's what I just don't. Yes, I believe I did.
Okay, all right. I'm going to open it and have a look at the contents. Let's see.
Yes, you may.
Let me show you the contents of States Exhibit I identification. If you could just look at the hand, don't show it here yet. My name is take it out, look at it, keep it down below. So you recognize it?
Yes.
Is that the metal can that you were sent that you just referenced?
Appears to be yes.
Do you recognize it from? What do you recognize it from?
Well, the label and the can have the evidence tape on it.
Okay. This time, you're going to States Exhibit I identification.
What says the defense? Let me see the petition. May the court reporter come on screen.
You received this, I wanted to see it.
Yeah.
This time, take moved evidence. States Exhibit I identification.
Just renew all previous motions and objections.
It will be received in evidence as states numbered. Mr. Ashton, at 15 past the hour, we're going to recess for 15 minutes. Got about 4 more minutes.
At some point, did you receive a? Sorry. At some point, did you receive an actual plastic bag with an air sample taken from the trunk?
I believe that is correct, along with the SBME fibers from Dr. Sigmund, I believe.
All right. The plastic bag with the air sample, did you actually utilize that in your testing?
I personally did not. I think Dr. Marcus Wise analyzed that. We were not really sure about.
Testifying about another individual's work.
Overruled.
We were not sure exactly how that particular sample was collected. It wasn't by a normal procedure. Again, I don't recall what the result of that particular analysis, even if it was run, were.
If it was run, it wasn't used in your chemical opinion in this case.
That is correct.
Did you, at some point, ask the Orange County Sheriff's Office to take air samples from various, the car, various parts of the car or the garage, with various things involved in the cases?
That is correct, I did.
Did you send them some equipment in order to accomplish that?
Yes, I did.
And what did you send them?
I sent them an air pump used to collect air samples through triple sorting traps, and we sent them triple sorting traps.
Now, the air pump and the triple sorting traps, are those the same devices that you previously described using in
I love hearing about the collection of the air. These pump traps.
your studies of both buried and unburied remains that you talked about for the last hour?
The triple solvent traps, yes. This particular pump was a portable pump rather than a plug-in electric one that we normally use at the decay facility. It was just a more portable one because I didn't know whether they had access to electrical power where the car was.
So the pump is just a device that pulls the air through the trap.
It's like a small little, it's a box, maybe the size of a shoebox, that has two like aquarium air pumps in it.
Right. But as far as the actual device, the triple solvent trap, it was the same one you used, same kind of device you used in your studies.
That's exactly correct.
Now, did you receive back from the sheriff's office the tubes from various locations relevant to this case?
The triple solvent traps? That's correct, yes.
Let me show you a number of items.
You do.
Let me show you state's exhibits, a bunch of state's exhibits here. What I'm going to ask you, I'm going to read them out in the record. I'll ask you if you recognize these as packaging that these triple solvent were sent back to you in. And F, and G, and H, and I, and J, and K, and L, and M. Again, are those the packaging that you received triple solvent traps from the sheriff's office that you later tested?
That is correct. My initials are all on each individual package.
This time, you don't know who would evidence the number of exhibits.
You may.
And F, and G, and H, and I, and J, and K, and L, and M. They would involve that together.
What says the defense?
No objection, sir.
They would be received in evidence as
Thank you. I think it's good time for a break, Judge.
yes. Okay, members of the jury, we're going to take a 15-minute recess at this time. I'm going to ask you not to discuss this case among yourself, nor with anyone else. Please remember all of my previous admonitions. We will take a recess to 20 minutes to the hour of 11.
All right, let's get moving. More with this very exciting witness.
All right, let's return to jury. Okay, stay recognized, brothers of the jury.
Yes, sir.
And does the defense?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, you may proceed.
Doctor, let's get back into the analysis. Now, in the actual analysis of the various items that you were sent, were you assisted by other members of the Open Potential Laboratory who work in other disciplines?
That is correct.
And who else assisted you?
Dr. Marcus Wise, he's an analytical chemist, and Dr. Madhavi Martin, who's a physicist.
Now, let's begin with Dr. Wise. What was Dr. Wise's role in assisting you in the analysis of the evidence in this case?
Well, essentially, the laboratory where the instrumentation used to analyze these samples, it was located, was his laboratory. And he's in charge of making sure the instrument's working properly, and he's an analytical chemist, and he's trained in interpretation of chromatograms and things like that.
This discussing another witness's actions.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I may, as an expert, I would submit that the witness is allowed to utilize hearsay.
He can utilize it, but I'm not going to permit him to testify about somebody else's qualifications. He can testify.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay. Did he assist you in performing, what instrument was used to analyze the odors from the items in evidence?
A gas chromatograph mass spectrometer.
And is it the device that is that the device you're talking about that was in his laboratory?
I'm sorry, couldn't hear.
Is that device the device you were speaking about that was in his laboratory?
That is correct.
Now, when states exhibit in evidence 114, which is a can containing the carpet sample, when that was arrived in your lab, what was the first analysis that was done on that item?
The first analysis was an injection of about 0.8 of a mil of headspace directly from the air inside the can. The can lid was...
With this witness discussing about tests run by other experts, we would cite Melendez-Diaz versus Massachusetts. Further on.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I forgot where it was.
You were talking about how the initial test was done.
The can lid was just cracked. A syringe was inserted inside that little crack, and 0.8 of a mil was removed with the syringe, and that was then injected into the gas chromatograph, GCMS. That's the acronym for gas chromatograph.
And who did that?
Dr. Wise.
And in that particular initial stage, was any cryotrapping or concentration used in that initial step?
No.
And did he share with you the results of that initial evaluation of the air sample?
Yes, we looked at the chromatograph.
Diaz versus Massachusetts.
Could we have a cite, Your Honor, in the case? Counsel's going to rely on.
Is that the case you cited the last time? I'll give you the cite in a minute.
Thank you. You see?
You may.
So what were the results of that initial evaluation of the unconcentrated air sample? Before I ask you that, you said something about headspace. I don't know what you're understand. What do you mean by headspace?
The headspace is the volume of air contained within the can. And the items in the can, in this particular case, a piece of carpeting or spare trunk liner, and that occupied a very small amount of the can. And the rest of the can was filled with air. And the headspace is essentially what was the air above that sample in the can.
And what were the results of that initial evaluation?
This is outside the scope of this witness's both knowledge and expertise, and we would request a sidebar to discuss Melendez-Diaz.
Okay. Okay, you may continue.
Dr. Voss, did you?
The previous testimony of this witness relating to the areas discussed at sidebar.
No.
Dr. Voss, did you go over the chromatogram of the initial evaluation of the states that we talked about the can?
With Dr. Wise, yes.
With Dr. Wise, okay. Did those reflect the presence of any chemical compounds?
Yes.
What chemical compounds did that initial evaluation show?
Well, it showed one particularly large peak and a large number of very, very small peaks.
What was the large peak?
The large peak was identified as chloroform.
Chloroform. Is chloroform a substance that you have? Do you mean something?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Is chloroform a compound that you have had dealings with in your research on anaerobic decomposition?
Yes, chloroform is a decompositional event product that we've identified in human decomposition.
So, having done that, what was the next step that you recommended? That you performed?
Okay, the reason we progressed is because the chloroform was shockingly high, unusually high.
As to this witness's testifying outside of his area of expertise.
Overall? Okay.
Because of that, and the fact we saw a variety of very small peaks that were just if you have very, very small peaks, that they can be difficult to identify. So the next step we decided to do was to try and concentrate the air sample to try and get a better representation of what may be coming off that the evidence.
And where did you decide to use the same technique you had used in your other studies, the cryotrapping?
Yes.
And were you present for the next round of testing?
Yes.
So you were with Dr. Weiss in the room as it was being done?
Yes. You mean doing the analysis? Yes.
Yes. Okay. So tell us how that analysis went.
Well, the way we did that is we actually removed the piece of carpet from the metal can. We did that because we weren't sure whether or not the air in the can was representative of what was.
What is the violation?
Overruled.
Go ahead.
I forgot what I was saying. Okay, we removed the carpet from the metal can because we weren't sure whether or not the air in the can represented what was coming off the carpet. So we took the carpet sample out of the metal can and placed it in a plastic bag called a Tedlar bag. That Tedlar bag is a polyvinyl fluoride type of plastic. It is specifically designed or manufactured or sold as a product to contain air samples for such testing. So we took that carpet sample and placed it inside the bag and incubated it for 2 days at 35 Celsius, essentially body temperature.
Let me stop you for just 1 second, ask a couple questions. Is the Tedlar bag used because it is non-reactive? In other words, that it won't change the air sample composition. Is that why you use the Tedlar bag?
That is correct.
Okay. What is the purpose of incubating the carpet sample, as you said you did?
Well, one, because the carpet sample came from the trunk of a car in Florida. I don't live in Florida, I live in Tennessee, but I imagine sometimes quite warm. And so we anticipated that the trunk temperature would be quite warm. We didn't know exactly what it was. We estimated it being in the high 90s, close to 100. Plus the fact that as you incubate this under temperature, it speeds up the evolution of these compounds, or the volatility of these compounds. So we selected 2 days at 35 Celsius as essentially our procedure for doing this type of analysis.
Was your purpose to actually get the substance in the carpet to be released into the air?
Yes, we wanted to determine absolutely what compounds were being liberated from the carpet sample specifically, without any interference from what may have been in the air when the carpet material was collected or something of that nature.
And having done that, how do you then take an air sample from the bag, and then what came after that?
Yes, from that bag, which contains a liter of air, 1,000 milliliters, we extracted 10 milliliters and injected that through the cryo trap concentration procedure and did a GCMS analysis of that.
And did that additional procedure allow you to identify additional compounds that perhaps weren't identified in the first one that wasn't concentrated?
Yes.
And what was this? Were you present for all of that process?
I believe almost every one of those previous ones, post ones, yes. I believe so.
All right. And what was the result of?
This witness testified to almost everyone.
I believe he wasn't there.
Overruled.
All right. What were the results of your concentrated analysis of the carpet sample?
We were able to identify 51 individual chemical components in the 10 mils extracted out of the Tedlar bag.
Was one of those chloroform?
Yes.
In looking at a GCMS, what is the output of the GCMS called?
The chromatogram.
Chromatogram. Did the chromatogram show you show a particular compound as being in much larger abundance than others?
Yes, I mean large peaks, tall peaks indicate a much more concentrated amount of material in a very small peak.
What was the largest peak that you found in this evaluation of the carpet sample?
The largest peak in a chromatogram is called the base peak. The base peak was chloroform.
Did the amount of chloroform that you found in the chromatogram surprise you?
We were shocked.
Why?
We have never seen chloroform in that level in environmental samples before. At least I never have in 20 years of shooting these types of samples.
Now, you did say that chloroform can be a byproduct of decomposition, correct?
Yes. In human decomposition, we have seen chloroform in a concentration level of parts per trillion. So very small amounts.
And this particular amount, did you attempt at some later point to actually specifically quantify the amount of chloroform that was in the air sample from the carpet?
It was kind of a byproduct. Well, we shot a standard of chloroform. The standard is just a known concentration of an analyte, in this particular case chloroform. The main reason to inject that was to verify 100% that the peak was indeed chloroform. But because the concentration of that standard was also known.
This witness is testifying outside of his expertise.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Because the concentration of that standard is known, we were able to make a rough approximation. We did not get the exact quantity of chloroform present.
And based upon that, what is the rough approximation of the amount of chloroform in the carpet
Judge
sample?
calls for speculation.
Overruled.
The concentration of chloroform in that sample was in the parts per million range.
And I believe you said that what you have seen in decomposition was parts per trillion.
Trillion, correct.
So it's million, billion, trillion.
Correct.
Is that right? All right. Did you attempt to do any more precise quantification of the amount of chloroform to determine exactly how much it was?
No, we did not. That would require the purchase of a more concentrated standard. And after discussions, we realized or considered the fact that the amount of chloroform only represented a minimum amount that might have been present on the carpet anyway. So further quantification really wouldn't have been more helpful to us.
And when you say a minimum amount, when you say a minimum amount, what do you mean by that?
Chloroform has a high rate of evaporation, very similar to gasoline. So chloroform, let's say, was formed or appeared in the trunk of the car at some point in time.
Testifying against outside of his area of expertise.
Overruled.
So chloroform appeared in the trunk of the car at some point in time in the past. So over time, it's evaporating. And so maybe, here the car's at the tow yard, and here the car it's evaporating, now it's in the Anthony home again, and now it's in the garage, forensic garage. And then all of a sudden here, a sample was collected, and at that point in time, after all this evaporation had taken place, we were in the part per million range, but we had no idea how much was present in the past. So we didn't feel we could make even a better approximation of that.
Okay. So, but the minimum is in the parts per million range.
Millions.
Yes. Now, did you also obtain and test a piece of carpet from a similar vehicle for purposes of determining whether chloroform was just naturally present for some reason?
Yes, we did.
All right. And did you run a similar test on that?
Correct.
Let me show you what's marked as NP for identification. Ask you if this is a document containing the chromatograms from both the Anthony, the evidence carpet, and the control carpet, kind of demonstrate the difference. That is good. Would it be helpful for you in demonstrating the differences you saw in using this diagram?
Yes, it would.
This time you want to move the evidence takes to the NP.
What says the defense?
We'd object. This is the witness has not testified as to where he obtained this, who conducted the tests, and anything relating to its reliability.
Doctor, who conducted that test?
Both Dr. Wise and myself conducted the test.
And is that the type of stuff that you reasonably rely upon in formulating your opinion?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Is that the data that you reasonably rely upon in formulating your opinion in this case?
Yes.
Anything else, folks? Okay, it will be admitted in evidence.
Okay, published to the jury.
Right. Over objections by the defense.
All right, doctor, and if we could, Mr. President, focus in on the top graph first, and we'll let the doctor discuss that one and see how this works. Okay, now, what we're looking at here, is this the chromatogram that is the actual output of the GCMS?
That's correct.
Now, can you, and again, I believe if you just want, you can touch the screen and make a little circle if you want. Show us which one of these peaks represents the chloroform.
I'm not going to work with this peak here. Oops, how do I fix that?
That's all right, it's tricky.
The base peak, the tallest peak at roughly 16 minutes.
That's okay, we got it. Sorry. And now there are some numbers off to the left.
Yes.
What, let's say abundance, what do those numbers represent?
Those are rough approximations of how much material is present.
Okay, the actual numbers are, what is the top number there?
The top number appears to be 1.6 times 10 to the 7th, so it'd be 16 million in terms of what we consider a rough estimation of how tall that peak is.
16 million counts of whatever.
Counts of whatever.
Whatever it is. Okay, so that peak is somewhere, appears to be somewhere above
Whatever it is.
ish range.
Correct.
Okay. Now, and this is the sample from the carpet from the vehicle involved in this case.
That's correct.
Now, does this also show the other peaks that we'll talk about later that are significant in your determination?
Well, there are a number of peaks that, without going back and being able to identify, but this region here, that represents a variety of compounds associated with gasoline. Gasoline is a mixture of dozens and dozens of components, benzene, xylene, toluenes, pentanes, all these different compounds make up gasoline. And in a chromatogram like this, each
It's not me. It's the court's thing.
one of those compounds can be separated. But that associated with gasoline.
Now, are there some overlapping
This is just the video's feed. It's not me.
compounds between what's in gasoline and what your studies have shown are in the odor of human decomposition?
That is correct.
But you would you be surprised to see some gasoline components in a car?
No, in fact, my understanding at one point in time there was an actual gas can in the car.
But this reflects the relative abundance of the components of gasoline odor as opposed to decomp odor and or chloroform.
That's correct.
Can we now look at the second chart? Now,
Not sure what the issue is with the feed, but it's 2011, so.
and where did you direct the person to get a sample from?
This was from a junkyard in Knoxville, Tennessee.
And did you instruct the individual to find a car of a similar make, year, model, et cetera?
That's correct.
All right. Now, this chromatogram, does it also show a peak for chloroform?
It does.
Could you just, hold on, let me clear the screen.
I got a lot of blue little things all over mine.
I got rid of them. You can start over. Show us the chloroform peak on this chromatogram.
Again, the retention time, that is when chloroform comes off the instrument. It always comes off at a specific time. That's what's called the retention time. And that's 16 minutes, so that would be, whoops. Can I waste that and start over? I'm not good at this.
Hold on. Okay, try again. You know what? Why don't you let me do it for you?
Thank you.
Hold on.
I don't have it needs a pencil.
This one, right?
Yeah, actually, right there.
Okay.
Where the pen is now.
Okay, that's fine.
If you can get rid of it, you can actually see it now.
Okay, well, let's clear it so we can. There we go. All right, that's fine. Now, in this chromatogram also shows the presence of chloroform in this control carpet, uninvolved piece of carpet. Correct?
Well, the carpet was from 2 different vehicles. So we put the carpet from 2 different vehicles, control samples from the junkyard in the Tedlar bag, incubated for 2 days, 35 degrees centigrade, Celsius, pulled out 10 mils, did the exact same procedure as we did with the carpet sample from the Florida vehicle.
Just for comparison, what level of chloroform was found in the control carpet, according to this chromatogram?
Well, the chloroform is actually a percentage of that particular peak. But if you go over here and look at the scale, you can see that the peak height of that particular little lump at 16 is probably no more than 5,000 at the most in terms of height abundance.
All right. And that is as compared to
16 million that we saw in the trunk. Now, I do have to say that, if I may just elaborate just a moment, the peak height is just one thing you need to look at. Normally, when you quantitate something, you look at the area under the peak. It's not just the height, but the entire area under there. And, you know, we use the computer software to obtain the area under that particular peak or chromatogram. For the Florida carpet sample, that ended up, the area under there, even though it was 16 million tall, the area was about almost 400 million. It was like 384 something million. The area under this particular peak in the control sample from 2 different cars was 10,000. And now we do see chloroform in environmental samples, from soils, from vegetation, but it's typically, but that chloroform level that is represented by this control sample is very typical of what we see in environmental samples. You know, we're talking about very low amounts. We essentially call this trace. Trace means it's kind of at the detection limits of the instrument. And you can see a little hump, but it's not very big. That's what we consider trace.
All right. Now, I think we've discussed that. We can unpublish that. Now, having completed the evaluation we just discussed, did you have the carpet submitted to an additional kind of testing to determine whether the presence of inorganic compounds?
That is correct. We use a technique called LIBS, which is laser-induced breakdown spectroscopy. Now, both this Tedlar bag experiment and the LIBS analysis were intentionally done because they're both non-destructive techniques. You don't have to destroy the carpet in order to get these results. And we did that intentionally in case the defense or whoever wanted to verify these particular results.
How does LIBS work? Just give us a general.
If I go into it, let me know. I'll slow down. LIBS essentially uses a...
The witness is not a physicist and is now testifying in the area of physics.
Overruled.
On a test he did not do. Melendez-Diaz evaluation.
Overruled.
So just give us the general outline of how LIBS works.
Okay, LIBS, laser-induced breakdown spectroscopy, is a laser-based technique. And essentially what happens is a laser beam, in this case, it's a YAG laser. It stands for yttrium aluminum garnet, that's the crystal matrix. So the YAG laser creates green light, 532 nanometers. So that laser is sorry, I'm sorry.
Slow down.
I know, get excited when I know something.
That's okay.
Where was I? I'm sorry. Yeah, the crystal matrix is called a YAG laser, yttrium aluminum garnet. It's a crystal.
I think you've gone into the more than we need to know zone. So let's just.
I like to say the word YAG.
What does the laser actually do to a substance being tested?
The laser is directed onto the carpet. What happens? Elements are composed of atoms. Atoms composed of the nucleus of an atom is a proton and neutron surrounded by electrons. These atoms can be in 2 different states: a ground state or an excited state. Okay. Though when the laser beam hits the sample, it creates an excited state. It sets up a plasma. A lot of heat is generated, so the electrons are excited to an excited state. When the laser is shut off, the electrons fall back down to a ground state, an unexcited state. Now, what's cool about that is that as the electrons fall back to the ground state, they emit the energy that they acquired from the laser.
Testifying outside of his area of expertise, not conduct this exam.
Overruled.
Okay, as the laser, I forget what it was, but as the laser is turned off, the electrons go from the excited state and fall back to the ground state.
Yeah,
apologize.
That's okay.
Okay. The energy that's produced during excitation of the electrons has to go somewhere as it falls back to the ground state. That energy is released as a photon of light. That photon of light is picked up by fiber optic and goes into a little spectrophotometer that can detect it. Now, what's interesting is that every element produces a characteristic light signature. So LIBS can be used to identify the elements that are present in a particular sample. That's about as simple as I can make it.
Sure. In this case, was that technique used on the carpet sample?
That's correct.
Were you present when that occurred?
No, I was not.
All right. Did you utilize the results of that evaluation in your eventual opinion report?
I did.
Now, what is the significance of the results of the LIBS examination of the carpet?
As I believe I mentioned earlier, the human body is made up of both organic and inorganic components. As decomposition progresses, inorganics are liberated. We were looking specifically for elevated inorganic components consistent with a decompositional event. An example is calcium, sodium, potassium, things of that nature. So we were using the LIBS to non-destructively examine that carpet to determine whether or not these elements were increased in that sample compared to the control sample.
May I proceed with this, Your Honor?
You may.
NQ, recognize that as one of the graphs of the output of the libs. That's correct. And is this one of the items you used in coming to your opinion in this case?
Yes.
Would it be helpful for you to the jury, the results of the test, to use this graph?
Yes.
This time you have to demonstrate states exhibit. NQ.
Judge, this is outside of the witness's area of expertise, and so I'd like to voir dire the witness as to his methodology as it pertains to this particular item of evidence.
You may proceed. As to that particular item.
Dr. Voss, good afternoon, sir. Hi. Good morning. You're not a physicist.
Correct.
And Dr. Madavi Martin is the person that conducted this libs examination.
That's correct.
And as it relates to Dr. Martin, she's the one in charge of the libs laser, correct?
That's her laser, yes.
In fact, you're not even allowed to touch it.
Sustain.
Methodology, Judge.
Not that question, sustain.
Have you ever utilized this instrument?
Sustain.
I have used lasers. I'm laser qualified. Oh,
But you're not allowed to answer. You have no knowledge of how this test was conducted.
yes, I know the procedure.
You were not present.
No, but the procedure is well established.
My question is, you were not present.
Correct. I was not present.
In fact, you were not present when she even collected the sample from your office. Were you?
Relevance to the issue.
What's the methodology, Judge?
Sustain. Let's remove the jury. Maybe see. Chapter 9704 of the Florida Evidence Code provides the following. The facts of the data upon which an expert bases an opinion or inference may be those perceived by or made known to the expert at or before the trial. If the facts or data are of a type reasonably relied upon by an expert in the subject to support the opinion expressed, the facts and the data need not be admissible in evidence. Professor Earhart, in his publication, Earhart on Florida Evidence, the 2010 edition, states the intent of the drafters of the Evidence Code was to permit expert witnesses to reach their opinions and explain them in almost the same manner as they would in their laboratories or office, citing Schwartz versus State 695, 7th 2nd 452, a 1997 4th District Court of Appeals decision. They quote a portion of Schwartz, which says the purpose behind the adoption of this statute is opposed as they records wanting to attack expert witnesses. Something you were going into what you.
The results of the libs examination, what exactly were they?
They showed that inorganic elements associated with human decomposition were significantly elevated over what was found in the control carpet sample,
And the inorganic chemicals that were found were calcium,
among others.
sodium.
Can I look at the report and,
Yes, you may.
confirm?
Yes, you may, sir.
Yes, we looked at calcium, magnesium, sodium, carbon, iron, and that was the extent of the ability of that libs instrument.
Now, you do not regularly conduct libs examinations, do you, sir?
Personally, no.
And these items that you have identified are commonly found in numerous other items in the environment.
Elements are found in everything known to man, yes.
And because this is somewhat out of your expertise, you're not a physicist, right?
Correct, I'm not a physicist.
You can't assign a certain amount of weight as to the importance of these chemical compounds, can you, sir?
I don't know if that's true. I mean, I know which inorganic elements are liberated and are elevated during decompositional events. So I think I can make a logical, not logical, but I can make a conclusion that since all these elements, inorganic elements are elevated, that should be elevated, it's just another corroboration of what my nose tells me is correct.
And these are your opinions that would only apply to the variables of which you have studied, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm sure I don't understand that question.
You're testifying that you would be able to gain some knowledge from these chemicals as they relate to the studies that you conducted, correct?
Yes, but the inorganic studies showing which inorganic elements were elevated during human decomposition.
And those, however, that comparison or that comparative analysis could only be done upon the types of studies that you conducted.
What do you mean by types of studies? You mean the lib studies?
The conditions, the variable conditions of which you have studied. Buried bodies in a body bags, examples like that.
Well, the inorganic work was done on surface decom.
And my question to you, sir, is that the comparative analysis can only be done of which compared to something you have actually studied.
That's not true. You can compare anything you want. I mean, even if you're just simply seeing what's in one material compared to another material.
So you can compare you can compare the chemical output of a libs to a buried body or a surface body, and it makes no difference.
I don't think you quite understand what's happening here. In this particular test, we were looking at what inorganic elements were present in the spare tire cover carpet material. we compared what was found in the trunk of the car to what was compared in our control samples from the junkyard. That is the comparative analysis we were looking at. You cannot compare a soil sample to a piece of paint chip on a wall. That would not be a fair comparison.
And that is the only comparison that you can make. The controlled sample from a junkyard in Tennessee is the control sample of this car in this case.
Well, that is the one we did.
That's my question to you, sir, is that is the only comparison you can make, and that's the only opinion you can give.
Objection. Compound question.
Overruled at this time. He's proffering.
This is my final question, Judge. Can you answer the question, sir?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
The only comparison that you did was the comparative analysis between the junkyard sample and the car in this case.
Using libs, that's correct.
And that's the only type of testimony that you can give on this matter.
In terms of libs, that's correct.
I have no further questions.
Any additional objections to the testimony?
We would just object to this witness testifying A, outside the scope of his area of expertise, and B, outside of the scope of the comparative analysis which the witness claims to have conducted.
Okay. Objection will be overruled. I'm going to ask both the state and the defense over the noon recess to read page 745 of the 2010 edition of Earhart, the first two full paragraphs, particularly dealing with the foundation requirement that must be laid before experts can regurgitate other things so we can move a little bit more expeditiously through this matter. Okay, let's return to jury. Objection will be noted and objection will be overruled. Let's return to jury. We'll announce that when the jury gets back in. Maybe seated. Okay, Mr. Ashton, you may continue.
May I publish, Your Honor?
You may publish.
Hey, Doctor, do you have the chart on your screen there?
Yes.
Okay. If you could just explain to the jury what this chart shows.
Essentially, every element comes off at a particular wavelength that's characteristic to that element. In the case of calcium, it comes off in two particular spots. Calcium there, I'm not good at this. Ca means calcium, and this is just one example of the inorganic compounds that we use libs to analyze. The control sample here points to the level of calcium seen in the junkyard carpet sample. And you can see that the bottom line there indicates the level of calcium. It's essentially not even present. These samples here and here indicate the amount of calcium present in the Florida trunk bar. Now, calcium is one of the key inorganics we use in decompositional event determinations and postmortem interval determinations. And similarly, the other inorganics are in relatively similar elevated levels compared to controls.
So we didn't include the charts of all the other elements, but you said they're similar in terms of the...
They're essentially always higher than what the control was in every case. The y-axis, this here, just indicates intensity of the response.
Thank you. All right. So we've talked about the GCMS of the odor, the gas. We've talked about the libs. Did you also perform any kind of analysis, additional analysis of the carpet itself for other compounds?
Yes, we ended up eventually doing some very minor chemical extractions.
And how does that? Did you do that, or was it done in your presence?
I did that.
You did. What did you do?
Essentially, what we did is, of the carpet, what we did is we cut off a few of the fibers and placed it in a solvent. That solvent happened to be methanol. We let it sit overnight in the methanol. The solvent will dissolve things out of the carpet fibers. You then inject a small amount of the methanol into the GC mass spec system and get a chromatogram and identify the peaks, the compounds present in it as well.
Was the purpose of that to detect compounds that weren't going into gaseous form?
That is correct. Yeah, again, headspace analysis, looking at the gas over a sample, is just what compounds are being evaporated off that sample. So we wanted to delve a little bit further and look at what compounds may be actually stuck into the fibers that would not evaporate very easily.
And what did that analysis find?
Essentially, about the only peak, and there were a number of interesting peaks. I'll have to look through the report to find out.
Slow down a little bit, because I can see the court reporter trying to keep up. So okay, go ahead.
Basically, what we saw was the presence of butyric acid.
What is butyric acid?
Butyric acid is one of the volatile fatty acids that we use for postmortem interval termination. I mentioned earlier it's butyric, benvolaic, and propionic. What's interesting about butyric acid is that it's the first compound that's liberated during human decomposition of the fatty acid sequence, so the volatile fatty acid sequence.
And that was actually in the carpet itself?
That is correct.
All right. Did you do any other instrumental examinations of the carpet piece? Significant ones?
I don't think I recall any.
Okay,
Maybe a test, but not of the carpet.
Now, I want to go back for a moment and get away from science and get to something more basic. When you first obtained the can that we talked about with the carpet sample that you said was sealed, correct?
Yes.
When you first opened it, what was your reaction?
I essentially jumped back and forth too. The odor was extremely overwhelmingly strong, and I was shocked that that little bitty can could have that much odor associated with it.
And did you immediately recognize the odor that was emanating from the piece of carpet in the can?
Yes.
And what did you recognize that odor to be?
It was I recognized it as human decomposition odor.
That you've smelled many, many times before?
20 years worth.
20 years. Now, Were you also given another item of scrapings from the wheel well in the car?
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked with state for identification JM. And do you recognize the outside?
Yes, because my initial.
Okay, very good. And what did that contain?
If I remember right, and I'm not, it's been a while, but I think it was a little glass vial containing scrapings from what was from the tire well, or whatever it was.
Would you, let's go ahead and open it up and have you take a look and make sure that it's what you recall. Is that what you recall?
Yeah, it ended up being plastic, not glass, but yeah, that's, I do remember now to see it, yes.
This time you're going to move that to State's Exhibit JM for identification.
What stands to defense?
We were just reading all previous motions and objections in addition to chain test.
Noting previous objections, it would be admitted in evidence that states number.
Now, did you perform any type of examination on this item?
Yes, we also did a chemical extract of that material.
And what did that reveal?
Again, a variety of kind of ubiquitous compounds, but one of particular interest was acetic acid.
Why is acetic acid of particular interest?
Well, initially, because acetic acid is a byproduct of human decomposition, for one, but also it's a byproduct of manufacturing chloroform.
Now, were you also submitted some paper towels or napkins of some sort for your evaluation?
Correct. I obtained those from Dr. Neil Haskell.
Let me show you what's marked State's Exhibit HP. Again, tell me if you recognize the outside, then we'll open it up.
I don't recognize the box. I mean, yeah, it's a box, okay?
Let's go ahead and open it up. We can do that. Do you recognize the items contained within State's Exhibit HP as the items you were sent by Dr. Haskell?
Correct. Yes.
This time you're going to move this to evidence of conditional disability. I'll explain what that is.
For previous motions and objections and also chain test.
Approach, Madam Court Reporter. You may continue.
Doctor, when you received the items we referred to as State's Exhibit HP, in what condition did you get it? Were they in a bag, box?
I remember being a white bag, flash bag associated with it, but in terms of the box, I don't recall.
Was it sealed in whatever it was sent to you?
Oh, absolutely.
With tape similar to what we have here?
Yes, I don't know if it was exactly that, but it was within the box.
But it was fully sealed?
Yes, absolutely.
This time you're going to
Inspect the box before.
Pardon?
May I inspect the box? I may have an additional point to make.
Go ahead.
I would just renew our previous motions and objections. We have nothing additional.
Okay. It will be conditionally received into evidence at this time. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury is approximately 2 minutes before the hour of noon. We're going to recess for lunch. I'm going to ask you not to discuss this case among yourselves.
We don't recess for lunch. DavidLord.net. Let's go.
Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorney. Both sides ready to proceed? Okay, there's one housekeeping matter we need to take up. I need to print something out to give both of you. Let me find it. The following movies has been asked to be added to the approval list. Beloved, have any objection? We will return the jury. Okay, members of the jury, did you heed my previous admonitions not to discuss this case among yourselves nor with anyone else? Okay, state recognized presence of jury.
Yes, sir.
Defense. All right, you may continue, Mr. Ashton.
Thank you. Doctor, I think where we left off, we had just talked about State's Exhibit 126, which are the paper towels, napkins, we're going to call them, which were sent by Dr. Haskell. Did you submit those to some sort of instrumental analysis as well?
Yes.
What type of instrumental analysis did you use on those items?
We also did a chemical extraction in methanol of that material.
Same thing you told us, take a little bit of it and dissolve it in methanol. Then.
Essentially both stained and unstained sections.
And did you run that through the GCMS to see what it would show?
That's correct.
And what were the results of that analysis of State Exhibit 126?
The reason that was done was because insect pupae and were.
Well, let me stop you because I think you're about to tell us what someone told you, and I don't want you to go there. Just tell us what the instrumental analysis said of the items.
It revealed that there were a number of fatty acids present on the paper towels. These fatty acids included palmitic acid, oleic acid, stearic acid, palmitoleic acid, and myristic acid.
And what is the significance of those particular substances?
Those particular fatty acids are the composition of, make up what is called adipocere, or grave wax. It is a byproduct of the breakdown of fat.
Is it associated with decomposition?
Yes.
Now, I believe you also testified about receiving back from the sheriff's office the triple sorbent traps that you identified. I think there's 8 of them from various parts of the garage. Did you analyze those as well?
Yes.
What is the purpose of your requesting those air samples from various areas within the garage of the car?
We wanted to confirm that the carpet sample was the point source of the odor.
Did you also obtain a air sample triple sorbent trap from some garbage that had been in, by report, had been in the truck at some point?
Yes, sir.
And by examining those triple sorbent traps, were you what did you come to determination as to whether the carpet was a point source of the compounds rather than anything else?
That is correct. We confirmed that the carpet was the point source of the odor.
And how did you do that? Just tell briefly about what the results were that told you that.
Again, we're looking at a combination of chemical compounds that are present. All the other components, we looked at the car interior, the trash, the garage air. They contained a few compounds of relevance, but the majority of relevant compounds were found in high abundance in the carpet sample.
And were those same group of compounds found, for instance, in the trash?
No.
And how about in the garage air itself, just garage air from where it was held?
No.
All right, now let's take a step back for a moment and talk about the actual compounds that were found in the cryotrap concentrated sample from the carpet. What is the significance, if any, of the compounds that were found in that sample?
I will answer the question, but can I elaborate?
Sure, please do.
Odor analysis. For example, if you leave here today and you're walking down the street, you'll encounter many odors, from flower fragrances, car exhaust, perhaps a restaurant cooking food, perhaps trash. Each of those odors is comprised of a number of chemicals, could be dozens of chemicals. It's the concentration and combination of those that make each of those fragrances odors unique. Now, one of the interesting things is that these chemicals are really not unique in nature. So there's going to be cross-reactivity to a small extent. For instance, a rose may have, the fragrance of a rose may have 12 chemicals that make up that fragrance. Okay, and trash, for instance, may have another 20 chemicals that can make up that odor. Now, there's going to be some small interaction between all the chemicals in the rose and the chemicals in the trash, but it's the total combination of chemicals present in each source that make it unique. Now,
Let me ask you a question. When you say interaction, do you mean some commonality? In other words, a compound may be in the smell of a rose and in the smell of trash.
Yes, you may have 10 compounds in the rose, and maybe 2 or 3 of those are also found in the trash, but there's another 15 that are different in the trash, giving each separate entity its own odor signature.
All right.
Now, in the car sample, the car trunk sample, we identified 51 individual compounds. 41 of those were related to human decomposition based on the studies we've done over the last several years. Of those 41, we had, of course, overlap with gasoline. We break down into gasoline components, like benzene, for instance. Because we didn't know if the gasoline vapors in the trunk of the car originated from a potential decompositional event or from gasoline, we essentially eliminated those to avoid any possibility of confusion. That left approximately 24 compounds. Of those, we then started looking at control samples. We started eliminating compounds that were found also in the car trunk. The control from the junkyard. We looked at compounds from a decomposing pizza. We looked at a variety of squirrel remnants. We looked at the interior of the car components, the garage air, and subtracted those compounds that interacted or correlated with what we saw in the trunk of the car. That left approximately, I believe, 16 compounds. Of those 16 compounds, 7 of those are considered significant, meaning that in the 2008 paper that we published, we made a list of 30 compounds that we considered relevant and significant to human decomposition. And those, of the huge number of compounds we found during human decomposition, which is about 500, we pared that down to 30. And that was based on a number of decision tree parameters, which means we looked at the longevity of the compound, whether the compound's found in human bone or not, whether it's normally found in the environment, how unusual it is, if it's in surface decomposition, what chemical class it falls into, how the environment affects it. So those 500, roughly 400 odd chemicals were pared down to 30 significant ones. In the trunk of the car, we found essentially 13 from that list, but we had to eliminate some because they were gasoline components. That left 7.
Let me stop for just a second.
Is that too much?
Just because a compound overlapped with gasoline, does that mean that the compound is not there because of decomposition?
No, we don't know where the source is. It could have been from decomposition or it could have been from gasoline. But to be honest and fair, we had to eliminate from the list because we didn't know where the source was.
And because it's in the back of the car and one would expect to see gasoline vapor.
Absolutely.
In the car. Overruled. Okay. Now, these 30 compounds that you've discussed going through your decision tree of your 2008 paper, Are those all compounds that appear at the same stage of decomposition?
No, they're not. It's a study that comprised what we consider the most relevant compounds, encompassing burials, surface decomposition, so that differentiated anaerobic and aerobic compounds, as well as what was the other ones? I'm lost my train of
Okay. Well, let me ask you another question. Maybe we'll come back to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Or whether they were early in decomposition or late in decomposition. The interesting thing about human decomposition is it's not steady state. It's cyclic. Decomposition is cyclic. That's because bacteria and microorganisms degrade things at different rates. So you have cycles of decomposition. Early decomposition products are significantly different than products you see late in the decomposition process. So those 30 compounds include aerobic, anaerobic, early, and late. So it's highly unlikely that at any one particular time point during the decompositional cycle, you would find all those compounds present.
All right. But the 30 were chosen because they were important at some stage.
That's correct.
All right. So eliminating the gasoline components, eliminating the components that might have been in the control samples, you said you had 7 left.
Yes.
All right. And what was the significance of those 7?
Those 7 were found to be in the list of 30 compounds that we considered most relevant out of the entire 500 chemicals in human decomposition.
Now, is there a specific established chemical odor signature for human decomposition? A clear and specific one to human decomposition odor?
I do not think so.
So, based upon that evaluation of the odor itself, can you come to any opinion about the source of the odor that you analyzed from the carpet?
I consider it consistent with human decomposition.
Now, you also examined, I believe we talked about the, pardon me, the scraping from the tire well.
Yeah.
You talked about what you found there. Again, how does that fit in with your opinion based on the odor that is consistent with human decomposition?
Again, the acetic acid is a product of human decomposition. It is just not one of the most significant ones that we identified in the list of 30.
Is acetic acid also found in many, many other?
Sure, it's in vinegar, for instance.
I'm sorry, what?
It's in vinegar. Vinegar is acetic acid.
So that's consistent, but not all that definitive.
Correct.
How about the examination, the lived examination of the spare tire cover, the inorganic compounds that were found there? How does that fit into the overall picture of consistency with human decomposition?
Again, all the compounds, the inorganic compounds that one would expect to see elevated in a human decompositional event were indeed elevated.
But again, those are compounds that are found in elements, that are found in other
Correct.
ways. All right. The examination of the carpet, the spare tire cover, the extraction that you told us about. And what did you say you got an extraction again? The extraction of the spare tire cover carpet.
Yes, butyric acid.
Butyric acid. How does that fit in, again, to the overall picture of consistency with human decomposition?
Butyric acid, we typically don't see a lot of environmental control samples. That, again, is a product of human decomposition, early decomposition. So it, again, is very consistent with a decompositional event.
You said that you don't commonly see it in environmental samples. Can you explain what you mean by that?
I would say that it's usually metabolized very quickly by microorganisms if it's in small quantities. So you really don't see it in the environment as often.
And lastly, the paper towels that you examined and what you found on those, what is the significance of that in terms of assessing its consistency with human decomposition?
Again, the definition of adipocea, which is the breakdown of adipose tissue or fat, essentially includes every one of the fatty acids that we identified on the paper towels.
Now, is adipocea limited to human beings?
No.
Is there anything about that particular finding that would say it's human as opposed to some other animal or something?
I do not think that adipocea alone can differentiate. I mean, there are reports in the literature that elevated sodium in adipocea is more human-like than elevated potassium, which is more in pigs, but we didn't delve that deeply into that analysis.
All right. Now, taking all of these instrumental examinations that you have discussed with us today, adding to that your olfactory observation of the carpet itself, the smell, do you have an opinion as to whether the evidence you found in the trunk of this car, let me rephrase that, do you have an opinion as to whether there was a decomposing human body in the trunk of that car at some point?
I do have an opinion.
And what is that opinion?
I can find no other plausible explanation other than that to explain all the results we found.
No further questions.
All right. That was a long way of saying yes. That in his opinion, there was a body decomposing in the trunk.
Please support. Mr. Ashton. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Dr. Voss. Now, you are not a chemist.
Correct.
You're not an analytical chemist.
Correct.
You're not a biochemist.
Correct.
And therefore, you really can't testify as to the chemistry and the makeup of things of which you have no experience, correct?
Well, if I've never looked at something, yeah, I suppose that's true to a certain extent, yes.
Now, on your curriculum vitae, you put down that you got a bachelor's degree in biology.
Yes.
A master's degree in administration of justice.
Yes.
But you do not list what you got your PhD in. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you got your PhD in?
Anthropology. Now, that was during the FRI hearings. That was an omission that you pointed out to me that I recognized, and I sent an updated one to Mr. Ashton.
Okay. Now, the report that you issued in this case is labeled a forensic report, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. And on there, you have two co-authors, correct?
Correct.
Madavi Martin
Dr. Martin, yes.
And she is a physicist.
Yes.
And you list that on your report that she's a physicist.
Yes.
Mark Weiss,
Dr. Wise, yes.
and he is a analytical chemist.
Yes.
And you put that down that he's an analytical chemist.
Yes.
And under your name, you put research scientist.
Yes.
You do not put anthropologist.
Correct.
Now, a majority of what you've testified here today has to deal with chemistry, does it not?
Correct.
And of course, you would defer to Dr. Voss for anything having to do with chemistry.
I am Dr.
I'm sorry, Dr. Weiss, excuse me.
Well, we consult, yes.
Yes. And the reason you consult with him is because that's what he studied.
That's his expertise, yes.
And when was the last time you took a course in chemistry?
I guess probably during my clinical pathologies
You have a year for
degree,
that?
probably in the 80s,
I'm sorry?
during the 1980s perhaps.
During the 1980s. Have you ever held yourself out as a chemist?
I'm sorry, sir.
Have you ever held yourself out as a chemist?
Held myself out. I mean,
Yes.
called myself a
Allowed
chemist?
people to think you were a chemist.
No, I don't think I ever have, no.
Have you ever read a Facebook account that lists you as a biochemist?
Sustained.
Have you ever posted a Facebook account saying that you are a biochemist?
I never posted any Facebook accounts on anything.
How about a Wikipedia explanation of your background? Have you ever put that you are a biochemist?
I have never submitted anything to Wikipedia on any topic,
Have you ever authorized anyone from the Oak Ridge Laboratories to hold you out as a chemist?
not to my knowledge.
Are you aware that one has been posted that you are a biochemist?
Relevance.
Sustained.
Now, you, sir, have a financial interest in your testimony here today, do you not, sir?
Not in my opinion.
Now, what you've done over the course of your career is you have studied human decomposition through buried remains, have you not?
That's one of the things, yes.
And the two papers of which you rely on your conclusions for this case comprised and built a database.
Correct.
And this database is what you use to render your opinions.
No, I would say that the peer-reviewed publications is what I use to render these opinions.
And that was part of what was comprised of the database, was it not?
Well, the database was used to present the data that was included in those peer-reviewed publications, yes.
How many chemical compounds have you, I guess through your research, developed that discuss, that comprise of this database?
I think I mentioned it was like 478, I believe, something like that.
What you ended up doing with this data, with the research that you did of 2004, was you buried 4 bodies.
Yes, that's the 2004 paper, yes, sir.
And what you did was you set up all of the contraptions that you discussed during your direct testimony.
Yes.
And this allowed you to measure what comes out of the ground from the decomposing body.
It allowed us to measure what was generated at the body interface, what was moving up through the soil column, and what was being liberated at the surface of the soil.
And the very first reading that you got from those buried bodies was 17 days. If you like, I can.
No, I understand what you're saying. It took 17 days for the chemicals that are generated at the body to migrate up through the soil column to the surface.
Correct.
Yes, I mean, chemicals are being generated at the body interface before that.
But it took 17 days to get up to the surface.
Correct.
Now, this database that you have comprised of, you have not turned over to the defense, have you, sir?
You may. Objection overruled. You may proceed.
You refuse to turn this database over to the defense so we can have it independently tested and verified.
It's not mine to turn over.
It's apparently part of the grant that you were given to, is that correct?
There's a deliverable for the organization that paid for that research to be performed, that's correct.
And that has not been turned over to the defense.
I wouldn't know that.
You have no idea whether that was turned over or not, sir.
I thought that it was turned over because I thought we had a depot just the other day on the database.
You're aware that we were given a list of the chemicals, but not the actual database, correct?
No, I thought you had been given the database.
Okay.
That's why we went to
Now, we have discussed that you've used this database and you turned it over to the people who gave you the grant for your studies, correct?
It was a deliverable, that was correct.
Now, part of what you do as a research scientist is you have to apply for and get grants.
Yes.
In fact, without the money, there's no research.
Correct.
And you work for a research lab.
Yes.
And that's different than a forensic lab, isn't that correct?
Yes, our product is research data.
And as part of your job, you have to bring in sufficient money to maintain your research, do you not?
Yes.
And part of what you are doing currently is you hold a patent for a device called the Labrador.
Incorrect.
Okay. You are an inventor of this Labrador?
Partner? I'm listed as an inventor on a patent disclosure, yes.
Okay. And this Labrador utilizes this database.
It actually utilizes the compounds in the 2008 paper.
Yes. So that's a yes?
Partially. I mean, it does not use every compound in this database. No.
Okay. And what your goal is with this Labrador is to sell these units. They are handheld devices that look like a metal detector almost.
Correct.
And these devices, the goal is to sell these to police departments all across the country.
In my position at the National Lab, we are required to file invention disclosures. In this particular grant, which was separate from the development of the database for the chemicals. This was an actual grant from the National Institute of Justice, and it was designed to, the end product of that was an instrument used to aid and augment cadaver dogs to locate clandestine graves.
Did you understand my question, sir?
I'm getting to that.
Sustain. Finish answering the question, Doctor.
And because of that project, a invention was developed. So we dutifully, correctly, and filed an invention disclosure with the laboratory based on that instrument. Now, it's the laboratory's decision whether or not to file a patent on that. I have no say whatsoever if the laboratory decides to file a patent or not. It's not my decision.
Did you understand my question, sir?
I think I answered your question.
I don't think you did. The goal of this,
Sustain.
the goal of this, sir, is to sell this to police departments all across the country.
No, my goal is not to sell these at all. My goal is to develop them so that an investor, if the patent ever gets awarded, could come in and license that patent, and they could build things. But the goal of the project was to create a technological tool that law enforcement can use to aid in locating clandestine graves.
And before that device can be built and processed and sold, you have to have validation of that database in a court of law, do you not, sir?
Objection sustained.
I do not know that.
Objection sustained. Next question.
I understand this.
You get royalties as a result if this device is sold and processed and sold basically to police departments. Do you not, sir?
I honestly don't understand the technology transfer process very well at the laboratory. I do understand that if a licensee comes in and licenses the patent, if it ever gets awarded, then there is a royalty fee associated with that, but it's relatively insignificant.
So the answer to my question is yes, you do get royalties if this is sold?
Objection. Counsel.
Sustain. Ask and answer.
Do you, well, it's insignificant depending on how many are sold, correct?
I'm sorry, sir?
The amount of money that you get, sir, depends on how many of these devices are sold.
I do not know if that's true. I think it depends on how much the licensee wants to pay royalty. Pay for patent rights. That's my understanding. I'm not all that familiar with the technology transfer process.
It's also your understanding that you get 15% of the royalties, do you not?
Split between the inventors. That is correct.
And part of the validation of this device would be to have it validated in a court of law.
Sustain.
Now, when you build out for the work you did in this case, you built it to the Labrador project, did you not?
Didn't know it.
You built it to the same funding source that gave you the Labrador funds, did you not?
The work I did in this case?
Yes.
No. This was done voluntarily on my own time.
And this Labrador, when you applied for this patent in 2006, did you not?
That was the first patent disclosure on a prototype that did not end up being the final product.
And that was done in 2006.
That was in 2006, the initial prototype.
And in your curriculum vitae, you have items that you had submitted patents for subsequent to that, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't disclose that.
You can approach. Objection sustained. You may
Dr.
continue.
Ross, when you publish an article on a specific topic, you're required as a scientist to give what is called a financial disclosure, are you not?
I don't think that's true.
You're required to explain what your if you have a financial interest or not in the outcome of the study.
I think that's true for certain journals, but I'm not sure it's true for all of them.
And when you filed your report in this case, did you disclose that you had any financial interest?
Report or the article?
He said a report. Doctor, do you understand the question?
No, sir.
Rephrase the question, Mr. Baez.
In your report in this case, did you disclose that you had a financial interest with the database?
My report to the detective and the investigator?
Correct.
No, I did not disclose it.
Now, the differences between, I know we touched on this briefly, you work at a research lab, right?
Correct.
And the difference between a research lab and a forensic lab is a research lab does experiments.
Research data is our product.
And a research lab isn't required to have protocols.
Usually the research labs are the ones that develop the protocols and procedures.
So the answer is correct. Yes, right? Wasn't sure.
Overruled. You can get clarification.
Can we get clarification? The answer is yes, you're not
Sometimes.
required to have protocols.
Sometimes. It depends on what you're doing.
For the work you did in this case, there are no protocols.
For this particular case, the protocols are published in the 2008 and 2004 peer-reviewed publication.
That's completely different than what you did in this case, though, isn't it, sir?
I do not think so.
The titles of your paper have to do with buried remains.
You're asking about procedure. We use Tedlar bags, we use cryofocusing, we use thermal desorption, we use GCMS. Those procedures were used both in this particular forensic report as well as in the peer-reviewed publications.
Let's see if we can keep it a little simpler. And let me ask you this. There is nothing in writing that tells you what procedure you must do when.
All you have to do is look at the materials and methods section of the peer-reviewed paper.
So there is something in writing that says, first step you do this, second step you do that, the next step you do this.
If you want to replicate an experiment, the procedures and protocols are listed in those publications, yes.
And the publications that you studied have to do with buried remains.
As I mentioned, the buried remains were part of the 2004 study. At the 2008 study, we started looking at surface individuals. We started looking at skeletal material as well.
Another thing that you don't have in research labs are quality control.
It depends on what you mean by quality control.
Quality control to ensure that there's no contamination.
Well, you want blanks. That's a quality control. You want blanks. You want standards. That's all part of quality control.
So it's your testimony that there is quality control that you utilized in this case.
Yes, we ran standards.
And is there anything in writing that you have that shows that proper steps were taken to avoid contamination in this case?
What type of contamination are you referring to?
We're dealing with chemicals, are we not?
Sure.
Volatile chemicals.
Yeah, yes.
And there could be a contamination issue if you have a certain item in a certain location that might be contaminated.
Are you saying the instrument's contaminated or the sample is contaminated?
Either one. Do you have anything in writing for this case of steps you took to prevent any type of contamination?
Well, I think in the bench notes that Dr. Wise wrote, I believe, he wrote down that blanks were on the machines, calibrated, things of that nature.
We'll go into that in a moment. Anything other than Dr. Weiss's notes?
I don't recall anything. No.
Now, in this case, you did what was called a qualitative analysis versus, well, let me ask you that. You did what was called a qualitative analysis.
That is correct.
And what that means is basically you're identifying certain chemicals.
That is correct.
As opposed to a quantitative analysis, which means it tells you how much of these chemicals is there.
Yes, qualitative can also include, hey, this is a big peak, or hey, this is a minute little peak. That can be qualitative as well.
As a scientist, you of course want to be precise.
You'd like to be, yes.
And especially in matters that you deal with, which are certainly very serious matters.
There are occasions where you want to be as precise as possible, yes.
So the research that you testified to in this case for this jury was a qualitative analysis, not a quantitative analysis.
Correct. We were looking to see plus or minus, are these compounds present, are they not present, and then give a rough idea of abundance, which means are they big, are they little, trace, things of that nature, yes.
Now, when you did your analysis in this case, you asked for, well, strike that. Let me go into another area that I'd like to discuss. First off, you issued a report in August as a preliminary report, did you not?
Yes, I typically do that.
And what that basically does is it tells you what you're looking at so far.
Correct.
It's certainly not your final conclusions by any standard.
Correct.
And you were aware, sir, that before you even had your conclusions in this case, it was reported to the media that you had found human decomposition in the trunk of this car.
Relevant. Sustain. Move to strike.
Just maybe approach.
You can approach. You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Voss, you issued your first preliminary findings on August 26, 2008.
I can't confirm the date, but it probably is correct.
Okay. And shortly thereafter, within days, if not the same day, it became public, did it not?
I don't know. Apparently.
You were aware of the fact that this was released to the public, this information?
I think I was made aware, but I sure didn't do that.
I'm not saying you did, sir, but it was, correct?
If you say so, yeah.
Do you recall getting an email and having an email exchange with CSI investigator Vincent on the matter?
Well, I think I was upset because of all the media attention, if that's the email you're referring to, yes.
And this is because the media is already talking about your results before you even finish the experiment.
Relevance. Same objectives.
Sustain. Rephrase the question as we discussed it at the bench.
Yes, sir. It's your understanding that your conclusions were already being discussed without you even finishing your work.
I think that's correct, yes.
And that's quite a bit of pressure, is it not, sir?
I was not pleased with it.
That people know what you're going to say before you even say it?
Objection assumes facts of non-evidence.
Sustain as to that question. Motion to strike, Radner.
Now, I'd like to start off, if you have your first preliminary report with you. Do you have that with you, sir?
No, I do not.
Okay. How many chemicals did you say you found from the carpet sample?
I don't have the report in front of me. I think 54 was the number at that point in time.
Correct. That's correct. Now, in your second report, how many chemicals did you list that you had?
I do not recall. I don't have it in front of me. I'm sorry.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you both reports? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
May I approach?
So in preliminary report number 1, you had 54 chemicals. And in preliminary report number 2, you reported 51 chemicals. Correct. But these were of the same run, were they not?
Yes, the reason for that is because evaluating those chemicals, we realized there was some overlap with gasoline. Not every compound has I mean, a number of compounds have more than one name. Like 2-propanone is also known as acetone, for instance. Methylbenzene is also called toluene. So as we went through those chemicals, if I recall correctly, we eliminated some of those duplications that were missed in the preliminary report.
What you had was, on report number 1, you found out of the 54, 43 were consistent with a decompositional event. Yes, sir. August 26, 2008. You found that there were 43 consistent with decompositional event, right?
And if they were duplicated, yes, that would make sense.
And when you found 51 in the second one, you found that 41 were consistent with a decompositional event.
Okay.
And then basically after that, you found on the first report only 19 of these overlapped with gasoline constituents.
Okay.
And in your second report, you put 17 overlapping with gasoline constituents.
Okay.
Now, these all came up with you ended up coming up with the same exact percentage, did you not?
I do not recall.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed both reports?
It's possible, yes. But again, the conclusions of the final report were not based on these numbers, of course.
I realize that, but these are the chemicals. Even though it's the same exact run, you're giving different figures, are you not, sir?
Again, I have to literally go through every one of those chemicals and determine whether or not we had duplicate names, whether we used the gasoline components twice, things of that nature. I would consider the final report being the most accurate in terms of numbers like that.
Now, in your second report, you listed that you went to the junkyard and got 3 Pontiac Sunfires, did you not?
Correct. I was corrected to 2 in the final report.
Right. So let's say we're clear. What you wanted to do is you wanted to get these cars from the junkyard to compare them to this car.
Yes, we intentionally chose the worst possible urban-like contaminated area that we could as a comparison.
Now, you use these 2 cars as a real-world example of what I guess a standard trunk would be like.
Yes, we considered a new carpet to be an unfair comparison.
Now, in your report, you put 3 Pontiac Sunfires.
Yes, I think that initial error was because we took 2 samples out of 1 car, and I just mistakenly put down 3 instead of 2.
Then you made a correction and you did an affidavit. It's not really 3 cars, it's 2 cars.
That's correct.
As you're doing all these things, you take notes, do you not?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I do not.
And have you reviewed the bench notes in this case?
You mean the ones that Dr. Wise made in his analysis of the material?
Both the ones that Dr. Weiss and you made, sir.
I did not review his bench notes, no.
Did you look at how many cars were actually selected?
And then reference to Dr. Wise's notes that would be hearsay.
Are you utilizing Dr. Wise's bench notes?
Sir, I believe this witness has testified as to the findings of Dr. Weiss.
Nope. Are you utilizing Dr. Wise's bench notes to impeach him?
Not to impeach him, sir.
Objection sustained.
Are you aware, sir, that there were actually 3 cars selected?
No,
Overrule, I'll let him answer one more time.
2 cars.
And you wouldn't happen to know the results of the third sample, would you, sir?
Objection. Asked and answered, assumes facts, not an evidence.
Sustained.
Now, you don't know the history of these cars that were at the junkyard.
Correct.
And you don't know the history of the car in Florida.
Correct.
So a lot of what you are testifying about is just a comparative analysis of what you found in the junkyard and what you got from Florida.
Correct.
And one of those cars, or one of the 2 cars that you testified about, had chloroform in the trunk.
Trace amounts, correct.
And what you did in that situation was also a qualitative analysis, not a quantitative analysis.
Correct. Qualitative, but we did take an area under the peak to get a rough idea of the difference.
Now, you've never done studies on what's in carpet.
No, have not.
In fact, you have absolutely no experience as to what the chemical breakdown is of carpet.
Correct.
And you talked about the odors of a rose in your direct testimony.
Oh, okay.
Is that a yes?
I didn't quite hear the question, I'm sorry.
My question was, you testified about the odor of a rose.
I used it as an example, yes.
And you don't know the chemical breakdowns of what consists of what chemicals come from a rose.
No, just used as an example.
Or garbage.
Correct. It depends on what's in the garbage.
And in fact, there are a whole array of items that are involved in this case that you have absolutely no experience in as it relates to the chemical breakdown of these items.
You answer the question without specifying items. Hold the word items straight up.
Sustained, rephrase question.
Yes, sir. You were given a list of the items that were found in the trash, were you not, sir?
That is correct.
And in fact, you didn't actually see these items, you were just given a list of them?
Correct.
And you do not know the chemical breakdown of each individual item, do you, sir?
From what I don't have the list in front of me, I apologize, but what I recall is they were just empty plastic containers, or perhaps an empty Coke can or Sprite bottle, something of that nature, and so I just don't have the list in front of me.
But you can't testify as to what was in that garbage because you never witnessed it, did you, sir?
No, I did not.
And you don't know what the chemical breakdown of each of these items are.
No, but we did sample the air of the composite of all these.
And those samples were taken in August of 2008, were they not, sir?
I don't recall the actual date, but it's quite possible.
If I can have a moment, Judge. If I can.
Right.
August 30th of 2008 is, and I'm referring to State's Evidence 122, which you admitted into evidence. That was taken on August 30th, correct?
Okay. I would agree.
Okay. Would you like to see them, sir?
No, I trust you on.
This was not taken on July 15th, 2008, was it? These samples.
No, you just said it wasn't.
And of course, you know that air is a free-flowing environment, do you not, sir?
Absolutely.
And that the chemical composition could change from moment to moment.
Absolutely.
But yet, you did your comparisons from air that was done a month and a half later, did you not?
Are we talking about garage air samples?
Yes.
Yes.
And you don't know what was done to that garbage between July 15th to August 30th.
I do not know that, no.
Now, what you did was you broke down a comparison and you did a table in your final report, did you not, sir?
Yes, it's very complicated, unfortunately.
And you used these samples to reach your conclusions, did you not?
That's correct.
And do you have that table in front of you, sir?
I do indeed.
Now, you used sample State's Exhibit 117, State's Evidence 117, which is the air sample from the trash found inside the vehicle. That's on your table.
If you're referring to column 3, that is correct, in that table. Which table are you talking about in the report?
Table 1. You used State's Exhibit 116, I'm sorry, State's Evidence 116, which is the air sample from the passenger area of the car.
Hold on just 1 second.
I believe that would be the one that says Florida vehicle
Fourth,
material.
that's the 4th column.
Yes.
Correct, yes.
So use this one too. Yeah. State's Exhibit 115, which is also an air sample from the passenger area of the car. State's Evidence 122, which is air samples from the garage of the forensics bay.
Okay.
You considered State's Evidence 121, which is air, I guess this is a trip blank.
Yes, I did.
State's Evidence 120, which is an air sample from the garage. State's Evidence 119, which is an air sample from inside the trash. But you did not, sir, use State's Evidence 118, which is the air sample from the trunk of the car on your table.
I did not. In my table, no. But
fact-
I did mention it in the report.
It is not based, it's not what you used to reach your conclusions, did it, sir?
No, because the complete liner had been removed, and we were simply looking at what was present when, what was present after everything had been removed. It was not a valid comparison.
But you were willing to use air from everywhere else except the trunk of that car to include it on your table for your opinions.
Okay, but you have to understand that when you collect a triple sorbent trap, in this case, Investigative Vincent collected about an hour's worth. That converts to approximately 30 to 40 liters of air that were collected and concentrated on the triple sorbent trap. That was compared to 10 mils of air off the trunk liner. If you look at the table, I know it's complicated, but it indicates that, without doubt, the point source of the odor was the trunk. Now, we did do an analysis using a TST of the trunk, indicating that trace amounts or small amounts of sulfur compounds and chloroform were still detectable in the trunk, even though the liner had been completely removed. I do not consider that a valid comparison.
You don't consider the air in the trunk of the car valid?
Not after the liner had been removed. No, I didn't say it's not valid. It's just not a valid comparison.
Now, Dr. Voss, let's break this down a little bit further for us. Out of the 17, you found 7 to be relevant to your 30 main compounds.
With the aforementioned caveats, yes.
And because of some overlap, or because of trace levels, you only considered 5.
That is true. We were very, very conservative.
And out of those 5, there was overlap with 2 of them, were there not?
I'm not sure I understand. Okay.
Out of the 5 chemicals, there was overlap with some of the other chemicals found in your table. It could be accounted for something else, and it only broke down to 3.
Well, again, I mean, in most cases, what do we call it? They're doing trace amounts.
So but there are 3, correct, that did not overlap out of your list of 30.
I'm not quite sure I would completely agree with what you're saying. You have to look at the chemical composition of each particular sample. And as I mentioned before, it can be occasionally compounds present that overlap with other things. So I wouldn't simply eliminate a compound because it's in minute trace amounts, especially if it was found after you collected 30 liters of air compared to 10 mils of air.
But there is overlap from other items.
Well, with the caveats I just mentioned, yes, there's a little overlap.
And the only thing that does not have overlap are 3 chemicals.
Again, with the caveats I mentioned.
Okay. So 3 chemicals out of the 30 that you consider significant in human decomposition.
I think that's an unfair statement because we're talking about quantities of material. I mean, there's a process called diffusion where things go from high concentration to low concentration. If the trash was in the car and the trunk liner was emanating high concentrations, it's very possible that a small amount of material adhered to some of the trash. And when we collected 30-odd liters of that and detected a trace amount, we detected that and undutifully reported it on this report. So I don't think that is an accurate depiction of what we actually came to conclusion.
And you would rather go with 5?
Actually, I go with about 8, to be perfectly honest with you. But in my conclusions, we did describe 5, yes.
In your 2008 paper, you gave a table of 30 chemicals that are significant in human decomposition.
Again, with the caveats that some are aerobic, some are anaerobic, some in early decomposition, some in late decomposition.
So that's correct, right?
That's correct.
This list of 30?
Yes.
Okay, and that's representative of this.
Correct.
And out of what we've got here, excluding overlap, because you can't account for it, can you?
Again,
You don't know the history of each one.
Yes, sir, did you finish answering the question?
I can't call. I'm sorry.
Questions the witness can answer. Your Honor, I would ask the court reporter to read back the questions the witness started to answer so that he can finish his answer.
Madam Court Reporter, please read back the last question.
Who the one that receives a well?
And out of what we got here, excluding overlap, you can't account for it, can you?
You cannot account for it, but you can make an assumption based on properties of diffusion as well as the quantities of air that have been compared. Sometimes they are relevant in a conclusion.
Assumptions are sometimes relevant in conclusions?
Sure. Common sense included.
This 30 constitutes the main breakdowns from the 478, isn't that correct?
What we consider the significant ones, yes.
Okay, now I'd like to talk about the second area that you testified, which was the LIBS, the laser-induced breakdown spectroscopy. You're not a physicist.
Correct.
And the compounds that come up with this, can you identify those 4 compounds again that were found?
In the LIBS analysis?
Yes, the LIBS analysis.
Can I go from my report?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, absolutely.
It was calcium, magnesium, sodium, carbon, and iron.
And these items are found in numerous items in the environment, are they not, sir?
Absolutely.
And they are also found in common trash, are they not?
I don't know that.
And that's because you're not a physicist.
No, it's because I haven't done it. Inorganic analysis of common trash.
And you're not a chemist, right?
Okay, I'm not a chemist, yes.
Yeah. You made a comparison for this jury saying that this car from the junkyard, the levels of these items are much lower than the ones in Florida.
Correct.
Okay. But you don't know how long that car was in the junkyard.
Absolutely do not know.
Could have been there years,
Could have been.
soaking up all of the natural environments.
You mean the junkyard car?
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that cool that they were less than what was in the Florida car?
Could have gone through winter.
Absolutely.
Snows up in Tennessee, does it?
Hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Could have gone through summers,
Someone?
and you don't know how many.
No, sir.
And you compared that, only 2 cars, to this car in Florida, for which you also have no idea of the history in that car.
Correct. We consider that the worst case scenario that in a urban environment, in a junkyard, you would have oils and greases and cleaning products perhaps, and maybe blood from car wrecks, all these things that potentially could have contaminated the trunks of these cars. That is correct.
But you didn't even collect those samples, did you, sir?
The junkyard samples?
Yes.
I did not collect those, no.
So you don't know if these are trunks that have the trunk lid missing?
Oh, in most cases in this junkyard, the trunk lid was not missing but open, because obviously people want to come and take pieces off of cars in the junkyard, so you don't have anything locked up.
Is that an assumption, sir, or is that a fact?
That's what I was told from the person who collected this.
You were told that these were with the trunk open,
Unlocked, and I believe open, yes.
and you compared that to a car that had trash in the trunk for 3 weeks in the hot Florida sun.
Which is not an evidence.
Sustained. This would be a good time to take our afternoon recess. We'll take a recess to 10 minutes past the hour of 3.
All right, well, we are moving on. We're going to take a small break also until we get to part 4 of trial day 11. Believe it or not, we still have some more of this expert, Dr. Voss. But we're going to take a small, brief break, and we'll be right back.
Okay, you may be seated. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys. Let's return to jury. Okay, state recognized persons of the jury and the defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, you may continue.
Dr. Voss, before I go further, into the list, while we're talking about the carpet sample, it came to your attention that the entire trunk was sprayed with a chemical called Blue Star, did it not?
Yes,
And Blue Star is an item similar to luminol,
I believe so, yes.
and it's used to detect blood with an alternating light source.
I believe so, yes.
And you had requested that you do a control by spraying the carpet with Blue Star, did you not?
I don't recall doing that, no.
If I can have just a moment, Judge.
You may.
The spraying of a carpet sample with Blue Star was never done.
Well, it wasn't in the trunk of the car, apparently.
My question to you, sir, is the spraying and running a sample to see the effects of Blue Star as to these chemicals was never done.
I did not do that, no.
Instead, somebody went to a website and printed out the ingredients.
The material safety data sheets.
Yes. And that's all that was done. There was nothing further to see how that would have influenced your findings.
No, when a chemist looked at that MSDS sheet and said the chemicals present could not have contributed to the chemicals that we found relevant, I didn't pursue it any further.
Nothing further was done.
Not by me, no.
And you're aware that the entire trunk was also sprayed with Febreze, or you're not?
Yes.
And you did no studies to see how those chemicals interacted with your findings.
I know, but we did look up an MSDS sheet of Febreze, and that's essentially fragrances and a little bit of ethanol.
And you don't know the what effects those chemicals would have with the chemicals that were already found in the trunk of the car, do you, sir?
You mean interactions between it? I do not, but I don't envision any, no.
Okay. And again, you are not a chemist, so these are things that are a little bit outside of your area.
Okay.
So yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, while we're looking for that, I'd like to talk to you about the libs again. With the court's permission, I'd like to have you write down the findings of the chemicals that were found in the libs. Can you stand up?
Already expressed them twice, now we can write them.
I can write it down, that's fine.
Okay.
Calcium?
Yes. I'm going to refer to one more.
What are the spellings?
Yes, and sodium.
What else?
Sodium,
Sodium.
magnesium. Close enough. Iron. And carbon.
Dr. Voss, how many of these chemicals would you get if you picked up a piece of soil from the ground and tested it in GCMS?
I'm sure small amounts of every one of those might be present.
And again, what was done was a qualitative analysis, not a quantitative analysis.
Correct.
Now, I'd like to shift focus to the paper towels. These had different, what you called fatty acids.
Correct.
And sir, these fatty acids included palmitic acid,
Correct.
as well as stearic acid,
Yes.
oleic,
Oleic. Good try.
and myristic.
Myristic, yes.
Myristic.
And palmitoleic.
What's the other one? I'm sorry.
Palmitoleic. Let me look at my report if I can. Do you know what page it was on? Let's see. Hold
Would be on your final report, page 7.
on. Page 7.
Second paragraph under paper towels. I don't see that from there.
Oh, yeah, 1, 2, 3. 4 sentences up from the bottom of that paragraph. Near the end, palmitoleic. Fourth up from the one that starts with fatty acids. The third paragraph in that section.
Third.
Fourth sentence up the bottom near the end.
I see.
You got it?
Okay, I see. I'm sorry. Now, sir, you mentioned in your report that these are fatty acids that are like adipocere.
Yes.
Okay. You don't say adipocere. You say like adipocere.
Okay, just semantics.
Now, you of course know that adipocere is normally found in wet, marshy conditions.
If fats are present, wet conditions are one factor that can contribute to its formation.
And of course, you know that it takes weeks to months to develop adipocere, do you not, sir?
It takes weeks to months to develop morphological appearance of adipocere. It takes just a few days for the lipases to break down the fat.
And, I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
What's interesting about adipose tissue, it's made up of triglycerides. Tri equals 3, so 3 fatty acids are hooked to glycerol. And the fatty acids could be any one of those, of course, and it depends on the number of carbon number of carbons in that chain. Steric, for instance, has 18 carbons in it. Meristic has 14 carbons in it. Palmitic has 16 carbons in it. The unsaturated, which means has a double bond, include the palmitoleic and oleic acids. And so lipases, those are enzymes that break down lipids, then release these particular fatty acids in adipose tissue.
These were found on a paper towel that was found in the trash. Correct?
I believe that's correct. Yeah, I believe it's in the trash, yes.
And you could find also these items in a hamburger.
I don't know if that's true. First of all, the hamburger would have to be completely raw. You'd have to have a huge percentage of fat in it.
You could also find this in chicken.
I do not know if that's true or not.
Okay. And is that because you are, again, not a chemist?
No, I haven't looked at the fat on chicken before.
Okay. And you've never studied that. You don't know what other logical explanations there could be to find these on a paper towel, do you, sir?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
You have never studied whether you can find this in chicken or hamburgers or any other meat products because, of course, you've never studied that.
The formation of adipocere is favored by several.
Now, I'm not talking about adipocere, sir.
It's fine. Finish answering the question, Doctor.
The formation of adipocere is favored by a number of issues. One is an anaerobic environment. One is an alkaline pH environment. One is a temperature between 22 and 40 degrees Celsius. And one is a dry to saturated moisture level area. So those things really need to be in conjunction for adipocere to form.
Sir, I wasn't asking you about adipocere. I asked you if these chemicals, can you find them also in meat products?
I do not know the answer to that.
And that's because, of course, that's not an area of your expertise.
Well, I believe, personally, I would think that, yes, in mammals, that would be true.
Okay. Now, there's another item or chemical that you found on these paper towels that you did not testify to the jury during your direct examination. Do you recall what those are?
No.
Do you recall finding small amounts of THC and cannabinol?
Oh, yes, okay.
What is that, sir?
Those are just byproducts of marijuana, metabolites of marijuana.
So you found products that could be found in meat and also products that could be found in marijuana on these paper towels.
Correct.
Now, is it still your testimony that this could be adipocere or could it be someone with the munchies?
Again, in order for these products to form under the definition of adipocere, the meat would have to be raw. You'd have to have loaded with bacteria like Clostridium, because that bacteria would produce the enzymes that would break the triglycerides down. You'd have to have an anaerobic condition, so if you were eating a piece of hamburger, it'd have to be raw and with a bag over your head, and you'd have to have a significant volume of material to create a stain like what we noticed in the trunk of the car. So we're talking several pounds of meat, if that was.
Do you know if people use paper towels to clean up raw meat when cooking?
Yeah, I have. How can I possibly testify to that?
Oh, okay. Now, how did the marijuana get there? Is that a byproduct of decomposition as well? Marijuana?
No, it was just we tried to be as thorough in our reporting as possible.
Now, you mentioned that you have protocols when utilizing this database. And these protocols, the only times that you've used this database are in two cases, correct?
I think I'll have to clarify before I can answer that.
Do you recall attempting to find hidden graves at the Barker Ranch in California?
Right.
The only time that you have used this specific science with the database to actually find a body was the Barker Ranch, correct?
No.
And when you were not successful, what are your error rates for coming up with bodies after a analysis is done on the GCMS?
You can't use error rates for such a determination. Error rates are a measurement of an error associated with a measurement, like taking a ruler. Is it really 2 inches or 2.1 inches, 1.9 inch? That does not apply because in the 2007-2008 timeframe, as I previously explained earlier, we did not fully understand environmental parameters associated with this type of a search. So we're talking about high barometric pressure. You know, if we did a search during that time period, we wouldn't have seen any chemicals on the surface.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Right.
Did you, sir, on May 22nd, 2008, give a statement to the Associated Press that we're trying to improve the science, it's in its infancy. There could be additional people out there, but unless there are leaps in this kind of science, we'll never know.
I cannot verify I said that. I mean, I don't know what the initial question from the reporter may have been. Maybe taken out of context. I do not know. I could be referring to environmental conditions. I can't verify that.
Did you make the statement, I haven't been this frustrated in a very long time?
And it sounds like something I'd say. Digging holes is not fun.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Oh, gosh.
You want your stuff back? Spice?
So it's proper. You have any cross-examination for the proper?
Yeah, I do.
Proper, I'm sorry.
The limitation in the depth that you were permitted to dig why was that limitation placed on you?
Primarily time constraints, as well as just simply an exploratory dig. It was not a full excavation, just to see essentially what we could find. I mean, you know, are there any indications that a burial situation had occurred at those locations.
Would it be fair to say that at this point, nobody knows if there's actually a body down there or not?
That's a fair statement.
So the record be abundantly clear. The Barker Ranch is a ranch where Charles Manson murdered and buried some people. Is that not correct, officer?
That is correct, sir.
These murders, if you can recall, occurred when?
40, 50 years ago. It really has no bearing on this particular case at all.
Anything else, folks?
Nothing further.
The question dealing with the Barker Ranch would be, objection would be sustained. As I indicated, if you want to talk to him about cross-contamination with garbage in the trunk of the car versus the alleged odor of decomposition, you can. But the Barker Ranch and what was done there has no bearing on this particular case. It's irrelevant and immaterial. The conditions are totally different.
Yes, sir.
Environmental conditions, unless it can be shown that they have some bearing or relationship to this particular case. Okay, anything else? Anybody need to take a break before we return this jury?
I guess he's all right.
All right, let's return the jury. Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Voss, we're going to switch away from the fatty acids and marijuana. I'd like to ask you a little bit about protocols. Now, part of protocols would also include specific instructions for the proper collection of these samples, correct?
Good, yes.
And in fact, you have had protocols when collecting samples that would advise people or those collecting the samples to avoid storing the sample vials in an area that's contaminated with organic vapors such as gasoline.
Depending on the circumstances, that's of course true.
So as part of your protocols, you have told individuals not to collect or not to try and contaminate these samples with areas that are near gasoline.
Well, that's common sense, yes.
And you're aware that in this case, the samples were collected in an area that contained gasoline.
Well, yes, I mean, that's where the evidence was.
Now, part of another part of your protocols is to collect that the collection samples should be free of trash, debris, and obvious sources of chemicals that could result in false positive readings. Examples of trash or debris that would create false readings are. Asking him a question, Judge.
Overrule at this point.
Examples of trash or debris that could create false readings include aerosol cans, gas cans, propane bottles, or any other man-made container or trash that might emit volatile organic compounds or be responsible for releasing organic compounds into the soil. Even a spilled soft drink can introduce flavorings and other chemicals into the soil that could produce false readings.
What was the question?
Those are your protocols that you have given
Yes,
in collection of these types of samples.
Yes, but you can't take it out of context. From what I recall, we wrote those protocols in response to an investigator who wanted to collect environmental samples in a very large area, an open field type of an area. Obviously, you don't want to collect a control sample where there's a pile of trash in a 40-acre field. That just wouldn't make a lot of sense. So you have to take that statement into context.
You don't want samples collected near trash because it could create false positive readings. Is that correct?
Unless the trash is part of a crime scene.
You don't make that distinction, though, in your protocols, do you, sir?
Again, we were talking, if I remember correctly, we were talking about collecting outdoor soil samples in a very large area, and the question came up, where should I collect a control sample? And these are conditions that made common sense.
Because you don't want them collecting these samples near any gasoline or trash.
Well, it just wouldn't make sense if you're in a 40-acre field.
Especially because they could create false readings. And that's true, sir.
Sure, I mean, as long as it's not part of a particular crime scene, which is part what you need to collect as evidence.
And I'd like to talk to you about another topic, sir. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what divining rods are?
You may. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Voss, you had testified under direct examination about your ability to find clandestine graves. Just bring it into context, Judge.
I don't think so.
Do you know what divining rods are, sir?
Yes.
And could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what divining rods are?
Divining rods are antennae used to locate specific properties of specific materials.
And can a divining rod be made of a coat hanger from a dry cleaner?
Sure, as long as it's the right material, yes.
And have you taught on this subject to use coat hangers to find hidden graves?
Absolutely. It's a hobby of mine, just like stamp collecting, coin collecting, and it teaches wonderful scientific principles.
And, sir, were you offered $1 million to prove this theory of yours?
Sustain us to that question.
Have you been challenged in any way as to the credibility of this theory of yours?
Sustain. Let's move on. Mr. Baez, get to the points I said you could get to.
Now, you also have attempted to put electronic leashes on flies, have you not, sir?
Granted.
Sir, the testimony that you've given here today is the first time that you have given this type of testimony in a court of law. Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, it has never been admitted in any court across the country. Is that correct?
Overruled.
Is that correct, sir?
I wouldn't know that.
You have no idea, sir, that this is the first time your database has been admitted in a court of law.
Well, I don't know if anybody else has another database, perhaps. I don't know that.
Now, you know that your findings are not generally accepted in the scientific community, do you not?
Sustained. Granted.
Are there any other papers or studies that have the same findings as you do, sir?
There is a paper by Dr. Stathopoulos who looked at whole bodies, and of the 5 primary chemicals that we used to make a conclusion in this case, he also identified 4 of those in his study. He did not find chloroform.
Okay. And Mr. Staphanopoulos is, I'm sorry, Strathanopoulos?
Stathopoulos, I believe.
Staphanopoulos. Mr. Staphanopoulos, the gentleman you referred to, he is located in Greece.
Correct.
And in the entire world, the only person that you think agrees with your findings is this gentleman in Greece.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase it, Judge. The only other study that you find are similar to your findings is a gentleman in Greece, whose name I can't pronounce.
I think he's the only one that actually used entire bodies. I mean, a number of people use pieces of tissue, but I wouldn't consider that comparable.
And his...
Yeah, at least a little entertainment as this witness is going on.
He has a completely different database other than your 478.
Absolutely. He was looking at a single time point. We were looking at a 5-year study. A 4 to 5 year study.
Now, sir, you testified under direct examination that the smell of human decomposition is unique.
To me, it is. Yes.
This is the portion where Mr. Ashton wanted to step away from the science. Do you recall that question?
Not exactly, but
He asked you what your opinion was, and you said the smell of human decomposition is unique.
yes.
Do you recall making a statement, sir, to the Knoxville News on December 14th, 2008, that the smell of human decomposition smells like a potato gone bad? That it is sickly sweet, it doesn't smell like a swamp or a rotten egg smell. If you ever had a potato go bad in your cupboard, that's a horrendous smell. That's very similar to human decomposition. It's amazingly similar.
I believe I made that statement, yes.
So it's specifically unique to a potato.
Yeah, but we actually looked at a decomposing potato, and the chemical composition is completely different.
I can have just one moment, Judge. Now, sir, one of the key markers of decomposition, of human decomposition that you have found, is that fluoride is one of those chemical signatures, is it not?
A halogenated fluoride compounds, or yes.
And in this case, you did not find any fluoride.
That is correct. Neither did we in the positive control.
And the positive control that you got, that you based this entire finding on.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Yes, sir. The positive control, so we could let the ladies and gentlemen of the jury know, is you got a blanket from a body that was of a child in the trunk of a car for 3 months.
That is correct.
But you don't know the circumstances surrounding when it was recovered,
Correct.
how it was stored,
Correct.
or any of the circumstances surrounding the death of that specific homicide.
That is correct. But nevertheless, we saw the 3 primary sulfur compounds, and the point of that was control was to verify that compounds such as the ones we found in the Florida trunk could be formed in the trunk of a car.
And of the 30 key markers, the 3 ones are the main ones that you found to be relevant in this case.
Again, I think you're twisting things around a tad. I mean, again, we're looking at 30 compounds. If you eliminate the gasoline overlaps,
Just
if you
a
eliminate
tad.
the fluoride compounds, which, again, we're not seeing in the positive control, and I have an opinion why that may be. And then if you eliminate those compounds that are only seen late in decomposition, that leaves 10 compounds out of 30 that we consider relevant. And of those 10, 8 were found in the trunk of the car. That's about 80%.
But this entire experiment that you conducted in this case is completely from items of which you have not collected, correct?
I didn't collect the trunk carpet sample. That is correct.
Or the air samples,
Correct.
or the blanket sample,
Correct.
or the samples at the junkyard.
Correct.
And not only did you not collect any of these items, you have no idea of their history or makeup,
Well, we did a chemical analysis. I know the makeup.
the history and the makeup of those specific items.
Well, I don't know history. No.
You have no idea what chemicals they may have encountered.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
You have no idea what was in the trunk of this car for the Pontiac Sunfire in the 10 years that it was in existence, correct?
Are you referring to the Florida or the junkyard?
Florida Pontiac Sunfire.
No, I do.
And you don't have any idea of what the chemical makeup was of any of the junkyard samples that you collected.
No, we analyzed the junkyard samples. And we know what gases are liberated. Is that your question?
You don't know the history of those cars.
That's correct. I do not. I've stated that.
And you also don't know the history of the car from the Montana sample.
That's correct. I do not.
And you never even collected a carpet sample from that car.
No, the child in that case was wrapped in a blanket, and the blanket is what was stained. And again, granted, it's not a perfect positive control. I mean, thank goodness I don't find all these children in Trump's
Objection,
cars.
Judge. I'm going to move to strike that answer. Sir, you don't know the history of that sample.
Correct.
And you also never collected a carpet sample from that car.
No.
And this is the very first time you have ever conducted an experiment on a carpet sample.
Yes, the wonderful thing about forensic science is every sample is unique.
So is the answer yes, this is the first time?
That is correct.
If I can have just 1 moment.
Ah,
Sir, you're not a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, are you, sir? You're not? Yes.
No, not currently.
And in fact, you're not a member of the, is it the American Board of Anthropology?
No.
You are not a member of any professional organizations that would govern its members, are you, sir?
No, and my background is so diverse, I wouldn't even know which one to possibly join.
Because, of course, your ideas are so unique.
I'm being paid to be creative and think outside the box. I don't even know what the box is.
And you would, of course, consider yourself more of an explorer than a scientist, wouldn't you, sir? I have no further questions at this time.
Redirect.
Which would you say has governed your professional career more, scientific curiosity or financial benefit?
Obviously, scientific curiosity. I'm a very curious person.
Though you indicated you are not an analytical chemist, the past 20 years of your career in forensic anthropology, has that centered around the biochemistry and the chemistry of decomposition?
Yes.
Do you feel you have a financial interest in this case?
Not at all.
When you were asked, you remember when your deposition was taken in this case by Mr. Baez?
The Inquisition, you mean?
That was back on September 22nd, 2010.
Yes.
You remember you were asked questions about this, the patent issues and the royalty issues and all of those things?
Yes, unfortunately, yes.
Yeah. Did you have to refer to someone else to get the answers to those things?
Absolutely, yes. I had no clue of the actual procedures that I needed at that point in time, no.
So you didn't even know how it worked or what royalties may or may not come. You had no idea at the time of the deposition.
Well, one, it never interested me.
Okay. But after the deposition, you have to go and ask people to educate you on that so you could answer these questions here today.
Yes, I did, actually.
In seeking out a control sample of carpet, did you deliberately try to find the most contaminated carpet you could?
Yes.
And that's why you went to a junkyard.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Was getting a contaminated sample part of the reason you went to a junkyard?
I'm sorry, Mr. McKinney.
Was getting a contaminated sample part of the reason you asked him to go to a junkyard?
Absolutely.
Now, you talked a little bit about diffusion, and I want you to explain to the jury what you mean about odor diffusion.
Diffusion is a process where chemicals go from higher concentrations to lower concentrations. If you have a piece of plastic over here that has part per trillion levels of compound X, and you have a piece of plastic over here that has a compound X in it, but at parts per million levels, this sample could never contaminate that one with that compound because it diffuses from higher concentration to lower concentration.
And is that the significance of finding the point source of the odor?
Absolutely.
And in this case, what was the item that had the highest concentration of all of these important chemicals we discussed?
That carpet, spare tire carpet cover sample.
Now, you were asked about two products that may have been sprayed in this trunk. One was Blue Star, the other was Febreze. Did you look up the material safety data sheets on both of those products?
No, I think the MSDS for the Blue Star was sent to me by Michael Vincent.
Sorry.
And I actually did look up the Febreze one myself, yes.
And is the MDS a source of information that is normally relied upon by people in your field to get the information about the chemical composition of household or manufactured products?
Well, actually, before we use any chemical in a national laboratory, we actually must consult a material safety data sheet to look at possible interactions with other chemicals, hazards associated with it, safety precautions, things of that nature.
Did either of those chemicals, either Blue Star or Febreze, contain chloroform?
No.
Now, you were talking about the paper towels and the volatile fatty acids that were found in the paper towels. You indicated that it was possible that that could have come from meat. Give us a scenario that could have, using meat, that would have caused what you found in those paper towels.
That's not going to be easy. The meat, again, will have to be raw. It'll have to be uncooked. It'd have to have a high percentage of fat associated with it. It could not be from like butter fat or milk. It'd have to be from like a mammal of some sort. It'd have to be of sufficient size to create the stain that was found in the trunk of the car.
Testifying outside the scope.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
I forgot what all you mentioned. It'd have to probably be decomposing in an anaerobic type of environment. The temperature would have to be correct. The pH would have to be correct. And it'd have to be loaded with certain types of bacteria. These bacteria are normally found within the human body.
So you would have to have a couple of pounds of hamburger wrapped up in a bag and somehow sealed, left in the trunk of a car to rot, and it would have to have bacteria normally found in the human body in it. Do I have that right?
If the hamburger meat was raw and it had a very high fat content, that would probably may cause it, yes.
So we're not talking about somebody eating a hamburger and then bleeding.
Overruled.
Could it be caused by somebody eating a hamburger and wiping their face?
No.
Did you see any evidence in what you've seen of any pieces of hamburger on anything you looked at?
No.
The counsel asked you about the Staphylococcus study. I think that's how it's pronounced, Staphylococcus. Did he find? Again, you said his study was a one-time examination of a body or two. Is that correct?
I believe it was two bodies.
Two bodies.
They were floating in the Mediterranean Sea or some such thing.
Okay. People who were floating in the water, picked up, and then they looked. But only looked one time, not over 4 years like you did.
Correct.
Now, did the compounds that he found, were they among the 478 that you had found, or did he found additional ones? What do you recall?
I don't recall. I know there was quite a bit of overlap, but I can't recall. He had 80 compounds. I just don't recall that. But I remember there was a significant overlap.
The positive control you used. Again, describe to the jury what that was, how you got it, why you got it, and what you did with it.
Since we had never studied a child or a person or a human decomposing in the trunk of a car before, we looked around for positive control, control being a person that's decomposing in the trunk of a car. Obviously, an adult may not have been a very good comparison. It's unfortunate, but we were able to find another such case in Montana where a child, approximately 3 years of age, had died and was wrapped in a blanket and left in the trunk of the car for 3 months. Granted, the time frame was much longer than what we saw here, but the point of that positive control was to confirm that compounds such as we saw in the Florida trunk that were consistent with human decomposition could be formed in that type of an environment.
And how did the test on the carpet in this case compare to the positive control sample from the Montana case?
If you look at those 5 compounds, 4 of those were present.
And the only one that wasn't was chloroform?
Correct.
And that was the substance that was in such large abundance in your study, is that correct?
Mr. Stein is the last question.
Is chloroform the substance you talked about earlier in your testimony?
Correct.
Now, the absence of fluorinated compounds, did you test the Montana carpet, the Montana blanket, where a 3-year-old had decomposed for those compounds?
We didn't test specifically for them, but if they had been present, we would have been able to identify them.
And were they present?
No, they were not.
And do you have an opinion as to why those fluorinated compounds would not be present in that control case and in the case here?
Objection, Judge. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Adults that we've studied over the years produce a number of fluorinated compounds. These are compounds that have fluorine in them. It is assumed that the fluorine is...
To the witness assuming things. It calls for speculation, and we want to strike.
Overruled.
Go ahead, sir.
It is assumed that these fluorinated compounds accumulate in the human body by a process called bioaccumulation. It's like if you eat lead paint chips. You eat one little piece of paint chip that has lead in it, you get a little bit of lead in your body, but you start eating a whole bunch of paint chips and get a whole bunch of lead. That may not be a great example, but nevertheless. So over time, what you do is, if you drink fluorinated water over your lifetime, and a lot of water in the United States has been fluorinated, you will bioaccumulate fluorine in your bone and tissue. When you die and decompose, these bacteria and microbes convert those fluorinated material, the fluorine material, into fluorinated compounds. Now, if you go to countries that do not fluorinate their water, like Brussels, for instance, the people you see in those type of environments that have not spent a lifetime ingesting fluorinated compounds, you don't see these fluorinated compounds in the water. Now, in the body, in the decomposing protein. Now, in a small child, it is assumed that the child, maybe they drink water, but enough time has not passed to ingest enough fluorine to begin bioaccumulating it to the level that the instrument can detect. And that seems to hold true for both the positive control from Montana as well as the samples from the Florida trunk.
And that coincides with the studies of adults in countries that don't fluorinate their water, and you don't find that in the odor. Is that what you said?
Overruled.
Correct.
No further questions.
Dr. Voss, you actually addressed this issue with the fluoride in your report, did you not?
I believe I did, yes.
And you have made it clear that this has not been studied.
Not in children, no.
That the fact that there was not any fluoride there has not been studied at all.
Not in children, no.
But you're willing to come to this jury under oath and testify that the reason you didn't find fluoride was because she's a child and didn't have enough time to drink enough water.
Overruled. You can answer the question if you can.
Can you please repeat it one more time? I'm sorry.
You're willing to come in front of this jury and give them information as an expert witness, the facts that have not been studied at all.
Bioaccumulation is a well-known phenomenon in the animal kingdom, for instance, even plants. Yes, it is my opinion that that is what has happened.
It's your opinion on something that has never been studied.
Well, fortunately, we don't get a lot of children.
My question, sir, is it's an opinion that's based on something that has never been studied.
It is an opinion based on something that has not been studied, but founded in a well-known phenomenon called bioaccumulation.
Now, you talked about and you testified to this jury about the stain, the paper towels.
Yes.
These paper towels were found in the trash bag.
I believe that's what I was told, yes.
And you have no evidence, because, well, let me rephrase that. Sir, you have no information that paper towel and that stain have anything to do with one another.
I don't know if that's actually completely true. I mean, the reason we even did that is because Dr. Haskell, an entomologist, identified...
Sir, do not testify about another individual.
Objection.
Yes, sir.
Ask him a question. You get the answer. Go ahead.
Dr. Neil Haskell sent me those paper towels. On those paper towels, he identified fly pupil casings. He was curious as to
Judge,
why...
I'm going to object to this commentary specifically, way outside of... Yes, I'll withdraw the question.
Okay, thank you.
You have no idea and no firsthand knowledge that those paper towels have anything to do with that stain, do you, sir? I'll rephrase it. You have no firsthand knowledge that those paper towels have anything to do with that stain, do you, sir?
I do not know.
But that's still something you're willing to tell this jury.
If it's found in conjunction as evidence in the trunk of the car, I don't see why it's not relevant.
And you have no idea as to what would have to occur for these acids, these fatty acids that could be found in meat, and how they would end up on that paper towel.
Well, again, something attracted the flies to the paper towels. And,
My question to you, sir, is you have no idea the circumstances of whether that was used to clean up any meat after cooking or anything like that, or to clean up a counter.
there was no meat residue on the paper towels we extracted.
But there were fatty acids that would be consistent with meat. Wouldn't that be correct, sir?
Consistent with a breakdown of adipose tissue.
Which is also found in meat.
Fat is found in meat.
Yes. Now, the marijuana, was that found outside?
Sustained.
Judge, I believe counsel
Sustained.
during cross-examination addressed these paper towels.
Sustained.
No further questions.
May the doctor be excused.
He may step down. There's an issue of the rest.
Okay, you may stand down, doctor. Okay. Jury, if you want to stand and take a stretch break, or do you need to go back in the room for a minute?
We don't have a vote on scheduling.
Go to the side.
Our
I'll do
plans
it.
from this point.
Members of the jury may stand and stretch if you would like. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the next witness is going to be a rather lengthy witness that will take more than 25 minutes. Rather than to start and stop the testimony.
All right, well, we're going to go straight on to the next witness. Done with trial day 11. We're moving on to trial day 12 now. So we are marathoning our way through this. Got through that last witness, pretty brutal at the end, and now let's move on to day 12.
May be seated. Good morning. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant. Assistant State Attorney, both sides ready to proceed? Yes. Okay, who's going to be the state's first witness? All right, let's return to jury. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you heed all of my previous admonitions not to discuss this case among yourselves, nor with anyone else? All right, state recognized presence of jury?
Yes, Your Honor, we do.
And does the defense?
Yes, sir, we do.
You may proceed.
Your Honor, the state would recall Gerardo Boise.
Software or firm self controllers and other countries software.
Crime scene tech.
Good morning. My name is Gerardo Bloise, last name Bloise, Bloise.
You may proceed.
All right, Mr. Bloise, you've testified already a few times here as a crime scene investigator. I want to draw your attention to a specific item of evidence. Did you receive a trash or garbage bag from a fellow employee by the name of Awilda McBride?
Yes,
Do you recall, or do the records of the Orange County Sheriff reflect the date and time you received that item of evidence?
July 16, 2008, about 23:07 hours, which was 11:06 p.m.
Are you the individual that took possession from Ms. McBride?
Yes.
What is the first thing you do with this item of evidence?
What I did, I removed the plastic bag that was containing some several trash items, and then I put it aside, and I did a visual inspection of the items.
Did you also photograph the item as it was received and then as you began to open it?
Correct.
If I may have what has been marked as Z for identification. Investigator Bloise, can you see Z for identification displayed on the monitor in front of you?
That was a plastic bag, white with blue handles that I received from Awilda McBride.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict the condition of the item upon your receipt of it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce Z for identification into evidence as the state's next numbered exhibit.
What says the defense?
No objection, sir.
If they received an evidence, the state's number,
Permission to publish this item to the jury?
you may publish.
Investigator Bloise, can you explain for the jury what we're looking at?
We're looking right now at the paper bag that was inside the plastic bag with blue handles, and from this photograph, you don't see the items, but the items, they're inside, and there's a little wet in the area, and the paper bag, and some wet in the plastic bag.
All right, let me see if I understand you correctly. The paper that is under the white bag, is that something that the white bag was inside of?
The paper bag was inside. When I received the the trash, I received the plastic bag inside the paper bag, and then I open it.
Okay. Now, the paper appears to have some sort of liquid on it.
Yeah, some kind of liquid.
Could you tell if the exterior of the plastic bag was wet, or was that liquid coming from the inside of the bag? Any way for you to have determined that?
My best recollection was a little wet.
Okay. Now, the handles on that bag, were they tied securely or were they open? Was the mouth of the bag open at all?
They're open.
So once you photograph this item, what is the next thing that you do with it?
I start to inspect the interior of the plastic bag, the items.
If I may have AA for identification. Can you see AA for identification?
Yes,
I imagine the inspection of the items required removal from the white plastic bag.
correct.
Okay. Did you cut the bag in order to remove the items, or did you pull them out of the bag in some other way?
I pull out the bag.
Does AA fairly and accurately reflect the condition of the items contained inside the white plastic bag after you received it?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce AA for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objection, sir.
Receiving evidence, the state's numbered.
Permission to publish the item.
You may publish.
Investigator Blaise, did you do anything else that evening with this bag?
I just did a visual inspection of the items, and then I proceed to put the items with the paper on the inside the dry room.
Now, what is the dry room?
The dry room is the rooms that we have in the forensic garage to place items that are wet in order to get it dry, so we can have a special rooms in order to do that.
Were these items inside the bag wet?
Some items, yes. Mhm.
Did this item, or did these items have any particular odor that you would be able to describe?
Smell of trash, normal trash.
Did it smell to you the same as the car?
No.
How long were the items in the dry room?
I removed the items, put into the dry room. May I refer to my notes,
Will that assist you in refreshing your recollection?
please?
With the court's permission, may he refer to his notes?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. I collected on 16, 2008, what I'm saying before, 11:07 hours, and then the 18th of July, I removed the items from the dry room, and I placed it in the box, and then I put the dry room, I put the items, the trash, in the evidence locker. So most likely from the 17, 18, 2 days, and then from the 18 to the 18, I removed from the dry room to my evidence locker. So 2 days.
I imagine then, that once you remove them from the dry room and place them into an evidence locker, they were dry.
Yes,
If I may show you what's been marked as AB for identification, can you see that?
yes,
Was that photograph taken the night that you received the items?
correct.
And what is it intended to depict?
Basically, it's a close-up of some of the trash items, the napkins, some Velveeta package, and all the items among the trash area.
All right. Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict the condition, at least of this section of the garbage on the evening that you received the item?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce AB for identification into evidence.
No objections.
You received an evidence, the state's numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
All right. Investigator Blaise, you had mentioned specific items in here. What is this item?
the napkin.
If I may have AC for identification. Investigator, can you see AC for identification?
Yes,
And what is it that you are intending to depict through the use of photography here?
it's the napkins that I collected from the trash, and I placed it in the plastic bag.
Do you recall, or do the records of the Orange County Sheriff reflect the date that you collected those napkins and placed them into that plastic bag?
That was previous to my inspection.
I'm sorry.
That was when I inspected the trash.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict the condition of those items shortly after your receipt of them?
Yes,
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce AC for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objection, sir.
You received an evidence, the state's numbered.
Permission to publish that item to the
You may
jury.
publish.
Investigator Blaise, were these the same type of item, all napkins or paper towels?
it's the same.
Did you eventually place all of the items out on a table in the forensic section and photograph them?
Correct.
If I may have AD for identification. Do you see AD?
No, now yes. Yes, it's napkins, aluminum foil, a hanger, empty box of cigarette, and dry sheet, and one portion of the detergent, a bottle, and a hammer.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict part of your inventory of the items in the garbage bag once they were dried and placed out for the purpose of photography?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce AD for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
May this item be published?
May publish.
All right. In this photograph, you've gathered, the predominant image in the photograph is your gathering of all of the paper type products that were inside the garbage in one area.
Yes.
If I may have AE for identification. Do you see AE?
Not yet. Now.
Yes. Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict items that you inventoried from the garbage?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce AE for identification into evidence.
No objections.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish this item.
You may publish.
What items are we seeing here?
So we got dry sheet, papers, aluminum foil, bottle of Crystal Light, can of Coca-Cola, bottle of detergent, and a hammer, among other items.
If I may have AF for identification. Does AF, once it comes up, fairly and accurately depict the contents of the white plastic trash bag?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce AF for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objection.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Is this the entire contents of that plastic bag?
Correct.
If I may have AG for identification. Do you see AG?
Yes.
Right. Is that a receipt from Fusion Ultra Lounge?
Correct.
Was this inside the garbage?
Yes.
Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict the condition of that receipt?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce AG for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
We would object. Relevance in 403.
Objection overruled. We received an evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish the item.
You may publish.
And AH for identification, please. Do you see AH?
Yes.
Is that documentation from Full Sail University?
Correct.
Was that inside the garbage?
Yes.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict the condition of that item when you retrieved it from the garbage for photography?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce AH for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objection.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish that, Your Honor.
You may publish.
If I may approach the witness.
Okay.
What's marked as HO for identification? Let me take a look at the exterior of that packaging and tell me if you recognize it as something you've had contact with in the past.
Yes, this is the box that I prepared to put all the trash items, and it's a tag number identification H51976. And then I did a description, a trash bag with the blue handle with several items in it.
Let me show you what's marked as HP for identification. Let me take a look at this packaging, and that will put contents inside. Tell me if you recognize that as something you've had contact with in the past.
Yes. Had my initial on it, and its tag number, identification number is H51976. That was a napkins from the trash that I collected.
You collected those items, did you place them in this box and seal?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to, HP H146 is already evidence that was conditionally admitted upon successful. And I would also seek to introduce HO for identification into evidence.
Okay. HP, which was 126, which was conditionally admitted. The state is now offering it into evidence with no conditions.
We would still object as the other individual who gave it to the witness that it was introduced by has still not been testified as to its chain of custody.
Okay, then I will wait until the other individual testifies. What was the other exhibit you had offered then? What says the defense as to HO?
No objections on that, Judge.
As to HO, that will be received in evidence as states numbered.
Your Honor, on the previous occasion, when testified, he identified and for identification, and I would seek to introduce that with evidence this time.
What says the defense? We received an evidence that states numbered
137.
Investigator Bloise, did you do a written inventory of all of the items in the white trash bag?
Yes, I did.
Do you have that available to you?
Yes, in my report.
If I could refer you to page 23 of your report. Were there 37 items in the bag?
That is correct, 37.
Okay. And in that box, did you place each of the 37 items into separate envelopes?
Correct.
Can you detail for the members of the jury each of those items?
Yes. The first one is an empty Coca-Cola cherry Coca-Cola can, 12 ounces, and with number 2145. Second one was empty Coca-Cola Classic can, 12 ounces, with number 22502. Empty Milwaukee Best Light Beer can. Empty Milwaukee Best Light Beer can, with number C7019E. The other one is empty Sprite can, 12 ounces, with number 16090RA. The next one will be empty circular metal box Copenhagen tobacco with number SLN8178. 1 hairpin, 3 plastic tie wraps, empty Dr. Pepper 12 ounces. Proof of purchase number is 2239E505168X. The other one is empty Pepsi can 12 ounces. Proof of purchase number 1608RF01238. The next one is a Mountain Dew 12 ounces. Proof of purchases 2122E5048X. The other one is Oscar Major plastic container. Proof of purchasing 447001090. We're going for the item number 12. Empty small crystal light container number is 2494554. Empty crystal light bottle 60 ounces with brown liquid inside. Proof of purchasing 430093911. Bottle of Kiwi Sport Cleaner 5.5 ounces. Proof of purchases 31600247001. Empty bottle of Arm Hammer 80 ounces. Proof of purchasing 3320000900430. Crystal Light soft drink mix with number 43000950033. Empty black container anchor. Empty unbroken pizza box. Pizza symbol of quality. That was the name. Pizza symbol of quality. The next one is empty carton of Cherry Coke 12 packages. Proof of purchasing 490033103. 955 26 hand job. Proof of purchase. That is Sprite and soda 12 in Honduras.
Mentioned, were they all empty?
Yes.
You had mentioned a bottle of Arm & Hammer laundry detergent. Was that empty?
Yes.
You mentioned the bottle of Crystal Light soft drink mix. Was that empty?
Yes.
The pizza box, anything inside?
No.
The items that you identified as Velveeta, cartons of Velveeta, empty?
Yes.
The item that you identified as the aluminum foil from the Velveeta cheese sauce, empty?
Yes.
The plastic wrapper with the Stouffer's garlic chicken, empty?
Yes.
So the point is that the garbage shouldn't be stinky.
You talked about 4 air freshener sheets. Are these dryer sheets like the ones that you had testified earlier were in the vehicle?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions. Witness, Your Honor.
cross-examination.
Hey, please, court. Mr. Drain. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Mr. Bloise.
Good morning, Counsel.
The trash that you had originally collected, you testified that it was wet.
Correct.
And then you put it in a dry room.
Correct.
Then it was dry.
The items that I collected,
Yes.
some of the items, they're wet and some they're dry.
My question to you, sir, is after you took them out of the dry room, they were dry.
Correct. I'm sorry.
Yes. And I guess the purpose of that is to dry them and get rid of the liquid.
Correct. Yeah.
And I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit C, which includes both photographs that have been admitted into evidence.
Yes.
Can we at least identify for the record which photographs they are? Your Honor?
Side photograph of states evidence 133 and 128. Can you see that, sir?
Yes.
May I publish this here as well?
Yes.
Now, these two photographs look completely different, do they not, sir?
Yes.
And that's as a result of what was done in the dry room.
Correct.
Now, when you testified about your inventory list and all of the things that were empty, you were testifying to an inventory that you did subsequent to them coming out of the drive-thru.
That is correct.
Now, you had no idea that this would be critical evidence later on in the case, did you?
When I initially received it, I just received like a evidence.
And you had no idea that later on, this trash would become a disputed item in this case.
Correct.
So it was not your intention to intentionally destroy any type of evidence, was it, sir?
No.
But ultimately, that's kind of what happened, right?
There's no destruction of evidence. He testified to the procedure he used. When he received it, he dried it, and then he.
Speaking objections.
Objection sustained.
So you had no idea that the evidence would be altered, correct?
When I received the items, in this case the trash, I just received like a trash, and then I proceed to preserve it.
To preserve it in a dry form.
Yes, 2 days.
And you had no idea that it would alter significant evidence in this case.
Overruled.
When I received the items, I just preserve it as a protocol that we have, and then I don't consider myself that I destroy any kind of evidence because the evidence is there. I preserve it, I document it through photograph, and then I put it in the dry room, and I preserve it in a box. Normal procedure.
Investigator Blasey, no one's accusing you of destroying evidence. My question to you is, you had no idea that you would be altering evidence that might become important to this jury.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. There's no evidence that there was any alteration.
Now, you have, was it you that packaged, I'm showing you now a photograph of AC. Defense, states evidence. States evidence 130. May I publish that to the jury?
You may.
A little. Thank you, Judge. Can everyone see that? Not yet. Now, these are paper towels that were collected from the trash,
Yes.
and they were at one time moist,
Yes.
and then they were placed in the dry room,
Yes.
and then they were dry,
When I placed it in the dry room, yes, dry.
and then you put them in a plastic bag.
Yes.
Now, Investigator Boise, to your understanding and your knowledge that should items be needed to be tested for DNA, that you should not package them in plastic bags, correct?
That is correct, but that specific item don't have any, at this time, I don't have any values for DNA at that time.
At that time. But you don't know if at a later time this would be important for testing DNA, if some accusation that this was more than just trash.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. He's asking him to speculate.
Sustained is the next question.
You anticipated this being important enough evidence to separate, correct?
Correct.
And this was important enough for you to put in a plastic bag, correct?
I just put it in a plastic bag.
And you do not know if later on it would be important to have it tested for DNA.
At that time that I placed and secured in the plastic bag, I inspected the napkins very well. I don't see any forensic values related with DNA, such blood, or any kind of indication of body fluid. Just I observed was wet, and there's no indication that was any kind of forensic values to test it for DNA.
And you know that DNA just doesn't test blood, correct?
Correct.
You can test saliva.
Saliva is very difficult to determine by the lab, I guess.
The
DNA.
cell breakdown, that would be.
There's no evidence that this is within the witness's expertise.
Object to the speaking objections, Judge.
Next question.
Semen, you can get DNA from semen.
Yes, but
Anything with a cell breakdown, correct?
to my knowledge, yes.
So we can unpublish, Judge. And sir, it was not your intention to destroy or alter any evidence when packaging this piece of evidence, correct?
Objection to the form of the question.
Pardon, I didn't hear, Ms.
Sorry, so objection to the form of the question. There's assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
It's not your intention to alter the evidence in any way, was it, sir?
Your Honor, same objection, same question.
Sustained. He's been asked that question a couple of times, and he's already asked it. Redirect.
Thank you. Investigator Boise, why is it that you need to dry these items before they are stored?
The purpose to let it dry is because when we inspect the evidence that is dry, it's a part of protocol to let it dry in order to re-inspect it again, because it's a better condition to inspect the items. When the items is very dry, like for instance, example, blood on clothing, we let it dry because it's more secure for us, and at the same time, it's a good condition, better condition to be examined, that piece of evidence.
If an item is wet, is there a concern that it will become moldy?
Correct.
Does your protocol require that items be packaged in a form that where they could breathe, in paper?
Correct.
The carpet that you had discussed removing from the car during your earlier testimony, was that also dry?
Yes.
The item that you did place in plastic, was that done because there was evidence of bug larvae on that item?
don't remember right now that specific.
That's all I have. Your Honor.
Recross on those issues?
You mentioned that as part of your protocol, that you dry evidence, correct?
Correct.
And you later are aware that air samples were taken of the dry garbage.
My I don't have any recollection regarding that question, Counselor.
Okay, so you have no idea whether air samples were taken of the dry garbage.
No. You're talking about the trash, Counselor? No.
Now, sir, Ms. Drain-Burdick mentioned that there was insect larvae on the napkins or in the trash, correct?
What I answer is I don't have any recollection about that.
But you're aware that you can collect DNA samples from insect larvae, are you not, sir?
This is not part of my expertise.
Just a second. Your objection? Sustained.
Sir, you know that you can collect DNA from any cell in the body with the exception of red blood cells, do you not?
Beyond the scope of the redirect.
Thank you.
Okay. Will the witness be excused? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
State may call the next witness.
Recall Dr. Arpad Voss briefly.
Arpad Vass, ARPAD-VASS.
You know you were
Point
hoping
out.
he would come
I'll
back.
bring you back here again. I need to correct a mistake of mine from yesterday. I want you to exhibit IR for identification. And ask you to recognize that as the can you were sent as opposed to the one I showed you yesterday, which was IO.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, you recognize that's the correct one you were sent.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, what do you based on that?
These initials.
Okay, you see your initial.
It's hard to rotate. The problem is.
Oh, I'm sorry, I said you can remove our. Do you see your initial document?
Yeah,
Okay, very good. Okay. And this is the one, the can that you tested that we talked about yesterday as opposed to the one I showed you.
that's correct.
This time, don't have for IR and substitute.
Objection overruled.
Substitute statement IR as stated in 114 minutes as opposed to IO.
What's that in defense?
We just renew all previous motions and objections.
Noted previous objections. Objections will be overruled and be entered in evidence. The state's number.
And IO would return to in evidence. I don't think right.
Right.
Thank you, sir. No other questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Dr. Voss, yesterday you testified about a piece of evidence that you did not examine.
I looked at the can. The can is not what I examined for evidence.
And you told this jury that there were identifications on that can.
In evidence, if we can explain more at the bench.
Dr. Voss?
You may proceed.
Dr. Voss, yesterday you mistakenly admitted the wrong piece of evidence in this case.
Apparently, yes.
And this was after reading the label on the can that you were handed to by Mr. Ashton.
Yes.
And perhaps one of the reasons why you are not that familiar with the chain of custody of evidence is because you're from a research lab, not a forensic lab.
Sustained as to that last question.
You're not accustomed to handling evidence, are you, sir?
I'll let him answer that question overruled.
No, we're not a forensic lab, so we don't handle evidence all that frequently, no.
And the sensitivity that comes along with ensuring that juries get the right information.
So,
Sustained.
I have no further questions.
May the witness be excused. Thank you, doctor.
we might need a couple of minutes to pull exhibits for the next witness.
In case he didn't destroy him enough, that was.
Go smoother if we had everything pulled in
Okay.
for the next witness.
All right. Moving
We'll
on.
take a recess until 20 past the hour.
Well, part two. David Ward, not that.
Hey, you may be seated. Okay, both sides ready to proceed? Let's return to jury. Okay, the state may call the next witness.
They call Dr. Michael Rickenbach.
Another doctor.
Software worker, subject will pick up the
Michael Rickenbach, Rickenbach.
Proceed.
Sir, how are you employed?
I work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
In what capacity?
I am a forensic chemist examiner within the laboratory division of the FBI.
And how long have you been employed by the FBI in that capacity?
I've been employed with the FBI for a little over 15 years, since 1996, and I've been a forensic chemist examiner since December of 1999.
What is your educational background prior to entering the FBI?
I have 2 Bachelor of Science degrees, one in forensic science and one in chemistry. I have a Master's of Science degree in chemistry, and I have a PhD in chemistry.
And have you had continuing education with the FBI?
Yes, I have.
This time, have you ever been qualified as an expert to testify in the field of forensic chemistry?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell us just a rough approximation of how many times that would have occurred?
Approximately 12 to 15 times.
And would that have been in just federal jurisdictions, state jurisdictions, or a little both?
Mainly in federal jurisdictions, but I have on occasion testified on it in state court.
This time, Your Honor, I would submit Dr. Rick Black as an expert in the area of forensic chemistry.
What says the defense?
No objections.
Will be accepted as expert witness in the area of forensic chemistry. You may proceed.
Doctor, in August of 2008, did you receive some items for examination in reference to a victim by the name of Kaylee Marie Anthony?
Yes, I did.
I want to show you a few items and ask if you recognize them. Earlier today during the break, did we examine these items in evidence?
Yes, we did during the break.
Reference to the statement to the IM for identification, did you examine this? Did you recognize it?
Yes, I did. I recognize my initials on the seal over the bag.
And do you recognize that as item examined in this case?
Yes, I do.
This time, Your Honor, move to evidence, state exhibit I.
What says the defense? There be no objections to be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Did you also, during the break, take a look at statement to the for identification IM?
Yes, I did.
And you recognize that as one of the items that was submitted for your evaluation?
Yes, I do. I recognize my initials on that piece of evidence.
This time, Your Honor, move to evidence, state exhibit I and for identification.
What? It will be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
And let me show you state's exhibit I. Identification, did you examine this during the break?
Yes, I did.
You recognize this item as one that was submitted to you for your evaluation?
Yes, I recognize my initials on the tape seal.
This time, Your Honor, statement of evidence, state exhibit IL.
Be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Showing the state's exhibit IO. Did you examine that earlier during the break?
Yes, I did.
And do you recognize that one that submitted for your evaluation in this case?
Yes, I do. I recognize my initials on the heat seal.
This time, move to evidence, state exhibit IO.
What says the defense?
No objections, Your Honor.
To be received in evidence as
Next, I'll show you state's exhibit HS for identification. You recognize, if you look at that during the break, you recognize that?
Yes, I did. I recognize my initials on the tape seal and on the box.
All right, let me just here. I'll show you IK. Did you look at that over the break? You recognize that as something submitted in this case?
Yes, I do. I recognize my initials over the heat seal.
This time, Your Honor, move to evidence, state exhibit HF and IK.
No objections.
there will be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Sir, were you asked to inspect these items to determine whether you could detect the presence of chloroform?
Yes, I was.
What type, did you use the same type of analysis on each of the items?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Could you just explain to the jury briefly what type of analysis you did and how you did it?
I did a visual examination after opening each item individually and noted any characteristics about the items. I looked at them for any staining just to try to find where I should sample from. I then took samples, placed them into sealed vials, and did a process called headspace gas chromatography on them.
Let's take them one at a time. Let's start with Q22. What is item Q22? According to your note, and you can refer to your report if you need to.
Do you have a copy of my report?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I do.
The evidence number with the question number.
Let me just pull it up. What was IK? Yeah, we'll start with Q22. What is item Q22?
Q22 was a piece of fabric reported to be a piece of the spare tire cover.
And did you submit that? Yes.
What is the state's exhibit number?
Exhibit evidence number is 143.
Okay.
All right. Now, just take us through what you did with that item as an example of the other examinations.
I opened the can, observed the material inside, took a cutting based on if there were any stains present, put it in a sealed glass vial, and submitted to headspace gas chromatography analysis.
Now, when you opened the can, did you detect an odor?
Yes, I did.
How do you describe that odor in your report, or how would you describe that odor?
The approach.
You may. You may proceed.
Thank you. You were telling us about your evaluation of your Q22 that I previously mentioned, the state exhibit. What was the results of your examination of that item?
that residues of chloroform were identified on that specimen.
Takes Exhibit 141, which is your Q44. And what is that?
Q44 was a piece of fabric material reported to be a piece of a spare tire cover.
You subject that to the same analysis that you discussed as to the other exhibit.
Yes, I did.
And what was the result of that analysis?
That residues of chloroform were identified on specimen Q44.
All right. Let me show you State's Exhibit Evidence 142. That's your Q45. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
And did you subject that to the same instrumental examination? The same instrumental examination that you referred to as the other exhibits?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result of that examination?
That residues of chloroform were identified on specimen Q45.
All right. State's Exhibit Evidence 139. Would you describe this as a spare tire cover, something to that effect?
Is that specimen Q23 in my?
I'm sorry, yes, your Q23, which is our Exhibit in Evidence 139.
Yes.
And did you subject that to the same instrumental examination as the others that we discussed?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us, either from your notes or from recollection, what portion of this you tested?
I can look at it. I'm not sure. It's hard to write on this material, but I believe it's that fabric portion right here.
Yes.
Yeah, not the cardboard. Yes.
And you had the same instrumental examination as the others?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result of that examination?
For specimen Q23, residues of chloroform were identified.
Now, the last two items, which are your Q24 and 25, let's start with our Exhibit Evidence 140, which is your Q24. What is that?
Q24 is a piece of fabric material reported to be the left side of trunk liner.
And which side of the trunk liner?
It's reported to be the left side of the trunk liner, specimen Q24.
The left side of the trunk liner. And did you use the same instrumental examination on that as you did on the other items?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result of that testing of the liner?
That chemical consistent with chloroform was detected on that item.
Like, what is the difference between a finding of chemicals consistent with chloroform and a finding of the residue of chloroform?
In order to identify that chloroform was present, or residues of chloroform were present, techniques or two techniques in order to get positive results. And at that point, they reinforce each other, and therefore I'm confident to say that chloroform was identified. In the case where it's consistent with chloroform, only one technique gave a result of chloroform. The other technique did not detect chloroform.
So consistent with, but not an identification.
That's correct.
And lastly, your Q25, our Exhibit in Evidence 140, did you use the same instrumental examination on that and on the others?
Specimen Q25 reported to be the right side of trunk liner, and yes, I did the same.
And what were the results?
That chemical chloroform, consistent with chloroform, was detected on that item.
So basically, were the results on the left and right side of the liner the same? That is consistent with chloroform, but not conclusive?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Please, court. Mr. Ashton. Good morning, Dr. Rickenback.
Good morning.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you.
I want to talk a little bit get a little more in depth about your examinations. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury a little bit more about the GCMS?
The GCMS, the gas chromatography mass spectrometry instrument, is an instrument that we use, or that is used for separation of chemicals and for the identification of chemicals.
And how sensitive is this gas chromatograph mass spectrometer?
It depends, but if certain types, the ones in particular that we use, can be very, very sensitive.
So basically, you can pick up chemicals that are in, like, water?
I can detect chemicals out of the matrix of water, yes.
And any type of, it basically breaks things down how far, as far as sensitivity is concerned?
It can break it down into very, very small amounts of chemicals, can be detected using a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer system.
And then you did a second test for the flame ionization. Is that, I know I'm butchering that a little bit, the second test that you conducted?
Yes, the second test is very similar to the first test. It just uses a different detector system. The first system uses a mass spectrometer to detect. The second system is, again, the headspace gas chromatography, same technique as the first, except it uses a different detector to identify or detect the chemicals that come off, that are separated out of the gas chromatograph.
Now, you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about residues of chloroform found on the Q22 portion. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell them what you mean by residues of chloroform?
Chloroform is usually found in a liquid state. And the items of evidence that I got are obviously they're solid material, and so there was no liquid on those items. But when subjected to very sensitive techniques, the chloroform that was identified in those items can be driven off and detected by the instrument. And therefore, since it's not liquid, it's really in very, very small amounts. It's residues of chloroform on these materials.
So they were found in very, very small amounts.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you can find chloroform in any number of household items, correct?
It has been detected in household cleaning agents and other items, yes.
Including detergents?
That is correct.
And you can even find chloroform in water, right? Drinking water?
It depends on the drinking water, yes. But if it's present in an amount that the instrument can detect, yes, you can detect it.
And you can also find it in chlorine from a swimming pool, can you not?
I have no first-hand knowledge. I've never analyzed the chlorinated products like water from swimming pools for chloroform, so I don't know the answer to that.
Do you know if someone threw a bathing suit after going swimming in the trunk of a car, whether that might generate chloroform? Sir, do you know what other products chloroform could be found in, like soda?
I've heard no first-hand knowledge that chloroform is in soda products.
Do you have you any knowledge in other items other than cleaning items that chloroform could be found in?
From my personal experience, usually it's a cleaning product that I have found chloroform in. But I mean, there may be other items that have chloroform that I haven't personally analyzed.
And those would be found in very, very low amounts, such as what you found in this case.
The items that were consistent cleaning products that I detect chloroform were in very small amounts, similar to these items, yes.
Okay. Now, can you explain to the with the court's permission, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a chromatogram looks like?
A chromatogram is a graphic output from an instrument, a gas chromatograph, that is a graph of the signal coming from the instrument based on if a chemical is present or not, or something that's coming off the instrument, the chemicals that are separated. If it's detected, it'll go up in intensity, the plot will go up, and on the x-axis that goes across the time that it's taking for the chemicals to come off the column to be separated.
May the witness stand down, Your Honor.
Witness, will you stand down?
Dr. Rickenback, can you give him show us a raw example of what a chromatogram might look like? Perfect, thank you. Okay, Dr. Rickenbach, when you do run a sample through the GCMS, does the item tell you how much chloroform is present?
In a quantitative amount, telling you exactly how much, no, it does not.
Okay. And there's a difference between what is called a quantitative analysis and a qualitative analysis, isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the difference is?
A qualitative analysis is a type of analysis where you're just trying to identify or detect the substance that you're analyzing. In this case, just chloroform. You're not giving really any information in your final report as to how much is there. If you were going to give a report as to how much of a substance is in a certain sample, that would be both a qualitative, identifying the component, and then also giving it a numeric amount, which would be a quantitative.
So to break it down, qualitative tells you it's there. Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
And quantitative tells you how much.
That's correct.
Now you can't just look at a graph and tell what the quantity is, correct?
You can't tell an exact quantity. You can get some information based on relative amounts, but based on a qualitative analysis, you really wouldn't give a number.
Okay. And in fact, looking at it that way without running what's called a standard is not a very good way or a scientific way of doing this, correct? Of finding out a quantitative amount.
If you were going to report out an actual amount, just doing an analysis without a standard or without the appropriate technique for quantitative analysis would not be a good way.
Right. Now, when you analyze these samples, you had an internal standard, is that correct?
I analyzed the samples in dual mode, if you will. I analyzed them twice. I took one cutting that was without an internal standard and then another cutting that had an internal standard and ran them together at the same time.
And that's how you were able to determine that they were at very, very, very low amounts?
Not with the internal standard, no.
Okay. How exactly were you able to determine that they were at very, very low?
With every analysis, it's appropriate to run what's called a negative control and a positive control. A negative control would be no sample, just to show that your instrument doesn't have the compound of interest somewhere in its system. So you make sure that the result should be negative. And then at the end of the analysis, you run what's called a positive control to make sure that the instrument is working properly so that you can detect the substance that you're looking for, in this case chloroform, appropriately. And so at the end of the analysis, I ran a positive control of chloroform standard that I made up myself. And based on the response of a known amount of chloroform that I analyzed, the chloroform that came out of the specimens was significantly less than the amount that I knew I had put into the instrument.
And it was an overwhelming amount of chloroform, was it?
On the specimens?
Yes.
It was significantly less than the internal standard positive control that I analyzed.
And it wasn't the most chloroform you'd ever seen in 20 years, was it?
It was not the most chloroform I've seen in 20 years now.
It's not what you would call shockingly high levels of chloroform, would it?
No, it's not.
Now, I know with the Qs and the identification letters, we get a bit confused. I want to break it down if we can as to what item you tested and what you ended up getting. The Q22 is the left trunk line, correct?
It's reported as a piece of the spare tire cover.
Okay, spare tire cover. And this is the one that you found residues of chloroform.
Residues of chloroform were identified on that specimen, yes.
And again, when we say residues, we're talking about very low levels.
Significantly lower levels in the positive control, yes.
Q23 was what, sir?
Q23 was reported to be the spare tire cover.
So it was another portion of the spare tire cover?
I think it's the entire, I'm not sure about the whole tire cover. It's that item right there.
It's just a second. You ran a test on another area of the spare tire cover.
Of a area on the cover, yes. It's
Okay.
not the entire cover.
And this was also significantly lower than your positive control at low levels.
That's correct.
Now, what are the other items from the trunk that you tested?
They were specimen Q24, reported to be the left side of trunk liner. Q25 reported to be the right side of the trunk liner.
Okay, let's start off with Q24. What were your results with this? Was this consistent with chloroform?
That a chemical consistent with chloroform was detected on that item.
And when you say consistent with, you mean one of the tests detected it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that would still be at these low levels, correct?
That's correct.
And the second method didn't even pick it up.
That's correct.
So it's 1 out of 2 tests. And that's what you say it's consistent with.
That's correct.
That phrase consistent with is a pretty tricky phrase, right? You have to explain it.
Yes.
Okay. Q25 was the right trunk liner?
Q25 was reported to be the right side of trunk liner.
And this was also consistent with, right?
That a chemical consistent with chloroform was detected. Yes.
And that's because you had the one test that was at very low levels and the second test that didn't even pick it up.
That is correct.
Now, what other items did you test from the car?
Item Q44 was reported to be a piece of the spare tire cover.
And Lauren was installed.
And
She was doing it, in your opinion. In my opinion.
and what were the results of that
That chloroform, residues of chloroform was identified on that item.
at the low levels?
This year,
Significantly lower levels in the positive control. Yes.
we had a conversation, Lauren and I said, yeah, I hear you trash talking.
Any other items that you tested from the
You
car?
know what?
Specimen Q45 reported to be a piece of the spare tire cover.
But Lauren, I'm telling you right now, you need to keep your head down.
And that was the same results as Q44
Yes, that residues of chloroform were identified.
at significantly lower levels in the car.
And be with your
Yes.
family. And
What else did you test from the car?
I'm not sure what, I tested other items, but I'm not sure what if they came from the car or where they came from. But on this submission, this batch of submission, that was the only pieces of evidence that I analyzed.
Did you test the steering wheel cover for the car?
You may.
Doctor, I just want to conclude with these levels, I guess residue levels of chloroform that were found and tested are equal to what you might find in a common cleaning product, is it not, sir?
Yes, from my experience, those levels have been detected in substances that have been used for cleaning products. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
Did you find any other substances that were consistent with cleaning products in your evaluation
I'm sorry, in evaluation of what exactly?
of the samples? Was there anything else about the evaluation that would have indicated these were cleaning products?
I was specifically tasked with looking just for chloroform, so I really didn't do an analysis for cleaning products on these items.
Right. So let's talk. You talked to counsel about words like low, very low, residue. Those are all sort of vague comparative terms, correct? I mean, low as opposed to high is sort of depending on your perspective, correct?
They're subjective terms, yes.
Okay. Have you ever been called upon in your career to test a solid dry object for chloroform?
Before this, I can't recall ever specifically just looking for chloroform. No.
Your other experiences have always been in looking for chloroform in liquid form.
I have never really had an experience where something was submitted in liquid form just looking for chloroform. However, there have been unknown liquids that I've analyzed using this technique where chloroform was identified.
Were those like product tampering kind of investigations?
Yes, that's the type of case. Either product tampering or just general unknown analysis where they don't know what the substance is.
So what might be a high or low amount of chloroform in a carpet sample? Would you really have much of a perspective on that?
I would have nothing really to reference. We have, in order to answer that question appropriately, you want to do some control studies and spiking carpet samples with chloroform or whatever you're looking for and doing a validation kind of study.
Now, with reference to State's Exhibit 139 in evidence, the spare tire cover, how did that come to you?
It came to the chemistry unit through the normal operation of a laboratory through our evidence control unit.
Let me rephrase. How was it packaged?
Let me cross that.
Overruled.
How was it packaged?
I'm sorry, that's specimen Q23?
Yeah, the trunk liner. How was it packaged?
That was found inside a box.
All right. Inside a cardboard box like the one we have in front of us here.
That's correct.
What effect would that packaging have on the levels of a volatile substance like chloroform on an object like this?
Overruled.
Based on the properties of chloroform, it would allow chloroform to leak out. It's not an airtight container.
Were you in fact surprised that you got any chloroform off of this object?
Yes, I was.
Overruled.
And explain to the jury why you were surprised that you got anything off that.
When I was initially tasked with doing this type of analysis, chloroform is a volatile substance, and it doesn't stay around very long under normal conditions that I use. Having an object come in like this package like that to detect the chloroform, I was very surprised to even get a result for chloroform.
Is that because you would have expected the chloroform to have volatilized?
Yes, volatilized and not been detected.
But yet you were still able to detect chloroform even on that unsealed object.
Yes, I was.
Now, rather than use high, low, there are actual numbers that we can apply to some of these issues about the amounts of chloroform. General numbers, are there not?
The numbers that you can compare to are the numbers of the intensity of the peak that on the graph when you get a peak. The height or the area of the peak, you can compare my positive control, the known amount of chloroform that I added to one sample versus the amount of chloroform that you would have detected on another object.
It's basically what you're referring to as not a completely quantitative analysis, but sort of an idea of how much is there based on that comparison. Is that correct?
Yes, it would not be appropriate to say that would be a quantitative analysis, but you can get an idea, yes.
Now, the control, I think the internal standard was positive control that you mixed. You said you mixed the control of chloroform, correct?
The positive control is a known amount of chloroform.
And you mixed that to a certain concentration. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what was that concentration?
In our percentage, it's 0.01% in water.
Can you translate that into parts per million?
That would correlate to approximately 100 parts per million.
100 ppm, parts per million. So that is the standard against which you compare your test results in determining a general idea of how much there is, correct?
I don't use it to determine how much there is. I just used it as, so I wouldn't put too much on or I wouldn't put too little in the instrument. It's just an amount that I use to detect the qualitative positive control.
But when you're referring to getting some general idea of quantity by comparing the known to the control, that's what we talked about. This is 100 ppm.
Yes, initially this was a qualitative analysis, but later on I was asked to give some kind of indication about quantity, and this is the only really way you can kind of get an idea of the amounts.
This is a very rough estimate, correct?
That's correct.
So as to your Q22, which is a piece of the spare tire cover that was in a can, is that correct?
Yes, it was in a can, airtight can.
What does it being sealed in a can, why is that a better way of keeping something than putting it in a box?
For this type of analysis, where you're trying to analyze for a volatile substance in a very small amount, in residue amounts, submitting the evidence in a heat-sealed container, such as this unlined metal can, is the appropriate way to do it.
Now, as to Q22, are you able to do a rough percentage of how much chloroform there was that you found in the sample as compared to the standard control?
I would be hesitant to put a number or percent. I'm more comfortable with just saying that compared to the height of the peaks or the area of the peak compared to my positive control, it's significantly less.
But you did prepare a rough percentage, did you not?
When asked in future conversations about can I give some idea of percentages, it's not the appropriate way to do it in forensic science, but I did give a percentage.
What is the general range of percentage of the standard of Q22 to the standard?
I gave you that information. I don't have the information in front of me. I mean,
If we need to reference that.
based on the data that I had submitted and based on the area counts and the height counts, this information has not been peer reviewed or tech reviewed. It's just a conversation that he wanted. It's 5% based on the comparison of the positive control.
And again, this is a very rough estimate, correct?
Yes.
So the amount of chloroform was somewhere in the neighborhood of 5% of the control, which is 100 parts per million.
5% is what I calculated. I can't say for certainty what the actual amount.
23.
It's approximately 0.1%.
0.1%. And 223 is the actual unsealed spare tire.
Yes, that is correct.
So would it be fair to say that the sealed container contained much greater level of chloroform than the unsealed spare tire cover?
For the specimen Q22, it did, but there were other items that were submitted unsealed.
Let's go on to those. I'm going to skip 224 and 25 because you said those were just consistent with chloroform, correct?
Q24 and Q25 were consistent with the detected.
The trunk liners. Okay, we'll skip over those. How about Q44? Was that also carpet sample and sealed container?
Yes, it was.
And again, what is the rough percentage on that?
The rough percentage is approximately 1%, as compared to the positive control.
As compared to positive control. Okay. How about Q45? is approximately 0.2%. So the highest concentration, again, with this rough estimating, is on a Q22 sealed sample in a can. Yes. However, you have to take into account that the amount that I sampled, that I actually cut out, was not the same. I didn't make sure that each amount of sample that I cut between the different specimens was exactly the same. So you're going to have, if I took a bigger cutting on Q22 and a smaller cutting on Q45, and they had the same amount of chloroform on them, because I cut more out of one specimen, I'm going to find more in the sample. So it's a very, it's not the best way to relate these numbers. Whatever the amount of chloroform actually is in the sample, would the chloroform in that sample, in the cans, have evaporated prior to it getting put in the can? It's possible. If this trunk were left open for, say, 6 or 7 hours, then sealed, and then a few weeks later, this sample, the chloroform, this sample of trunk line was taken, would you expect the chloroform amount to be the same when the sample was taken as it was 2 weeks before the car was aired out?
Objection, Judge. Outside of cross-examination.
Overruled.
Just based on the properties of chloroform. Based on the properties of chloroform, being that it's a very volatile chemical, if it was into an open atmosphere, I would expect less to remain on the items than if it was in a closed container. So would you, I think we've gone far enough with that. If these figures accurately reflect the amount of chloroform in the sample, would that add up to the low parts per million range, if it's accurate? Yes. All right, now, other than testing for chloroform in liquids, have you ever experienced testing for chloroform in air samples? No, I have not. Do you have any knowledge about what is significantly high or low in an air sample?
Objection, Judge. Outside scope of cross.
Overruled.
No, I have no first-hand knowledge of analysis of air samples. So the context in which you answered the question about high, low, shocking, that's in the context of your evaluation of liquid samples containing chloroform. Or in this case, residual samples, they're not non-liquid. I mean, prior to this one, it would have been liquid samples.
Judge. I'm going to object. This is outside the scope and highly misleading.
Overruled. She did.
Highly misleading.
Outside the scope and highly misleading. Overruled. Next question, Mr. Ashton.
I guess my point is, you're in answering the question to the defense counsel in the context of your prior experience, mostly testing for chloroform liquids, correct? Yes.
Read cross.
Doctor, you testified that doing an estimate like this and trying to determine the quantity of chloroform is not appropriate in forensic science. Is that correct?
Yes, to give a formal amount of a compound doing it this way is not the correct way to do it.
And that's because you don't want to attempt to give anything that would mislead a jury.
Counsel's commentary, may we approach?
No, overruled. You can answer the question if you can.
No, I would not want to give an impression of specific amounts within these samples, because it's not appropriate to even give specific amounts based on techniques that I used.
Because as a scientist, you want to be precise,
Yes, that's true.
especially when testifying in a court of law.
Yes.
Now, you testified that you don't have any experience in collecting chloroform from a solid, I guess, a piece of carpet or any other solid object.
Other than what I did in this case, before that, I've never tried to analyze for chloroform in carpet samples, no.
So trying to guess how much chloroform would be there versus not would be nothing more than a guess, would it not?
Trying to determine how much is there is not the correct way to do it, the way I do it qualitatively.
And qualitatively determining whether something is sent in a box or a can, since you have no experience in this type of testing, that too would also be speculation.
Well, on packaging, I have firsthand knowledge, and based on my experience with chemistry, the way that evidence is packaged, I do have knowledge about that and how it should be appropriately packaged.
Well, maybe I posed the question poorly. But to give a quantitative amount and to estimate quantitatively as to how much, that would be speculation.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
You may.
I want you to understand, if no definitive information can be obtained about the quantity of chloroform, how is it possible to answer defense counsel's question that it's similar to what's in cleaning products?
That's outside the scope of my recross.
Overruled.
I think I can answer the question not based on quantitative, but on qualitative analysis. That if if we can detect chloroform in cleaning products, it's you can detect it in these items, and it's just the amounts are compared to the positive control. Okay, so when you said that it's similar to the amounts of cleaning products, you simply meant by that it's detectable. That's correct. So when you answered counsel's question, that's all you meant was simply that it was detectable. Yes.
All right. Okay, witness may be excused. Thank you, doctor. Yes. Ms. Ashton, I think these are your reports up here. State may call the next witness.
Discussion and argument.
There is no argument. But the state established the proper foundation, or they don't. They do that by testimony. I do. Jason R4G, JSON RFORGUY. You may proceed.
Good morning. Please tell the members of the jury how you are employed.
With the Orange County Sheriff's Office, I'm currently assigned to Specialized Patrol, the K-9 unit.
How long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff?
A little over 17 years, since 1994.
And you mentioned that you are in specialty patrol with the K-9 unit. What does that mean?
I'm a K-9 handler. Currently handle a German Shepherd, a full-service dog, and have worked a dog since 2001.
So for the last 10 years or so, you've been exclusively handling canines for law enforcement purposes.
Yes, ma'am.
What sort of training or education did you receive that initially qualified you for that position?
I cross-trained with the K-9 unit because I had interest to go into the K-9 unit prior to interviewing or actually going into the unit. Cross-training meaning I went over there, watched them work dogs, I caught dogs, talked to them about working dogs, and then I transferred there in 2001.
So prior to your transfer, did you actually have a dog that you trained with, or was that sort of an education process for you?
I received a dog in 2001 because when I went into the unit, I went in as a part-time handler. And then a couple months after I did my training, I went into as a full-time handler because I went in as a part-time bloodhound handler originally.
Now, you train not independently of the dog, correct?
Correct.
So when you first go into this unit, what sort of training is there for you? And you indicated your initial assignment was with a bloodhound.
Correct. It was scent discrimination, man trailing is the first school I went to with my assigned dog with the Sheriff's Office.
And when we're talking about bloodhounds, we're speaking of dogs that will track specific individuals, correct?
Correct.
So how long is that sort of training?
That training is usually 5 weeks long. It's 3 weeks in a classroom and 2 weeks in the field. And then you have your proficiency test at the end of those 5 weeks.
Was this K-9 Garrett?
Yes.
The first bloodhound, the first dog that you worked with at the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Aside from the initial training period that was completed, did you do follow-up training with this dog?
Yes.
What would that consist of?
We have a minimum requirement of training that we do per month. With Garrett, it required a minimum of 2 tracks a month, training tracks a month. A trainer or an evaluator or a supervisor would come out and watch your dog quarterly to make sure your dog was working correctly.
So how long did you work with K-9 Garrett?
I believe it was around 10 or 11 months until we had to put him down.
After that point, did you get another K-9 assignment?
Yes. Then I received my second dog, which was Ike, another bloodhound.
So did you train Ike?
Yes.
What did that consist of?
Same thing. We did the scent discrimination, man tracking, man trailing. Scent discrimination basically is you teach him to learn the odor of what you sent him on. If I sent him on an individual shoe of one person and there's 3 people in the classroom, he has to go to that one person correctly before he can move to the next stage.
How long did you work with K-9 Ike?
Until I gave him to another handler years later. And I believe that would have been somewhere in 2004 or 2005.
Now, at some point in time, did you have multiple dogs that you were training?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In different things?
Yes, ma'am.
So in addition to Ike, did you have another dog?
Yes.
What was that?
In 2002, I received a German Shepherd from a breeding program. His name was Bones, and his specialty were human remains. He was a cadaver dog, single purpose.
Okay. Explain to us what that is.
A single purpose dog means he has one job and one job only. Along with his obedience that he's trained, he's taught to detect human decomposition, specifically cadavers. We go through approximately 160 hours specialty training in that. Then the dog's certified in the proficiency of working, and then we can actually be deployed in the field. I was chosen for that after the 9/11 towers because the 2 dogs that we did have were converted over to EOD dogs, so I didn't have one. EOD dogs. EOD dog is an explosive dog. We needed more bomb dogs at the time, so they were converted over, and then I became the next person in line, and then I worked the 2 dogs, the German Shepherd and the Bloodhound.
Ike and Bones.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what is involved in training a single-purpose dog for human remains detection? When I imagine that training is different than what you had undergone with Garrett and Ike.
Correct. You go through an imprinting stage. Well, first, you have an introduction to the odor to see if the dog will be okay with the odor. You introduce the dog to the odor. And then you do an imprinting stage where you just constantly take the dog straight to odor. And when he goes to odor, you train him for what you would like him to do at his final alert. If you choose to make your dog sit at the odor, at the source, when he locates what you're training him to do, then when you go to source at the imprinting stage, you just take him to it, and tell him sit, and you reward him. And after that stage, then you start him into searching. For instance, if you have cans and your odor is in one can, you would put out multiple cans. And you would give him his command, and you would have him check the cans. And it's his job not to pass the correct can. And you reinforce that with a sit, and then he gets his toy. And his handler prays.
So when you refer to something as an alert, is that the dog's indication to you that they've detected the scent that they have been imprinted on and trained on?
A final trained alert is when he does, if you trained him to do a sit or you trained him to do a down at odor. An alert, I would define an alert as any body behavioral change that I recognize that he does when he is in odor and working the odor.
That's different than the final trained alert that you had mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
The final trained alert is?
When he has worked to source and does we teach him to work to source. So
what does that
when, if I may, if my water bottle is the source of the odor and it's coming out and funneling down, if the dog is working from the side of the monitor, you would see his body behavioral change when he works in, whether it's his breathing pattern or his walking or his lifting his nose, he's working into odor. The wind's coming from this direction. You would see him start to bracket. He would work the odor back and forth and work it to source. This constant time here, by training him and working so many odors with him, you would know that he's in odor and he's alerting to the odor, but he hasn't gotten to the source yet. So he would work to source, get to here, and then give me my final trained alert. If it was a sit, he would go to a sit. That's the best way I could explain.
So let me see if I understand. Once the dog detects the odor, as the handler who has trained with the dog, you can see that there's a behavioral change.
Absolutely.
Then when the dog works to the source or as close as possible to the source, it's your expectation that the dog will then give a final trained alert.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you train Bones to proceed in this fashion?
Yes.
What was Bones' final trained alert?
His final trained alert was a sit.
Sit.
Yes, ma'am.
What sort of, I know you used water as a demonstrative aid, but what sort of aids were used to imprint Bones before he was actually used in casework?
In the imprinting stage or the whole training stage?
Well, we can start with imprinting and then move through training.
In the imprinting stage, we used mostly the rags with decomp, human decomp, rags that had been soaked up with the chest cavities in the chest cavity of a cadaver. A deceased person already would take rags and stuff it in the chest cavity where there's a lot of bodily fluids that's decomping, and we would use that primarily.
All right, so that's the imprinting stage. Do you then move to different training aids once the dog is imprinted on that scent?
Yes.
Specifically as it relates to Bones, what sort of training aids did you utilize?
We used bones, not just his name, but actual human bones, placentas, the chest cavity rags. The pseudoscent that we did use, it was drowned victim only.
What is that? Pseudoscent.
Pseudoscent is a man-made odor, a tablet. I actually brought some with me.
Okay. Is it something, you said it was drowning victim only, so do you put that into water and see then if the dog can be trained to detect that?
Correct. You would put the tablet in odor or into the water, the pond, the retention pond, the lake, and the tablet puts out the odor of drowned victim. I like to use that way I wasn't creating any kind of biohazard. If it wasn't a retention pond, I really wouldn't worry about it, but I like it's easier to do. You drop your tablets in the water, you let it sit for a little bit, and you run your dog on it.
All right. Other than that, do you recall any of the training aids used with Bones?
Why I had them, I believe that we used blood also. Bones, blood, pseudo, tissue, the decomp on the rags, placenta, grave dirt, dirt from where a cadaver had actually been recovered from. Fluids that suck up in the soil there, we use that also. And I believe that's going to be all that I used with him at that time.
Now, you made some reference to the fact that you don't have Bones
Correct.
anymore. At some point, was there a decision made by the Orange County Sheriff that a full service dog, not a single purpose dog, would be needed for the agency?
Yes. I'm sorry.
Once that decision was made, what happened to Bones?
Once that decision was made with Bones, we went and trained and tried to make him a full service dog, an apprehension dog, commonly referred to as a pipe dog. And he didn't make it. The agency then made the decision because they had previously made a decision that they would like me to work a full service dog. They went ahead and retired him. And he ended up going to a captain, I believe he was a captain at our agency at the time, and that's when Osceola was looking. Sergeant Brewer got him from the captain.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, the Osceola County Sheriff's Office decided they could use a single-purpose dog
Correct.
for human remains detection work.
Correct, because at the time, locally sworn law enforcement personnel, cadaver dog-wise, I covered multiple counties. That was it
For how long?
for a while.
So you're talking about going to Brevard County or Seminole County, Lake County, because Bones
Correct.
was the only cadaver dog in the area for a period of time?
Correct. Sworn-wise, there were still some search and rescue groups out there, but law enforcement-wise, I was it.
So once that decision was made to have a full-service dog assigned to you, do you get another
Yes,
canine?
yes. I was still working the Bloodhound as well, and then we purchased Garrus.
And what type of a dog is Garrus?
Garrus is a German Shepherd.
Did Garrus come from the same breeding program that you mentioned as it relates to Bones?
No, they had stopped the breeding program at that point, and we bought Garrus from one of our vendors that we used to purchase our dogs from.
So did Garrus come from Germany?
Yes, he did. He was imported. I believe he'd been here roughly 4 or 5 days when I got it.
Was he a puppy?
No,
How old was he?
he was, I believe he was 20 months, 21 months, something like that. I know his birthday was October 20th, and he will be 9 this October.
So what happened once you received Garrus? Is he then sent through a program for the full-service dog?
Yes, we then start, I believe it was August 6th of 2004. We started a 400-hour school for our basic, it's called Basic Patrol Canine Work. You go in there, you teach your obedience, your building searches, area searches, your criminal apprehension, your sin discrimination, man tracking, and that's it. That's a 400-hour school.
So once that 400-hour school is completed, is Garrus certified to actually do casework?
In police work, yes, ma'am. He's then FDLE certified. We go out and he's evaluated by 2 outside evaluators, and they evaluate him in his obedience and everything at our evaluation stage is off lead. He does his obedience, routines, hand and voice, criminal apprehension, the control work, the buildings and areas. He's evaluated and then certified through the state of Florida FDLE-wise.
Now, you work with him during this evaluation process, correct? He doesn't get tested by some other handler. That's a team concept.
Correct. You're the only person that works with your dog. When he's tested, you're tested.
After fulfilling the certification requirements that you've described, does Garrus receive additional training in human remains detection?
Yes. Then they like to give him a little bit of break, let him work the road, a break from school, and then we go back to school and he does 160 hours for his basic human remains detection work, cadaver dog work.
And what is involved in that course?
It's the same thing. Same thing we did with Bones. You introduce him to the odor, you imprint him, and then you teach him to work odor and you teach him his responses. His final alert was different than Bones. I taught him a down instead of a sit.
What does that mean?
A down being the dog lays down at source.
What sort of items did you utilize to imprint Garrus on the scent of human remains?
Same thing as Bones. We used the rags that were soaked in chest cavities to include some placenta.
And once he is imprinted on the scent, what sort of training aids were used with Garrus?
We used the grave dirt, human bones, adipose ear, mummified muscle, blood, placenta, burnt bones, cremated remains from a human. We used human parts to include a leg, a foot, and then pseudoscent again
For drowned
victim. Right. He had exposure to another pseudoscent, but I did not train with that. It wasn't in my normal training thing.
During this training process, do you also attempt to, and correct me if I'm using the wrong language, proof them off of other odors that could distract them from what they're trained to do?
Never had a bone at all, at home, at work, at anything. He never received a bone, whether it was a rawhide bone or anything. I didn't give it to him because I didn't want to teach him that he should chew on bones, especially if we're looking for bones. We trained him around ham. We trained him around ham bones. We trained him about dumpsters. We trained him around gas that you would use in your car, regular gas. We trained him as distractors also with cheeseburgers, with pizza, with decomposing animals. We trained him around where other animal scent was. We trained in horse rings, their training rings. So not only did you have the horse odor, you had the horse poo, urine, all the other distractors there. So we purposely train that way.
You mentioned just horses as far as the animal sense. Would that training process include making sure that Garrus in particular wouldn't alert to the scent of, say, dog urine or feces as well?
Correct. And at some of the seminars you go to, we have multiple dogs. There would be 50 dogs there or whatever. And you also have the other dogs near our training fields that urinate on bushes and poles and stuff. And you train around that all the time, and they're not going to alert to that at all.
Now, aside from a training aid or something to distract them, do you expose them to, and I guess we're talking about Garrus in particular, did you expose him to different environments, whether that be buildings, cars, rubble piles, landfill, things like that, so that there's a variety of different things that he's exposed to before he actually does police work?
Yes, I tried to expose him to everything that I could think of at the time. I went to the fire department's training rubble. I call it a rubble pile. It's where they have concrete with rebar stuck through and broken pipes and mains and all that stuff. And I would hide stuff in there to, in my mind, mock a disaster area where I might have to recover a body or search. I put them in drainage pipes. I put training aids in cars, under cars, in fields. About every scenario that I could think of at the time, I would put a training aid there.
Now, when you are training Garris, you know where this scent is hidden, correct?
Correct.
At some point after Garris completes his initial training, does he go with you to specialty schools?
Yes, he does.
In these specialty schools, are scenarios set up where both you and the dog obviously is always unaware, but both you and the dog have no idea where the training aid has been set up?
Correct. Before he certifies and is able to work the calls, he's tested by our evaluator, and those are all unknown finds.
Unknown to you?
Correct. They're always unknown to the dog, but unknown to myself as a handler.
Why is that important?
It's how they evaluate you and your dog as a team before you start working.
Have you heard of cueing or any sort of bias on the part of a handler that can affect the performance of a dog?
Yes, creating the false alert stuff, yes.
What was done with Garris to avoid that situation from occurring?
Generally, you're only going to see creating a false alert or the queuing with your newer handlers. Our department goes to great lengths to try and avoid that. While you're training them, they purposely, the trainer with you, is purposely telling you, keep walking, keep moving, don't stop walking to cue the dog. And that's why it goes in stages where you introduce them, you imprint them, and then you start your searches. If I was doing a search of just a straight wall, I would let the lead, and he's on lead, I would let the lead slack in my hand. And if I see he's working the odor, and when he stops, I'm going to keep moving, walking. Well, of course, I'm going to come at a point to the end of the lead. Purposely, I keep moving, whether it is the half moon behind him or whether it's just moving my feet back and forth. And that's what we do to try and avoid and make sure you don't cue your dogs. But those problems are usually only with your newer handlers, your inexperienced people.
Did Garris undergo an evaluation
Yes.
by an outside agency?
He was our evaluator with our agency, but he was not involved in the training.
That was initially.
Initially, yes. I'm sorry, you're referring to the school.
After his initial evaluation by the Orange County Sheriff's Office, he was certified to do work for the
Yes.
agency.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, all kinds of work,
Yes, ma'am.
including the cadaver dog work that you described.
Correct.
Did he then go to a basic cadaver school hosted by an entity independent of the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Where did that take place?
It took place in Sarasota, Florida. One of the search and rescue groups had organized for Andy Redman to come down and his company to come down and host a seminar, a school in Sarasota, and I applied for that and went to it.
All right. Is Andy Redman one of these individuals who's recognized as a leader in the field of cadaver dogs?
Yes, he is.
So this independent training that Garris received was one conceived by this individual?
Yes.
Training program. How long is it?
That was a week-long seminar.
You know what? Why don't we go ahead and stop at this point? And then we'll come back after lunch. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess for lunch at this time.
Well, we're not going to recess for lunch. We are continuing to see what the dog's testimony was.
Okay, the state recognized the presence of the jury and the defense. Okay, members of the jury, was your outing for lunch? Okay. All right. All right, you may continue.
You know, I'd like to approach the witness with what has been marked as state's NR identification. I've shown this to the counsel.
All right.
Deposit exhibit NR for identification and tell me if you recognize the documents contained therein.
Yes.
Ms. Burdick, for the record, could you ask them just a few more questions about what this exhibit contains?
Deputy 4G, you were given just a brief opportunity there to look at the documents that comprise NR for identification. Did you see the first set? Let me get those back to you.
The first is certification for myself and Canine Garris for completion of the basic police human remains detection training course.
All right, that is one of the courses that you've already explained. What was involved with it, and the certificate was awarded at the end of that program?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Next document.
The next document is a copy of a memo which Sergeant David Wade sent to my chain of command in reference to when the dog was his actual certification. It's dated 7/29 of 2005. He was evaluating the dog, and he passed his certifications to the memo.
Are those maintained as a business record by the Orange County Sheriff?
Yes,
Okay. You are responsible for monitoring the contents of the business record involving Garris,
that is correct.
and that's one of those that is contained therein?
Yes, it is. I have it. In fact, I believe the original right here next to me.
The next document?
The next document is for the original outside course that I went to in Sarasota, Florida. The first one, the Basic Cadaver Search School, which was put on by Canine Specialty Search and Associates. That was dated November of 2005.
Are you the individual responsible for maintaining the business record of the Orange County Sheriff as it relates to Canine Garris?
I am.
Is that an accurate copy of the documents maintained in the course of business of the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
It is.
You have knowledge as to whether or not the contents of that document were made at or near the time of the event in question? The event being the certification or the training certificate?
Yes, I brought these back and I made these copies for yourself and the defense
Okay. Next
from my
one.
records. Next one is a continuation of the same certificate, just in a different format, the exact same certificate of 2005, Cadaver Search School, November 2005.
Okay.
The next document is the Advanced Cadaver Search School, which I completed in November of 2006, put on by the same organization in Sarasota, Florida, Canine Specialty Search and Associates, hosted by Andy Redman. This is a copy of the certificate that I obtained from that school.
All right. Are you the individual responsible for maintaining the business record of the Orange County Sheriff as it relates to that document referenced Canine Garris?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. Is that an exact duplicate of the original that would have been prepared at or near the time of the certification?
It is.
Okay. Next document.
The next document is Canine Team Certification, dated 12/31 of 2008 for Canine Garris. And then he gives his ID number. ID number is, I'll do it phonetically, November Mike 4805. And it's part of his FDLE certification, copy of his certificate.
Is that part of the business record that you maintain on Canine Garris for the Orange County Sheriff?
Yes, ma'am. This is part of the examination and evaluation form, the FDLE certification for November 2006 for Canine Garris with the same canine identification number, November Mike 4805. Next one.
Is that a multi-page document?
I believe so, yes, because this is a CJ form 83 and the other one's CJ form 70. This is a single form. And the next one's another evaluation form for 2010, I believe. I'm sorry, that's the wrong date. It's 06 also.
Is that the multi-page evaluation form?
Yes, ma'am.
Canine Garris?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those documents maintained by you as a custodian or the person responsible for maintaining the accuracy of the records of the Orange County Sheriff's Office on Canine Garris?
Yes, they are. This is another FDLE form, certification for myself and Canine Garris. This is November of 2007. Same canine identification number, November Mike 4805. It's a multiple page form. Those are all the pages continuous to November of 07.
There are several pages here comprising similar documents. Can you look at those and tell me what they are?
Yes. These are a copy of our training logs that I complete for the dog when I do a training scenario set up starting January 11th, 2005, which go through September 6th of 2008. And they're all his training logs.
His training logs for cadaver only, correct?
Correct. These are for cadaver only.
Are you the individual that makes the entry on the log?
I am.
Are these entries made at or near the time of the event that is being documented?
They are.
Are these records maintained in the normal course of business of the Orange County Sheriff?
They are.
Are you the individual responsible for maintaining the accuracy of this record for the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce NR for identification and evidence.
Mayor, one other witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
The records that you have here, you're in charge of keeping them?
Yes,
And this is so you can, if ever called upon to go to court, you can show the judge and the jury that the dog has been trained.
that is correct.
And this is also so you can show the judge and the jury the certifications that this dog has.
That is correct. The outside certificate, you mean?
Yes.
The training log itself?
Correct.
Well,
The certificates. I asked you first about the training logs.
correct.
And as far as the certificates are concerned, it's the same thing. So you need, if you're ever called upon, you can show the judge and jury that this dog is certified.
Correct.
Now, as to the training logs, as far as the training logs are concerned, this has to deal with the times you trained the dog, correct?
The times I trained the dog. I was with the dog training, yes, sir.
And when this has nothing to do with the actual field performance when you're out on the field, correct?
Real world search is what you're referring to?
Field performance, when you're out in the field as a police officer, not training.
Sustained.
I have no further questions other than that, Judge.
Any objections to the proffered exhibits?
Yes, I would cite 9.803, Section 6. I think the records are inadmissible under that section.
Harris versus State, the April 21st, 2011 decision of the Florida Supreme Court found that 2011 WL 1496470, I will admit them into evidence.
May I publish documents from the exhibit admitted into evidence, Your Honor?
May publish.
Deputy Forgy, when was the first training by Andy Redmond's group that K-9 Garris underwent?
November of 2005.
If I may, Brother Counsel, to document dated November 11, 2005. All right. Even though you were undergoing a training by this outside group, did you maintain a training log for Garris?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Can you explain to the jurors, and this is a telestrator, the information that you put on these logs?
Just read the log myself.
Well,
It has
just tell us what this information is that you are putting on the log and the reason for it.
identifying who the dog is, who the handler is, and what exactly we're doing, the date, the time, and then what we did that day. Whereas K-9 Garris, the date it was 11/11/05, and the time was we trained all day because it was a seminar. The location was in Sarasota, Florida. And then below that is the cadaver searches, the quantities, the search area, the target locations, and if the target was found or not.
So as far as the requirements of this school that you all attended, is that what you put in the search area? These are the different environments that the dog is exposed to during training?
Yes, that was our search areas, the horse field, the canine training field, a pipe, and when I say pipe, it was a drain pipe, like a culvert where the dog had to go through to find the training aid, a trailer, portable, like a school portable, and gravel. It was mounds of gravel, like a dump truck had gone back there and dumped a mound of gravel.
And then when you write target location on your training log, this is where the cadaver material was ultimately located?
Yes, ma'am.
And then target found, you make indication on there as to whether or not there was the dog missed the target?
Correct. If he had missed it, it would be down below where the section says missed, and he had located all the targets.
Now, down here at the bottom of that matrix, you have number of searches, and then it says total false alerts to date. Explain what information you record there.
If he was the false alert on that day, I would indicate it in that box. That's what the box is for.
And then on the next column, you have total misses to date. Is that a situation like we just talked about where the target?
Go ahead.
My fault. Okay, let's just, thank you. All right, this first box here is where you're talking about the different search areas, the horse field.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then this box is the training locations that you just talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said circled target found.
Yes.
In this instance, Garris found all these targets.
Correct.
Down here on the document is where you would indicate if there was some sort of alert to something that was not present, a false alert.
Correct.
Okay. The next column is where you would record whether there was something that was there that he didn't alert to, which you've termed a miss.
Correct.
Okay. And then the last one would be the number of fines.
Yes.
Okay. So on this date in particular, there were 8 targets and 8 fines.
Yes, ma'am.
What information do you record on the bottom half of the form?
Bottom half, the weather information. I put the day, the condition, whether it's hot or cold, whether it's clear or rainy, whether it's humid or overcasted, and whether there's any kind of fog. The next box is going to be your wind direction, your wind speed, and your temperature. And below that would be a comment section.
And these are your comments that you've put in here as to the different sort of targets that were used during the training.
Yes.
Is this the same format that you utilize for all of Garris's training records?
Yes, it is.
I may approach the witness with what's been marked as states. NS, NT, NU, NV, NW, NX, NY, NZ, OA, OB, OC, OD, OE, OF, OG, and OH. You've had the opportunity to review these photographs, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize them?
Yes.
What are they?
They're myself and Canine Garris training while at the two seminars in Sarasota, Florida in 05 and 06.
Do each of those photographs fairly and accurately depict what was required, some of the things that were required of you and Canine Garris at these schools?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce the referenced lettered exhibits for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections.
They will be receiving evidence that states numbered
And that's because on page 145 and T 146, and U on page 147, and B on page 148, and W on page 149, and X will be on page 150, and Y will be on page 151, and Z will be on page 152, OA will be on page 153, OB will be on page 154, OC will be on page 155, OD will be on page 156, OE will be on page 157, OF will be on page 158, OG will be on page 159, OH will be on page 160.
You might.
Deputy Forgy, you indicated that the photographs that we're about to look at encompassed Canine Garris's training at two different schools.
Yes, ma'am.
We had talked about training in 1995 in Sarasota. Was there a subsequent training with the same organization?
2005,
What did I say?
95.
I'm sorry, 2005.
Yes, ma'am. November of 2005 and November of 2006.
And what was the difference between the two?
One was a basic cadaver dog course, and the other one was his advanced cadaver dog course.
What distinction is to be made between the two? Why is the second one more advanced? What is required?
Oh, we did a lot more of the distracting and more proficient in advanced school. Like in some of the pictures, you'll see what they had to go through to pick out the right stuff and the other distractors.
I'll show you what's been introduced as States 145 in evidence and ask you to explain which school.
This is going to be 2006.
Try to eliminate the glare.
Yes, ma'am.
It's the canister lights in the ceiling that are causing the reflection on the surface of the photo. Tell us what we're looking at here, if you would.
We're doing an interior search. It was actually a haunted house that we were using that day. And there's blood back here on a piece of clothing in the corner.
You can touch the screen.
That's what I accidentally did. It's behind him where he's turning and looking. So I'm sorry, it's in front of him. So I'm coloring over the dog right now, but it's where his head is turned that direction. And this pile of clothes is down here in this corner.
Now, Are there some indicators to you during this training session that the dog has either a change of behavior or is alerting? to
Yes.
something?
You'll be able to see in the other pictures, see how fuzzy his hair is sticking out. I refer to it as like a hackle. It's up, it's high, it's proud. He's turning because of the way the odor is coming out of there, commonly referred to as head snap. You see the dog head snap working into odor. We were walking down the hallway if you're looking at the screen from the left to the right, turning into the hallway. I thought he was going to go into this room, but he didn't. He gave me a good hard head snap here, turned into direction, and ended up going back over here and later giving me a final trained alert. The picture was taken right before that.
States 146 in evidence. What are we looking at here?
This was referred to as the bone room within the haunted house. Obvious reasons. There were 2 real bones in this room, and he had to find them. The rest of them are all fake. The 2 real human bones out of all the fake distractors. There was one on the wall and one in the pile that he was at right there.
147 in evidence. What's happening here? Is this the 95 or 96?
05. That's okay.
You're saying the same thing.
Okay. This is the 2005. We're in the middle of one of the horse training rings, the horse training field. And the training aid is underneath this box. There's a couple boxes out there. I don't know what they use them for, horse training wise, but we had our training aid in the center of this. So you would have all the animal distractors throughout the field. And it's an open range search, off lead search. He's turning and starting to work odor. His tail's up. It's fuzzy again. His nose is down.
All right. 148 in evidence. And 149, is that somehow different than 148?
Yes.
How so?
Garris would like to find the odor, work the source, give me a final trained alert, and then turn and look at me and make eye contact with me. He always has. And this is him, because those photos were actually taken in sequence. When he was working the odor, he gave his final trained alert, looking at the odor, and then turned and looked at me for acknowledgement.
And documented also in 150 in evidence.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me show you 151 in evidence. What are we seeing here?
A vehicle search, a training of vehicle search as well at the advanced school. Sweeping the vehicle, commonly sweep them low, sweep them high. That's what we're doing here. You can see how why I explained earlier, why I let the lead loose in my hand, how it's got slack, so you're not pulling the dog off of it or stopping or whatever. You leave slack.
152 in evidence.
Same thing, another vehicle search training. You see his hair on his tail is changing again. He's in odor, but I'm actually going to spin him right here. I'm going to spin him because I thought he passed the door too fast to get the source hole. Redirect him and you spin right back around, put him back and continue to search. The odor on this one is actually under the rear bumper.
153 in evidence, what is that showing?
One of the training aids, a femur.
All right. And 154, same? Is that a training aid as well?
That's another training aid. It's an upper jaw bone.
All right. 155 in evidence.
And, it's the horse training field again at the seminar. It just shows I'm refining my search directing.
156 in evidence.
This was the pipe, the culvert that I was explaining earlier. The training aid was at the center of this and they had to actually work to it.
157 in evidence.
Block searches. You can see his tail. You see his head. I would refer to it as fixing to dunk his head into the odor. Concrete boxes. You see he's kind of shifted forward because he's come to a fast stop before he can give me his final trained alert. Again, you see the leash is slack and I'm still moving.
158.
He's working odor, working another set of blocks, where there'll be multiple empty blocks or distractors in the empty blocks, and one of them will have the training scent source there. The wind was hitting us in the nose that day, so where I started him, he's going to pull me straight past everything right to it.
All right. And then 160, if Garris is successful, he gets a reward.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is photographed to show the type of reward that he gets.
Yes, it was a ball. Handler praise and a ball. That's his reward.
Now, during either of those schools, did Garris have any misses?
Yes.
Okay. False alerts?
I believe he had one. He had a few misses.
Do you have an explanation that you believe was the reason for his miss?
We had done, on the one day that I'm looking at specifically, we'd done 15 searches. We'd worked all day. In the haunted house, he missed 2 small pieces of napkin that had a couple drops of blood in the hallway. But he had located 13 items in that building. There was 15 items, he missed 2 of them.
And I had asked you about whether or not he alerted on something that you learned was not there.
Correct.
And what is your recollection about that?
Refer back to my logs real fast. I don't believe there was. There may have been. In 06, no false alerts. 05, I have 1 false alert on the 9th and 3 false alerts on the 8th.
All right. On the 8th,
Yes, ma'am.
why do you think that happened?
We had 31 searches that day. He was tired.
Violation.
Overall?
You can answer it. Maybe you did. I didn't hear it.
We had done 31 searches that day. That's the most he's ever done in one day. He was tired. And I indicate that in my log actually also. I typed at the bottom. He appeared to be getting bored and gave 3 false alerts. Garris finished the search finding the targets with encouragement. He was bored and tired.
Now, the next day, you indicated that there was
On the 9th,
or did I mishear you?
no, it was 11-9. I have 12 searches that day with 1 false alert. Numerous training materials were used. The soil, advisor, pseudoscent bones, and mummified muscle. I didn't indicate there's just he just false alerted that day.
Now, do those training scenarios accurately reflect a real-world situation? Would you ever have a dog performing 31 searches in one day?
You would never search that much. Usually when you find in the real world situation, when you find 1 item, you stop your search, depending on the item, depending on the search itself.
Now, in addition to these schools, does Garris undergo any sort of regular, what you might call maintenance training?
Yes, he's required to continue his maintenance training, a minimum of 2 specialties a month, and then quarterly, we're evaluated by either a supervisor or a trainer.
How many times between July 29th of 2005 and June 7th of 2010 did Garris undergo a quarterly evaluation by a trainer or a supervisor?
You said and 08 was the last date?
05 to 010.
Oh, I'm sorry.
05 to 10.
"21 times he was evaluated."
And did you keep training records as to each of those evaluations?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any problems during those evaluations with misses or false alerts?
No, I did not.
Has Garris ever trained in situations where a body that you knew, a body to be present, and then the body was removed, what you might refer to as residual odor, or the odor left by something even though it's been removed? Have you trained Garris in those circumstances?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you recall specific instances where that occurred?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury when and the circumstances of that?
The first time was 9/5 of 05. A body had been recovered or located next to a retention pond in the high grass. The gentleman had been deceased for approximately 7 days. I went there and ran it before they had actually removed the gentleman as a training aid. I spoke to the homicide detective prior to it, and I ran it as a training aid. And then I went back 10 days later after the body had already been removed and had been in the natural environment. I went there 10 days later and worked it from 2 different directions to see how we would react with the wind direction change also. That was the first one. And we actually ended up finding 2 pieces that they had missed.
2 bones?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a second time?
The second time was 4/4 of 2006, where a transient had been located deceased, and they estimated approximately 2 days. It was just off the roadway, maybe 20, 25 yards into the woods. There was food around, it was a white female, there was food around her, and I asked the detectives again if it was okay if I ran it as a training aid, because of a huge scent source, and it was okay, and I ran that one.
And did you have any problems with Garris missing or falsely alerting on a different location?
No, ma'am. And then the third one was 7/22 of 2007, and that body had been removed from the side of the roadway where it had been discarded. Approximately 10 hours when I ran that one. That was in Osceola County. I got a phone call on that.
You're saying 10 hours after the body had been removed?
10 hours after the body had been removed, yes, ma'am.
And did you have any issues with Garris either missing that area or falsely alerting to another area?
No problems with it at all.
Since 2001, when you said you started doing this sort of work, how many cadaver canine calls do you believe you've had?
Real world calls over 200.
And in training?
And in training, almost 500. It was 498.
Now, In addition to doing this cadaver work, Garris is a full-service dog, so he undergoes other training.
Yes, he does.
Right? And when you're working, he's working for
Right.
many hours that is a week.
Correct. It's easier just to break it down as, it's 80 hours over 2 weeks.
Now, how is it that you end up being called typically to a scene?
A detective will call me. Sometimes I get called for cold case files because somebody's calling a tip on a cold case, maybe 10 years old, maybe 30 years old, just something livens up the case. Or it could be a fresh case that the detective calls me on and I get out there. There's been a few calls that I've actually heard dispatched that I thought I could help with. Or I've checked the screen and seen something, like someone called in and said they knew that there was a body located in this area. They had heard little Timmy had been killed and he's back in the woods and they wanted to let us know. And I'll self-initiate and go out there and see if I can help them in any way.
Is the typical end result of these calls, either you're self-initiated or calls for assistance, that there's no alert?
That's correct. It's typical.
In 2005, did Garris have any cadaver searches in real-world scenarios?
I had no real-world call-out cadaver searches with him in 2005.
How about 2006?
2006, I had 6 calls.
And of those 6 calls, did Garris alert at all?
Out of those 6 call-outs, I had 1 alert.
And what was the result of that alert?
It was a find. I found a deceased person. And I don't know the end result of that. I don't know if it ended up being a homicide or not. I have the case number documented, though.
But in that year, you had 1 alert and 1 find.
1 alert, 1 find.
No false alerts.
No false alerts.
In 2007?
2000, I'm sorry.
How many real-world?
I had 9 real-world cadaver searches.
Any alerts?
No alerts.
So since there's no alert, no false alert.
Correct.
How about in 2008?
2008, I had approximately 71 cadaver searches with 3 alerts. The first one was 3/24 of 2008, so March 24th of 2008, and that was a find.
What did Garris find?
He found a mandible, which is the mandible is your lower jawbone with the teeth attached.
Now, the events of this case occurred in 2008. Let me at least skip over that for the time being. After July of 2008, after July 15th of 2008, did you have several call-outs for suspected grave sites or something suspicious as it related to the disappearance of Kaylee Anthony?
Absolutely.
Is that why you went from 9 cadaver searches to 71 in a period of 1 year?
Yes, we had hundreds of tips on this particular case, and that's why we went from such a little number of searches to such a large number of searches.
Now, when you responded to these tip calls, did you see anything that would suggest that there was disturbed earth, that there might have been something in this search location?
Yes. I particularly documented two of these cases that both of them looked like there was a recent shallow grave, indent in the dirt. The grass is not the same. It appears like a shallow grave, small shallow grave.
Did Garris alert to either of those locations?
No, neither one of them.
Were they dug nonetheless?
They were still dug due to the fact that they were related to this case, and they were dug by forensics.
Do you know what the findings were as it relates to those?
Both of them were animals.
In 2009, did Garris have any cadaver searches?
Yes, I had 12 cadaver searches in 2009 with 1 alert.
Okay. And what was the result of his alert?
A find.
And what were the circumstances of that?
A drowned victim. He was still underwater. He fell out, I believe, fell out of a canoe and had not surfaced.
And how about 2010?
2010, I had 11 searches and no finds, or no alerts, I'm sorry.
Garris is currently retired.
Yes.
And when was his last day of work?
His last day of work was a call, and it was September 24th of 2010. He went down on a call.
One of the real-world scenarios that you described was actually captured on videotape.
Yes, ma'am.
Which one?
That was the first one, the female in 2006. Yes, 5/29/2006, I believe that's it.
And what can you tell the jury about the circumstances of this alert?
A male had called in and said that he had heard that there was a deceased female. I believe the circumstances that he had heard that she'd been shot and discarded in a wooded area near a pond on the west side of town. The deputies went out there. There was approximately 5 of them that had gone and walked the woods and searched by the pond and could not find anything. They'd called for the helicopter to come out and search the area. The helicopter had since left the area, and I believe they switched crews. I know they fueled up again, but I believe they switched crews and came back, searched the area again when I heard the call. I told them I'd come over and try and help them any way I could. The helicopter searched again, saw that I had arrived, and called me on and off channel. They said they were leaving again, but please be aware that there was a large alligator in the pond in the area that I was just going out there. So I asked them to remain in the area if they would, to watch the alligator while I searched, because next to the pond, it was a lot of I refer to it as sweet grass, the real thick, real green grass that you get around ponds in Florida, and it's pretty tall. So it'd be easy to go through and fall into the pond if I didn't know where I was at.
All right. Was this in the evening hours? Was it dark out?
Yes, it was dark.
And so the reason why this ended up being captured by the sheriff's office helicopter is because there was an alligator in the area.
Correct.
You've had the opportunity to review this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
The video produced is fair and accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
version of the events as they occurred.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce OI for identification of the evidence.
What says the defense?
We have an objection. Received no prior disclosure on this at all. Maybe opposed.
You may. Okay, objection will be overruled if you received an evidence as states numbered. Okay, members of the jury, the video is approximately 20 minutes in length. So what we're going to do is go ahead and recess until 5 minutes to the hour of 3, and then when we return, we will publish that exhibit. Okay, we'll be in recess. Thank you. Let me see. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant. Assistant State Attorney, both sides ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. The brief gave us opportunity to determine that Deputy Forgy does not come into view until 15:45 of the 20-minute video. So with the court's permission, we'll start at that portion rather than just the helicopter activity prior.
Mr. Byers,
My issue is completely different than
Okay.
Mr. Burdick's. Your Honor, I think the procedure that we are proceeding on is not in accordance with Harris. I think what we are doing currently is we are addressing a matter of law with the jury. The court in Harris clearly outlined what a proper predicate would be laid before an officer can testify under the prongs that were under the three-prong test that was laid out by Harris. It was Harris proper.
is reliable. And to accept a ruling defense.
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay, you may publish the exhibit to the jury.
Deputy Forgy, you've determined that of the 20 minutes contained in this video, that you come into the field of.
And just so you should all know, we are at the part 4 of day 12. So we're going to finish up day 12 today, and then we'll move on tomorrow. So today was a great day. We really marathoned, and we are getting through this trial. By the way, I just saw that there might be another interesting trial that's starting. So we actually may take a pause on the Casey Anthony trial. So keep your ears and eyes and peeled for that. But as of now, we are continuing. Here we go.
View at what point?
I believe it was 15:45 or 53.
Okay.
I wrote it down.
This was taken from a helicopter.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it any sort of special lighting that was used?
The FLIR system, infrared, works on the heat source.
At the time that you and Garris are performing, do you know where this body is?
No, sir. Or no, ma'am.
Your Honor, may we have permission to start at 15:45?
Any objections from the defense at that starting point?
We just renew all previous motions and objections.
Okay. Now, members of the jury, it is easy for you to view the monitor with the lights on or dimmed. Okay, you may proceed.
There is no sound in case you're looking for sound. There is no sound. We are watching a video that's quiet.
Do you and Garris appear at any point after this?
No.
Now, the infrared makes it look like this is a flat surface, is it?
No, ma'am.
Can you describe the terrain at that point?
It looks like it was a previous sinkhole, so it's pretty steep decline into the retention pond area. It has a lot of the tall grasses where in the video you see him hopping. I call it deering when they kind of hop because he's trying to smell and jump and pass through the high grass. There's trash all over the place because it's a known transient area. And prior to going down the decline, the small hill to the sinkhole area, where the water is, it's a wooded area.
So when you're out of the woods, so to speak, what is it that you can tell us about what Garris was doing on this video to pick up the scent and then ultimately whether or not he gave an alert?
The conditions actually that night happened to be perfect. The wind was out of the northeast blowing to the southwest, and I happened to just park at the southwest part of the woods. He winded them from the woods section when I gave him his command to find human decomposition. He winded them right away. He drug me through the woods and then down the embankment. And then when he gets down there into the high grass, he's having to work through the grass, and it's commonly called bracketing. He's working the source. I know he's working odor. He's definitely bringing me to it, and he's bracketing to get to it. I was having to slow him down. If you saw when he would stop, when he stopped immediately, it's because I held the lead, because I didn't know where the water was, because it was pitch black down there. I didn't have any light. And then that's when I asked for Chase to turn the light on right after I had stopped him. And then all of his body behavior is there. He goes to his down, and I don't know if you watched, but he turned and looked right at me and made eye contact.
Now, early in your testimony, we talked about another cadaver dog that you had trained, Bones.
Yes.
Prior to Bones' transfer to the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, did you have the opportunity to work him in real calls where he made an alert?
Yes, I had.
What do you recall of those circumstances? How many were there, first of all?
He had 4 real fines within, I believe it was 11 months that I worked him after school. So there's a total of 4 fines. And the first one was a call that I actually heard where a person had called in and called the sheriff's office and said that they thought his house dog had brought back a human bone, specifically had teeth to it. I went out there, or I called the unit that was on scene. I said, does it look real or does it look like an animal? And they stated that it looked real.
State.
Your Honor, these are the circumstances of his real-world fine. They're relevant to whether or not we meet the predicate involving Bones.
Objection of the rule.
I believe I left off. Actually, can you read me where I left off?
You were telling the jury that you were trying to determine whether or not the jaw or mandible, whatever was brought back by his dog, was real or not.
Spoke to the deputy, said it appeared to be real. I drove out there. It was in the Tangerine, which is northwest part of Orange County, and recognized it immediately as a section of the human mandible. It still had a few teeth with fillings. I interviewed the person that called us in, the owner of the dog, and asked him where his dog normally plays. It's a rural area in the county, so there's woods everywhere. So I can narrow down my search. He didn't know. He said his dog plays all over the place. I deployed Bones from my vehicle on the main street, which was south of his house, and put his collar on and gave him his command to find human remains. And just casted him out, started walking. The wind was out of the north that day, and I happened to be south of it. He pulled me through the backside of a play area of a church, out through a field, and located the lower torso of a cadaver. It had been disarticulated by animals, pulled apart.
Right. You said there were 4?
Yes.
What's a summary of the details of the second?
The second one, a quick summary of it, the gentleman, I was asked to search a house in the backyard area. Canine Bones alerted into the garage of the house. The forensic unit did a dig and found a deceased man in the garage floor, buried underneath the garage floor. We went approximately 2 streets over, and it was still part of the same exact case, and he alerted in the backyard near the pool and rock garden area, and there was another deceased person there. It was all the same case, same day. That's 3 of them. Okay. The 4th one, I was called to a town south end of the county in reference to a sexual battery case. I was called to ask the question of, is it possible that Bones could locate, if he could locate an item that had blood on it.
Has he been trained?
Yes, he had been
in
trained.
that fashion? Okay.
Yes. I don't want to get too much into the sexual battery, but I deployed out there where the area where the lady had said she'd been taken, and located a rag that the suspect, had wiped off some blood with and discarded, and Bones located that item.
Let me approach the witness with OK for identification.
You may.
That's the report that went with the video that was published.
Yes, it was. 5/29/2006.
Your Honor, this point I would seek to produce OK for identification and evidence for some error.
What's the defense?
Same objection.
You overruled. You'll be receiving evidence as you may proceed.
Deputy Forgy, were you called to assist in an investigation regarding the disappearance of Kaylee Marie Anthony?
Yes, I was.
when did you first become involved in the investigation?
I have to look back to my supplement report.
All right, will that assist you in refreshing your recollection as to the exact date and time?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may Deputy 4G refresh his recollection with that item.
You may. You may.
Thank you. 7/17/2008.
Where at?
I responded to main operations, 2500 West Colonial, to be specific, the forensic base.
You said 7/17?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what time did you respond to that location?
16:42 hours.
Just before 5 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have to...
15:31, I'm sorry, 15:31 hours.
15:31. Do you have to make any preparations with Garris to prepare for whatever request is to be made of him?
For the search, I use a collar as an indicator and then give him a command.
How is a collar an indicator?
It's an indicator, it's just a change of, like if I was to put a harness on him for tracking, it's a different tool that you use, and it indicates to the dog he's doing a different job. If I was to put a harness on him and hook him up from the center of his back and give him a command for tracking, it's tracking. If I slip a collar over his head and give him his command for looking for human remains, he knows that's what he's doing.
Based on the training that he's had over the years?
Correct.
So when you arrive at the main operations center, are you given any information about the potential pending case?
Nothing except for general information that I recall. I responded to the forensic bay and met with some of the forensics personnel or CSI personnel there, and they took me out to the bay. They said there was a vehicle that they would like me to look at.
Now, you've been involved in working a cadaver dog since 2003.
Correct.
So at that point in 2008, you had 5 years of a lot of different types of experience, but 5 years working with training aids of human origin.
Yes, multiple scenarios. Yes, ma'am.
Would you say that having had exposure to those training aids, that you've had an opportunity yourself to be able to detect the odor of human remains?
Yes, definitely, I can smell.
When you get to the operations center, can you smell what you would recognize to be the odor of human remains?
At the facility itself, prior to moving the vehicle out of there, it was pretty strong in the bays, yes, ma'am.
Do you go into this facility with Garris, or is he somewhere else?
He's in the vehicle waiting.
Why is that?
I went in to find out what exactly they wanted because I was still, I didn't know very much of the particulars on the case. I went in there to meet with the people to find out what they exactly wanted, and that's when I discovered the vehicle was still in the bays. I asked them to move the vehicle outside.
Why?
Because in the forensic bay, there are other trash cans, biohazard trash cans where the unit that picks up our biohazard trash come and pick up. It's housed in the same warehouse on the other bay, the opposite bay.
So where did you ask that the individuals present move the car?
I asked them to remove the vehicle from the garage, the bays, and put it outside in the parking lot.
How was that to facilitate or improve Garris's search?
To put it in the open air, to remove it from the other biohazards that were in there, which are also blood and other evidentiary stuff in the bays, to put it in a clean area.
Do you have the car sit for any period of time prior to getting Garris out of your vehicle?
It was a short time. I don't recall the exact time, frame when I let it sit, but it was a little while because I went around and moved my vehicle to the backside of the forensic bays to make it closer for me.
Did you search or perform a search of any sort with Garris prior to going to the subject vehicle?
I swept a car, which was on the west side of the subject vehicle, the white Pontiac. Yes.
Why did you do that?
I'm guessing it was probably because of training. I just swept the car real fast in front of it, and that's what we've always done in training. There's always multiple vehicles there. I've never run into it in a real world situation. So I just took him out, swept the next car right next to it, and then went right to the subject vehicle.
Were the doors open or closed on the white Pontiac?
The first sweep around it, they were closed.
Was this a white Pontiac Sunfire that you came to learn was the vehicle alleged to belong to Casey Anthony?
Yes, it was.
So explain to the members of the jury the sweep that you did of the vehicle once it was moved outside.
I swept the blue vehicle to the right and then immediately went over to the vehicle in question, swept it in a counterclockwise manner. So from driver's side, front bumper area, down the driver's side, around the rear of the vehicle, and then back down the passenger side. I had already spoken to one of the forensic techs and told him that if I needed him to ventilate the vehicle to open anything, I would just tell him, and I would be going counterclockwise. So I would want him to start by opening the driver's door. When he opened the driver's door, just barely click it and move on back to the trunk area. And then if I indicated for him to open the trunk, he opened the trunk, and so forth around the vehicle in counterclockwise manner. The first pass, he started indicating in the rear of the vehicle. I could tell he was working something. So when I came back around to the driver's side again, when I was crossing the front bumper while still moving, I asked the tech to open the driver's door.
And what was Garris's response after the driver's door was opened?
When the driver's door was open and we got to that part of the car, he dove into the car in between the driver's seat and the back seat and jumped back in there, looking to the back seat trunk area, trying to get back in that area. Again, like I stated, that I continued to move. So you don't create these false alerts and stuff. I continued to move. He came back out, working the source. I indicated for the tech to open the trunk. We continued down the driver's side to the trunk area. When we turned down the side of the rear of the trunk was open. Garris jumped up into the trunk.
His whole body?
No, front end. Front end stuck his head in there. And of course, I was overwhelmed at that point because same thing, I'm hitting at the same time he is. I move around, continuing to walk. Garris comes out of the trunk with his front paws, comes out of the trunk to the right rear passenger taillight bumper area and gives me a final train alert. He goes into a down position.
Do you then leave the forensics bay area or the parking lot outside the forensics bay area?
Yes, I loaded the dog back up and then I left the area.
Were you asked to go to another location that same day or a subsequent date?
Yes.
Okay. Same day?
I believe it was the next day, I'm not sure. The Hope Spring address.
What request was made of you at the Hope Spring residence?
They asked me to come out and if I could do a sweep of the backyard. They had a concern in a couple areas in the backyard and low area that the father was not familiar with.
Strike which portion, Mr. Class? Strike which portion? Strike which portion? Father was not familiar with the area? Sustain. That portion will be stricken. The jury is asked to disregard that portion of the statement.
Yes, sir. You were asked to go to the Hope Spring residence to check out some areas that the crime scene techs wanted you to look at.
The detectives, yes, ma'am.
The detectives.
Some areas of concern within the backyard.
All right. So you went there with Garris.
Yes.
Did you do any sort of investigation in the backyard prior to deploying Garris in that search area?
The detectives, yes, I wanted to look at it. The detectives had a particular area that they wanted to look at because they had been informed that it was
Without giving us the hearsay information, there were areas in the backyard they wanted you to search.
of concern, yes.
Okay. So in order to facilitate that, you came with Garris.
I went and retrieved Garris from the patrol vehicle and conducted a search of the yard.
How was that search conducted?
Off lead.
Was everyone removed from the backyard?
The majority of them, I believe it was Corporal Carden, which was my canine supervisor, was with me. And I don't recall whether one of the detectives stayed back there or not, but I don't believe they did.
Okay. So what commands do you give Garris regarding the search of the backyard at Hope Spring?
His command to find human remains were find Fred. His indicator is his collar. I put his collar on him and give him his command, find Fred, and he goes to work.
Okay. And you said he's off lead,
Off
so you're not having him sweep in any particular direction.
No, because it's a fenced-in yard and it was a controlled area, I kept him off lead to allow him a free search. And then I could bring him back and direct him to check particular areas of concern. I entered the yard from the northwest corner and started in the eastern directions where I kicked him off lead and let him search the area. We went past a couple sheds.
Okay, let me ask you, is that the gate by the garage?
Yes, on the north side, yes.
Okay. You said you went past some sheds?
There's a couple Tupperware container sheds. And went past that, then there was an above ground swimming pool continuing to the east from the west side. And then you would turn and there was an area of concern right there at the northeast corner. That was the indentation in the backyard that they had an area of concern they wanted me to check particularly.
The detectives had concern about that.
Correct.
Did Garris give an alert in that area of concern?
No, he did not.
Okay. Did he continue on?
He continued to work. He went through, I believe, initially, around the pool, we searched the whole area. The only areas that he gave me any indications and gave me any alerts and a final trained alert was in the southeast corner of the yard, which is near the play area. And there's like a playhouse, a kid's bench, sand, play box area. But it's the southeast corner of the yard.
Your Honor, may I publish 43 in evidence at this time so that the testimony can be further explained?
States Exhibit 43, you may publish.
First of all, Deputy Forgy, can you see 43?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Is this the area that you were describing where you got the alert?
Yes, ma'am.
Trained final alert?
Yes, ma'am.
I was making sure the witness saw it first. Right. Can you tell the members of the jury where the trained final alert occurred? You can tell straight by touching.
Within that circle in that area. The kids' playhouse, and the kids' little sandbox is behind the little bench area, or the picnic table. But that's where his final trained alert is.
Do you remove Garris from the backyard at that time?
Yes, I do.
Do you make a suggestion to the detectives there that another cadaver dog come and check the area?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would that be Bones?
That would be Bones.
What information, if any, do you impart to Bones' handler when she arrives?
Generally, I just give them the general information. Here's the area of concern. Here's where I would like you to do a search. Here's what I've done in that area, aside from what my dog has done. Because I don't want to, like I said, we take great means to prevent false alerts or prevent these things. This is another one of those things. You don't tell them what your dog did. So it wouldn't preempt any of these things. You just say, here's the backyard. I would like you to search it and see if you get any alerts or indications. I've probed these areas, stuck holes in the ground, and no one's been back there for this time frame. It's general information that I give them.
Did Bones arrive?
Bones did arrive.
How long after you conducted the search with Garris did Bones arrive?
I don't recall. It was a little bit because she was coming from Osceola County.
Were you present during any search that Bones did?
Yes, I was.
You didn't run the search with Bones, someone else did, correct?
Correct. He had been with the other handler for a few years at that point.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may. Cross-examination. Ms. Burdick, I believe that you wanted to give it a document back? Yes.
Thank you, the court.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Deputy Forty.
Good afternoon.
You were in that backyard, were you not?
Yes, I was.
It's not a very big backyard.
The lot line's not very large.
I'm sorry?
The lot line, I would say, is not very large, but that's up to personal perception.
Understood. Well, I hate to compare it to this courtroom, but it's there's less grass area than this courtroom, wouldn't you say?
Then the square footage of this, yes, it would be.
Given the pool,
Yes.
given the playhouse,
Yes.
given the lanai that's out there.
The lanai, the patio area?
Patio area.
Yes, sir.
Sorry. This playhouse area, where you marked the area that your dog showed interest, was approximately right around here?
The final trained alert?
Yes.
I don't have the photo.
You want the jurisdiction back?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And that's states numbered 43.
I'm sorry, let me clear out what I did, and you can show us again if you could. I apologize. Can you show the jury again where? And this area over here in this direction would be a small walkway towards the shed, would it not?
There's another shed on the south side of the house.
Now, you testified that your dog has some training on residual odor, right?
He's been trained with residual odor, yes, sir.
And you gave, I believe, 3 examples of that?
I believe 2 examples.
2 examples. One was after 10 hours?
One was after 10 hours, yes, sir.
And what was the other one after how many hours?
10 days.
10 days.
So 24 times 10, 240.
You certainly have never had a situation where you've had to either train on or have a real world example prior to this case of 30 days. Is that correct?
A real world find after 30 days?
Find or training on residual odor after 30 days.
Fines, yes, I have real world fines older than 30 days.
That's not my question, sir. On residual odor.
Trying to understand your question.
All right, let me start from the beginning, so maybe I might be losing the jury too.
Yes.
Okay, residual odor, when we talk about that, we're talking about possibly something at one time being somewhere and it's no longer there.
Correct.
Okay. And that could be either decomp fluid that's still there.
Correct.
Or it could be the scent that might still be there.
Correct.
Or it could not be there at all. It could be a false alert.
What would be the question there? Before I agree to
Is that correct? Well, is that correct? I mean, when you run into a situation where you're trying to either train or you're deploying your dog and nothing is there that you can see, it could be either decomp fluid that's there. Is that a yes?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. It could be decomp fluid.
No problem. The odor that's still there.
The smell itself, yes.
Or it could be nothing there, which means it's a false alert.
It could be nothing there.
There are such things as false alerts, right?
Yes.
Okay. The dogs are not infallible.
They are not perfect, no.
Okay.
Like humans.
And so it's one of those 3 things, correct?
Correct.
And unless you find something that indicates that a human body was there, you don't know which of the 3 it could be.
Unless I visually know it or a doctor finds something there. Correct. That's correct. Is it possible? Yes.
Like if you had DNA and you got DNA and you saw, okay, this person was there, that would be a confirmation that it wasn't a false alert, right?
Right, but there's also the possibility of having human remains with no DNA, bleach bones, stuff like that, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Now, bones and things like that. We're
Correct.
not just using DNA.
Okay.
Other findings. Now, the 2 trainings that you had were over a course of how many years with this dog?
The 2 that we refer to? One was September 2005, and one was July of 2007.
And
With
this
this
is
dog.
over a course of 5 years approximately?
I believe he worked over 6 years.
Okay. And those were the only 2 indications or only 2 training sessions that you had on residual odor?
That I recall, yes, sir.
Okay. And when you went to first see the car, you were informed that the Pontiac Sunfire was the suspect's vehicle.
It was, I believe what he said was it was the vehicle in question.
That would be the person who's either under arrest or the car is confiscated, right?
Later knowing, I don't think she was under arrest at that point, but person of interest, suspects.
Okay. Now, when you brought out the car from the garage, you brought it out because there was trash in the forensic bay area, right?
I don't know if I would classify it as trash. There was other items in the forensic bay.
Now, you don't work there, do you?
I don't work at forensics now. I work at the sheriff's office.
In fact, you're not very familiar with the goings-ons in the forensic bay, are you?
You'd have to clarify that.
You're not too familiar with the forensic bay garage, are you?
In general, I have a little knowledge there, but do I work there in forensics? No, I do not.
So you don't know what trash was there, and that's why you asked to bring it out.
Correct.
So when you brought it out, you say, based on your training, you did a vehicle lineup.
I swept another vehicle next to it. Yes, sir.
Okay. So you had one car who you knew had nothing to do with this case, and you had the car that you knew had to do with this case.
Vehicle in question. Didn't know about the case.
But you knew it was the vehicle in question. Okay.
Absolutely.
Now, you testified that you quickly went to the first vehicle?
I testified that I swept the first vehicle.
Now, I saw that you had a video of one of your finds. Did you videotape this find?
No, I did not.
Did you not have a video camera available?
I'm sure there was one available.
But being as that you knew which car there was, you didn't think it would be advantageous to the jury or anyone to see if there were any cues that you were giving off the dog?
If we could have predicted where we are today, it would have been videotaped. But it's not a common practice thing to videotape your real searches. Not at all.
Are you familiar with this book, are you not, sir?
Yes, sir.
And this is your handbook.
It's not my handbook, no,
It's
sir.
the one that you're familiar with and you find authoritative, do you not?
Yes, but big difference between my handbook.
All right, I understand. In fact, this is written by Andy Radner,
Yes, sir.
the person who you trained under at the school in Sarasota.
In 05 and 06.
Yes. And are you familiar with the section that recommends that you videotape the lineups?
It's a recommendation that he offers, yes, sir.
And you're familiar with the portion that says this videotape, that the court may allow the videotape to be shown in court for the jury.
Correct.
And that is really more of authoritative than, well, I'll strike that. I don't want to be argumentative, but let me ask you this. You had a situation where you knew there was no body in that car, right?
I believe it was just a vehicle in question is what I was told.
Forensics wouldn't have had you come out if they had a body in the car.
Or they had removed a body from the car. I have done those sweeps before where a body has been removed from a trunk and done that sweep.
Right. But my point is, you knew there was no body in the car.
At that time, correct.
So whatever you did would be scrutinized later, at a later time, would it not? Of course, you chose not to videotape the scent lineup.
I don't have anything.
What you submitted in this case were training logs, right?
Correct.
And these training logs are training that you do.
That I do?
Yes, you train your dog.
Yes, sir.
And you train your dog a couple times a month?
Correct.
And when you train your dog, it's just you and the dog, other than the times that you're being observed.
Sometimes there's other people there, yes. And then he's evaluated quarterly, like I referred to.
So a couple times a year, someone else is present when you're training your dog.
It's possible.
And all of those logs, it's really just an indication of your work.
It's an indication of the dog and my work as a team.
Right, you guys are a team, so it's an indication of your work, right? Dog doesn't get a paycheck, doesn't reap any benefits from this. It's an indication of your work, is it not?
It's an indication of our work as a team.
And you put in, when you train your dog, it is not blind testing, is it not?
If I'm training my dog, it is not blind testing, correct.
And for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what blind testing means is that you know where the target is of search.
I know where it is, yes, sir. If I lay it out, but there are also unknown finds.
Understood. And the times that you evaluate with you're evaluated, unless it's indicated, those are also not blind testing, are they?
Unless it's indicated on the log, if it's an unknown find, right, that's correct. His real world finds would be unknown finds to everybody.
Now, part of what the dog gets as a reward is your praise.
Handler praise, yes.
And the dog wants to please you.
Absolutely.
And that is its motivation when it finds something. Part of the motivation.
Part of the motivation, yes. It's part of their drive.
Now, going back to the search of the home, you were called after your alert, or your dog full train alert in the backyard. CSI was called out there.
Sergeant Brewer was called first. And then the forensic CSI were called, yes.
And they then began to dig and search for remains in the backyard.
Like I've said before multiple times, it's not, I don't think they dug. I don't know for sure. I know what it appeared to be is what they scraped the surface, but I wasn't present.
They went looking.
Absolutely.
And they didn't find anything.
No, they did not.
And then they called you out the next day to come out.
Yes, sir.
And the next day you came out.
Yes, sir.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened.
The next day, after they had done what they were doing, scraping the surface and moving the area, I did not get any alerts.
Now, you issued a police report when you searched the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And that's the one that Ms. Greenberg has shown you?
Yes, sir.
When you searched the backyard and you didn't, and on one day you had an alert and the next day you didn't do a report on that.
That's correct.
And in your logs, all of your logs, you have no reports of in 06, the 5 calls that you had where there was no alert.
That there's not a training log? Is that what you're referring to?
No, you have no police reports. I'm not talking about training. I'm talking about, as you like to call, real world deployments.
In 06?
Yes.
I had 6 searches, not 4.
Right. And you don't have no police reports for those searches, correct?
I do have a report, yes, sir.
For the fine?
For the fine, yes, sir.
But for the others, you do not?
No.
And in 07, the 9 calls that you have no police reports for those?
Correct. No reports on the 9 searches with no alerts. Correct.
Then in 08, you had 3 alerts.
Yes.
2, I presume, are from this case, correct?
Correct. Your client's car
But you
and
have
the
no
backyard.
other, for the other 70, I'm sorry, that would be 68 calls, you have no police reports for those?
That's correct.
You have no idea whether evidence was later found at those locations where your dog missed, or your dog did not alert, correct?
On which one? On your client's car?
No, on all of the other searches that we're talking about.
Specifically, I documented 2 of those because of the shallow graves that I did. The one I testified to earlier was 7/23 of 2008. I have the location. It was a tip that we got in this case. It looked like a shallow grave. I went and did the search, got no alert. Forensics dug it because of this case and found animal remains. And then the second one was 8/11 of 2008, and I have the location and everything. And same thing, forensics dug that and found animal remains. And no alerts, no false alerts, no alerts.
Deputy Forger, you were eventually in December of 08 deployed to Suburban Drive where Kaylee Marie Anthony's remains were found.
Correct.
And when you went out there, you knew that a body had been there.
Yes.
And in fact, you were called out there because, of course, there were still some missing bones.
There was, yes, a couple of small bones were still missing from her.
And your dog did not find any remains or bones there.
I did not recover the missing remains, no.
And as a matter of fact, sir, your dog did not give any alerts at all on Suburban Drive where you knew Kaylee's remains were at.
Yeah, I don't know. As a matter of fact, you asked me before, and he was alerting and trying to get to where I already knew the target was because I asked him specifically. I wouldn't allow him to get to that because I'm looking for other items, just like in real world training, like I testified before we went out and a body had been removed. If you know it's here and I'm looking for other missing items and missing bones, why would I want him to go there and alert? So I want to remove him from there. Was he alerting and trying to get there? Yes. Was I trying to keep him from that? Yes. Was I making him move and search because we figured it was pulled away, disarticulated by animals, which is common, and they'll obviously remove little bones away. So I wanted to search away from that area.
Do you recall giving a deposition in this case on November 29, 2010?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember that you were placed under oath?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember that I was present?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Burdick was present?
Yes, sir.
And other representatives from the State Attorney's Office?
Yes, and Mr. Mason.
Do you recall being asked the question? I'm sorry, page 81, lines 23.
What was it?
Lines 23 through 25 and page 82, line 1. Do you recall being asked the question? He didn't give any alerts at all. And your response being, no, sir. Well, yes, he showed some interest. He showed interest, change of behavior, blah, blah, blah. Did he give me his final alert? No, sir. Do you recall making that statement, sir?
Yes, I do. And that's what I was just referring to and testifying to. Was he alerting? Yes. Did
I don't
he
have a pending question, sir. Hold on.
The witness shall be permitted to finish his answer. You may finish your answer, sir.
Thank you, sir. What I was saying is, I testified and at the deposition that the dog was alerting to it, but he didn't give me a final trained alert. Like I explained earlier, he's trying to get to source. I didn't want him to get to source. So he wasn't going to give me a final trained alert over there because I didn't want him to get to there. We were looking for items that they hadn't found. I believe they're really small bones. I don't remember exactly if it was a toe or a finger or what it was, but they knew what they were missing. So I didn't want him to get there. So is that what I was referring to? Absolutely. He didn't give me a final trained alert because I wouldn't allow him to do that. I kept moving him.
You were called out there to find human remains, were you not, sir?
The couple of missing bones. Couple pieces, the missing bones.
You were called out there to find human remains.
Sustain.
Would you consider that human remains? Bones?
Yes.
You didn't find any human remains?
They've been recovered. I didn't find any, no, sir.
Neither did your dog?
No, sir.
And your dog did not give a final train alert. anywhere on Suburban Drive.
Correct. I would not allow him to give me a final trained alert or go to where the body was recovered.
You wouldn't allow him to help you find human remains.
I wouldn't allow him to go to where the body was recovered. They had how many forensic people at that source filtering it? I knew if they had gone through it as well as they had done this whole area, that it wasn't there. They had already sifted that area. He was going there because of the odor. I wanted them to find what had been removed so we could have a complete body.
And he didn't find
He did
whatever
not
items
find
were
the
removed.
2, 3, 4 missing bones. No, sir.
So you don't know exactly how many missing bones there were?
No, sir. I remember it was a very minute number.
You don't find yourself qualified to testify to that fact, do you, sir?
They told me that there was a couple bones missing.
You don't. My question to you is, you don't know exactly how many there were.
Could I tell you if there was 10 or 3? No, but they told me there was a very small number.
But that's certainly something you chose to volunteer.
I'm sorry?
That's certainly something you chose to volunteer.
Because I believe it was.
Redirect? Okay. Redirect?
Deputy 4G, regardless of the case, you're constantly aware of the fact that your work in any matter can be scrutinized in court or by your supervisors or by members of the public, correct?
Every day. Yes, ma'am.
How many real world, since we've been using that term, canine calls have you gone on in your career with all of the dogs that you've trained and worked with?
Real world searches, over 200 of them.
Not just cadaver, anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. And calls in general, well over 3,000 now.
And how many of those have been videotaped?
Very few. In real world scenario, very few. If the helicopter was present, it was taped.
And as far as Garris's finding that body in the water, the only reason it was taped was because the helicopter was assisting in that endeavor as well.
That's correct. It was a fluke. He was already leaving for the second time. He was done. And I asked him to stay because of the alligator. And that was the only reason it was taped.
When you went back to the residence on Hope Spring the next day after the crime scene investigators had been scraping the soil and you testified on cross that there was no alert, based on your training and experience, why do you believe that to be the case?
Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I believe it was surface. Whatever the dog was alerting on was on the surface. And with them scraping the area and disturbing it, it was moved or diminished. Where the dog wouldn't find it, it was gone at that point. But if something was on the surface that they had scraped, I clearly believe that's exactly what happened. That's why we didn't get anything the next day.
In your training, you've trained the canines on decomp fluid that had absorbed into the ground.
Yes.
In those scenarios where you have testified that there were calls that you took Garris to where he did not alert, if you were to write a police report in those situations, what would it say?
Nothing. It wouldn't say anything because I had nothing.
Responded to a location, no alert.
Correct.
Will your dog alert to trash?
No. We trained around that. No.
Velveeta cheese?
No.
A package that once held chicken?
No.
Was your concern in the forensic bay for any sort of garbage that may have been disposed of from someone's lunch, or was your concern something else?
It wasn't the lunch I was concerned because when I know from my experience, when I get rid of a training aid, biohazard aid, the red box that we take that to go to the incinerator is in the next bay. So other biohazard would be there. Whether the trash can was full that day, I don't know because I didn't inspect it. It'd be a bad scenario to run. It needs to be removed from that.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Reprocess to those issues.
Deputy 4G, Mr. Burdick asked you about your belief as to why the dog didn't alert in the backyard.
The second day?
The second day.
Yes, sir.
Other than, well, I don't believe a dead body in the backyard is a disputed issue in this case, but let me ask you this. Are you guessing?
Just a second.
Trying to explain the question.
No.
What is and what isn't in dispute?
Sustain. Rephrase your question.
Other than that, I guess the easiest way to ask you this is, you really don't know, do you, sir?
What?
You don't know whether Kaylee's dead body was in the backyard, or whether this is a false alert, or whether as you explained to the jury, when digging up, it lost the scent. You don't know any of those three.
Right. I can't tell you why. I can tell you from experience. I haven't had a problem with it. I can tell you I had a final trained alert in that exact spot the day before. After they moved whatever was on the surface, I did not get an alert at all.
But so out of those three scenarios, you're really just speculating.
Out of what three scenarios?
Since you don't know which of the three scenarios, whether it was Kaylee's remains or Kaylee's body that was in the backyard, or whether the crime scene investigators had, I guess, scraped up any scent, or whether it was a false alert. You just don't know any of them.
That's correct. I don't know. I got an alert the first day and did not get one the second day.
And this speculation is part of your testimony today.
Speculation. And then the dog did not alert the next day.
My question is, since you don't know one of the three, you're speculating. You don't know which one of the three it is. So that's part of your testimony, is it not, sir?
Overruled.
It's an unknown factor to me. Yes, that's correct.
And when trying to interpret what a dog is doing or saying, speculation, is it not?
Speculation on my training experience with the dog absolutely is. That's part of my job.
And that would include for all searches where there are no remains found.
If there was an alert, is what you're asking me.
Correct. Yes.
In every single time he's had an alert besides this case, I've had a find.
Okay. Well, we're talking about this case. Let's talk about this case. In a situation where you have the search and you don't have remains, and you don't have evidence of remains, you're just speculating as to which of those scenarios it could be.
What had taken place in the backyard? Correct. I didn't know.
And in the car as well.
I believe
You
the
don't
doctors
know
already
what, you don't know what
testified.
happened in the car.
I believe the doctors testified to that.
You can't testify as to what other people testified. I'm asking you about you. You don't know.
I didn't see to it. No, I didn't see anything in the trunk. I smelt it, clear as day.
My question to you, sir, is you don't know, do you?
I know what I smelt in the car because you're jumping from the car to the backyard to the car. If
Let
you're
me-
asking me
let
what I
me
smelt in the
make
car,
myself clear. Yes, sir.
Finish answering the
Let me
question.
make myself clear. As it relates to your dog alerting in that area, when you don't have any remains found, you are speculating that remains were there, or it's one of the three examples that you've already testified to.
Sustained. Compound question.
As it relates to your searches where there are no remains found, it could be either there are no remains, there were never any remains there, there is residual, or there's residual odor, correct?
to clarify the backyard, that is correct. For the car, to clarify, clear as day, I smelt it.
You haven't been called out to go and smell things without your dog, have you?
No, I've been present with my dog. I've also, prior to being a canine handler, I worked the road and worked many of deceased people calls, dead unattended. So that would be without my dog.
They've never asked you to come out instead of the dog.
Oh, no, they've not. No, sir.
Deputy, be excused. Thank you, Deputy. You may be excused, sir.
Oh, that was a good way to end, no?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is approximately 20 minutes to the hour 5. The next
All right, what a way to end the day today. So we got a lot of experts about odor and air and all that good stuff. We actually had a good time today. So we got through a lot of trial. We are just finishing off. We finished day 12. So tomorrow we're going to start with day 13. All right, day 13. Let's see if we can maybe we'll get through day 16 tomorrow. Who knows? So yeah, we are marathoning through this trial, getting all the interesting and most important part of the trial. And yeah, it's been a blast. I gotta agree with you. It's been a blast so far. Some boring information today, a lot of boring information, but we also had some entertaining information. So that's going to be it for today. We went about, a little over 8 hours today on the stream. So we will continue tomorrow. We are getting through this trial. There is supposed to be this other trial starting with a school teacher that was shot by a school student, and she's suing, I believe it is the assistant principal officially. So jury selection was supposed to begin today. I guess if this picks up some interest, maybe we'll switch to that trial. I haven't heard about this trial. I just saw it posted by Court TV today. Sounds a little interesting. It's a civil case, which is very up my aisle. That's what I do. I do civil work. So we'll see if that garners a lot of interest. We can always switch to that, do some breakdowns in that case. But if not, we'll just continue powering through the Casey Anthony trial until we get to closing arguments. And then I can finally give you my opinion on the entire Casey Anthony trial, whether the jury reached the right verdict. Right now, like I've said, up until now, I'm not overly impressed with the prosecution in this case. Seems like it's a lot of repetitive testimony as we've seen so far. And again, the question really is going to remain at the end, whether there remains in the backyard. Let's say there were remains in the backyard. Well, how do they get them? And does that mean that she actually murdered her child, or that the child at Kaylee died in the pool? She died in the pool, and they're trying to hide the remains in the backyard or whatever it is. So that could also be a reason why the dog alerted at that area. So is that going to really help the prosecution that much? So we'll see. We'll see as we continue. So we'll see you all. Have a great night tomorrow, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Take care.